Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku was reborn as the Crimson Overlord of Hell and built massive harem with Hazbin hotel queens? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. A New Red in Town. The clock struck midnight, and Hell held its breath. It was a tradition as old as the fall, a ritual etched into the very brimstone of the Pride Ring. From the grand, dilapidated spires of Pentagram City to the grimiest gutter, a collective, primal fear began to curdle the air. The annual extermination was at hand. A blood-red sigil, a screaming, angelic face wreathed in a halo of thorns, seared itself onto the perpetually bruised sky. It was the only warning they would get. Then came the sirens. Not the mundane wail of mortal emergency vehicles, but a sound far more profound and terrifying. It was a chorus of celestial horns, a golden, discordant blast that promised purification through annihilation. It was the sound of impending, righteous slaughter. Inside the Hazbin Hotel, the atmosphere was thick with a unique blend of terror and defiance. The grand, slightly askew lobby felt like the interior of a drum, each blast of the heaven. Lee trumpets a physical blow against its stained glass windows. Angel Dust, the arachnid sinner of ill repute, had his usual flippant bravado stretched thin, his lanky frame coiled tightly on a chaise lounge. He nervously groomed one of his forearms, the fluff of his chest heaving with shallow breaths. Fat Nuggets, his porcine companion, squealed softly from his lap, burrowing into his master's side for comfort. "Well, fuck me," Angel muttered, his voice a strained falsetto. "Party's here. Anyone order the smiting hot angel wings." "Not funny, Angel," Vaggie snapped, her one remaining eye burning with fierce, desperate energy. She paced before the main entrance, a formidable angelic spear held in a white-knuckled grip. Her gray skin was pale, her moth-like features drawn tight with concentration. Every muscle in her body was a coiled spring, ready to lash out at the first sign of a breach. She was a warrior without an army, a guard standing before a paper gate. Across the room, Husk sat slumped behind the bar he now begrudgingly manned, a bottle of cheap booze held loosely in his winged, feline hand. He didn't bother pouring a glass. His usual air of profound apathy was laced with a weary resignation. He'd seen this show countless times before. He knew how it ended. "Just keep your heads down," he grumbled, his voice a gravelly rasp. "They get bored eventually, or they run out of sinners to stab." Nifty. The tiny, one-eyed whirlwind of domestic chaos was a blur of frenetic energy, not out of fear, but a twisted excitement. She darted about the room with a feather duster, tidying up imaginary specks of dust. "Ooh, visitors. Will they be messy? I hope so. So much to clean. Blood is so hard to get out of upholstery." At the center of it all, trying to hold the fragile morale of her flock together, was Charlie Morningstar, the Princess of Hell. Her usual radiant optimism was flickering like a candle in a hurricane. She wrung her hands, her pale face illuminated by the hellish glow from outside. "It's okay, everyone. We're safe in here. The hotel is. It's a safe space. They wouldn't target a place of redemption, right?" Her words, meant to be reassuring, hung in the air with the weight of a lie. They all knew the truth. The Hazbin Hotel, with its radical, laughable idea of redeeming sinners, was not just a target, it was a novelty. A joke to be erased. It was precisely the kind of place heaven's executioners would delight in tearing down first. Vaggie shot a look at her partner, a mixture of fierce love and painful honesty in her eye. "Charlie, we need to be ready. They're coming." As if on cue, the world outside erupted. The distant screams of the damned became a symphony of terror. The golden light of angelic power flashed against the windows, silhouetting the frantic, futile flight of sinners in the streets. Then came a new sound, closer this time. The sharp, metallic shriek of holy weapons meeting flesh, followed by the wet, final sound of a soul being extinguished. A sudden, concussive boom rattled the hotel to its very foundations, sending a spiderweb of cracks across the main window. Angel Dust yelped, clutching Fat Nuggets tighter. Husk finally took a swig directly from the bottle. Charlie gasped, her hopeful facade finally crumbling into raw fear. "They're here," Vaggie breathed, leveling her spear at the groaning, splintering double doors. Another impact, stronger this time. The wood of the doors buckled, splinters the size of daggers flying into the lobby. A third, and the lock shattered. A fourth, and the doors blew inward, torn from their hinges as if by a battering ram of pure light. Framed in the doorway, silhouetted against the crimson chaos of the city, stood a figure of terrible, arrogant glory. He was tall and clad in black, gold, and white, a horned mask covering his face, though it did little to hide the manic, toothy grin beneath it. Golden light poured from his eyes, and in his hands, he held a massive, ornate electric guitar that crackled with holy energy. It was Adam, the first man, the commander of the Exorcist legions. "Wubba lubba dub dub, bitches," he roared, his voice an unwhole, why fusion of a rock star's swagger and a primordial's authority. "Is this the Hazbin hotel? 'Cause you're all about to be has-beens," he cackled, a grating, obnoxious sound that echoed in the high-ceilinged lobby. Behind him, a squad of exorcists filtered in. They were unnervingly silent, their movements fluid and predatory. Faceless, masked angels of death, their white and gray uniforms were already spattered with the black ichor of demon blood. They held angelic spears, swords, and axes, each one humming with a lethal, golden energy. "Adam," Vagi snarled, her voice trembling with a cocktail of rage and terror. She took a half-step forward, placing herself between the angelic squadron and Charlie. Adam's glowing eyes scanned the room, dismissing Vagi's defiance with a contemptuous snort. He pointed a finger at Charlie. "Well, well, well, if it isn't the little princess herself, slumming it with the freaks and losers. Daddy Lucifer must be so proud." His gaze swept over Angel, Husk, and Nifty. "This is it. This is your grand project. A whore, a drunk, and, what the fuck is that thing?" he asked, gesturing to Nifty, who simply waved back excitedly. "Pathetic. All right, ladies, new plan. Kill everyone but the princess. I wanna watch the hope drain from her eyes. It's my favorite part." The exorcists raised their weapons, their blank masks seeming to grin in anticipation. Charlie cried out, a strangled plea lost in the palpable sense of doom. Vagi braced for a charge she knew she couldn't possibly survive. Husk closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. And then, a new voice cut through the tension. It was calm, measured, and utterly devoid of fear. "I don't think so." Every head, angelic and demonic, turned. Sitting in a plush, high-backed armchair that had been half hidden in the shadows of the lobby was a young man. He hadn't been there a moment ago. Or perhaps he had been there all along, his presence so unassuming it was simply overlooked. He had a shock of untamed, forest green hair with black undertones, and his face, though youthful, was marked with a constellation of faint freckles. He wore simple, dark clothing that seemed oddly out of place. Ace amidst the rococo decor of the hotel. He was leaning forward slightly, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped before him. The most striking thing about him, however, were his eyes. They were a piercing, vibrant emerald green, and they shone with an ancient, impossible light. They held no panic, no anger, only a profound, unshakable certainty. Adam blinked, his rockstar grin faltering for a fraction of a second. "Who the hell are you?" "The fucking busboy." "Beat it, kid, the adults are working." The young man, Izuku Midoriya, slowly rose to his feet. He wasn't particularly tall, but his presence seemed to fill the room, pushing back against the oppressive golden aura of the angels. "My name is Izuku, and I believe I just told you to leave." One of the exorcists, impatient with the delay, decided to act. With a silent screech, it launched itself across the room, its spear aimed directly at Izuku's heart. The movement was a blur of speed and grace, a strike that had ended thousands of demonic lives. Vagi screamed a warning. Charlie's hands flew to her mouth. Izuku didn't even seem to move. Just as the spear tip was an inch from his chest, a wave of visible energy, the color of freshly spilled blood, pulsed from his body. It was not fire, not light, but something more fundamental. It was the color of pure, weaponized will. The angelic steel of the spear, a substance saidly indestructible by any means in hell, met this crimson energy and simply ceased to exist. Not shattered, not melted, but unmade. It sublimated into a puff of black smoke and motes of fading gold light. The exorcist froze, its masked face conveying a sense of utter shock. Before it could process what had happened, Izuku's hand shot out, not in a punch, but in a simple, open-palmed gesture. He lightly touched the angel's chest. The crimson energy flared again, brighter this time. The angel's entire body convulsed, its black and white uniform charring as if touched by an invisible fire. It didn't scream. It didn't have time. It dissolved into ash and fading light, its soul violently and irrevocably extinguished. The lobby fell into a silence so profound it was deafening. The only sound was the gentle hiss of the angel's remains scattering on the worn carpet. Adam's jaw hung open. The other exorcists took an involuntary step back, their predatory confidence shattered and replaced with something none of them had ever felt before: fear. What was that? Adam stammered, his bravado finally cracking. What the fuck was that? Izuku's emerald eyes, now tinged with a faint crimson glow, settled on the first man. That was a demonstration. This is your only warning. This hotel, and everyone in it, is now under my protection. Your extermination ends at this doorstep. Take your soldiers and leave. Now. The sheer audacity of the command, delivered with such placid authority, seemed to short-circuit Adam's brain. Rage swiftly replaced his fear. Warning. Protection. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Adam. I'm the original Dick. I'm in charge of this whole goddamn shebang. He hefted his guitar axe, its golden strings thrumming with power. I'm going to wear your skin as a fucking codpiece. Kill him. Quote. The remaining exorcists, their discipline overriding their newfound terror, surged forward as one. It was a coordinated attack from all sides. Spears lunged, swords slashed, and axes swung in arcs meant to dismember. They were a whirlwind of holy retribution. For them, it was the last mistake they would ever make. Izuku became a phantom of crimson consequence. He didn't dodge or weave like a trained fighter. He simply moved. An exorcist lunged with a spear, and Izuku's hand closed around the shaft. The angelic weapon corroded into dust in his grip. He met the angel's masked face with a placid gaze before a tendril of crimson energy lanced out from his back, impaling it through the chest and vaporizing it from the inside out. Another came from his left, sword swinging for his neck. A shield of solid, semi-translucent crimson will materialized in the air, no larger than a dinner plate. The sword struck it and shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. Before the angel could react, the shield reshaped itself into a razor-sharp spike and shot forward, punching through the exorcist's mask and disintegrating its head. A third and fourth attacked simultaneously from behind. Izuku didn't even turn around. The floor beneath them erupted in a vortex of the same crimson power, pulling them down into a churning maelstrom of energy that left nothing but 2 new scorch marks on the carpet. It wasn't a fight, it was an execution. A display of power so absolute it defied comprehension. He moved with an impossible economy of motion, each act ion resulting in the total and utter annihilation of a holy warrior. The hotel residents could only watch, their minds struggling to catch up with the reality of what they were seeing. Vaji's spear was half lowered, her mouth agape. Charlie was frozen in place, her wide eyes reflecting the terrifying, beautiful crimson light. Angel Dust had forgotten how to breathe. In less than 10 seconds, the entire elite squad was gone. Only Adam remained, standing amidst the fading motes of his fallen soldiers, his guitar axe held in a trembling grip. The sheer, overwhelming wrongness of the situation finally crashed down on him. This wasn't a sinner. Sinners bled. Sinners screamed. Sinners could be killed. This was something else. Stay back, Adam shrieked, his voice cracking with panic. He strummed a chord on his axe. And a wave of golden, holy energy screamed across the lobby, powerful enough to level the entire building. Izuku raised a single hand. The wave of divine power hit an invisible wall a few feet in front of him and dissipated with a harmless fizzle, like water on hot stone. The crimson aura around him pulsed, brighter and more intense than before. Your power is loud, Izuku observed, his voice still unnervingly calm as he took a slow step forward. It's designed to inspire awe and terror. But it's hollow. There's no conviction behind it. Only ego. Ego this. Adam screamed, swinging his axe in a wild, desperate frenzy. Izuku caught the head of the axe in his bare hand. The holy energy sizzled against his skin, creating a wisp of smoke, but he didn't flinch. The crimson wool flowed from his palm, crawling up the golden axe like ravenous ivy. Cracks of red light spider-webbed across the instrument of death. "This is your power?" Izuku asked, his voice now holding a note of something akin to disappointment. He tightened his grip. With a sound like a dying star, the guitar axe imploded. The golden light was snuffed out, consumed by the crimson, and the holy weapon was reduced to a rain of glittering dust and warped metal fragments that clattered harmlessly to the floor. Adam stared at his empty hands, then at the calm, green-haired being before him. The last vestiges of his pride and fury evaporated, replaced by a pure, primal terror he hadn't felt since the serpent first spoke in the garden. Izuku's hand shot forward, grabbing Adam by the throat. He lifted the first man off the ground with effortless ease, Adam's feet dangling uselessly in the air. The crimson energy coiled around his arm, not burning, but applying a pressure that felt like it could crack reality itself. "Listen very carefully," Izuku said, his voice dropping to a low, resonant whisper that seemed to shake the very soul. "You will go back to wherever you came from. You will tell your superiors that Pentagram City has a new ward. This hotel is the heart of my territory. The people within are under my protection. There will be no more exterminations here. If I see a single one of your soldiers set foot in this city again, I will not stop at just sending you back. I will come for you. I will dismantle your armies, I will tear down your golden gates, and IWILL burn your sterile paradise to the ground. Is that understood?" Adam, choking and gasping, could only manage a series of terrified, gurgling nods. Izuku held his gaze for a moment longer, his emerald eyes boring into Adam's very essence. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the commander of Heaven's armies back through the ruined doorway. Adam flew like a discarded toy, tumbling through the air and crashing into the ethereal portal from which he had emerged. The portal wavered and collapsed, and the golden light of the angels vanished from the street outside. An eerie silence descended once more, broken only by the distant, fading screams of the ongoing, city-wide slaughter. Inside the hotel, however, a new, inviolable peace had settled. Izuku turned away from the doorway, the crimson glow around him receding until he once again looked like a normal, unassuming young man. He surveyed the lobby, the shattered doors, the scorch marks, the fine layer of angelic dust coating everything, and sighed softly. "Nifty," he said, his voice back to its normal, gentle tone. "I'm afraid they made a mess." Nifty, who had been watching the entire exchange with an expression of ecstatic glee, zipped forward with a tiny broom and dustpan. "Yay." Izuku's gaze then fell upon the stunned, silent residents. On Husk, whose bottle had slipped from his grasp. On Angel Dust, who was staring with all of his eyes wide in disbelief. On Vagi, who had automatically raised her spear again, now pointing it directly at him, her hand trembling. And finally, on Charlie, whose face was a battlefield of emotions, fear, relief, confusion, and a burgeoning, terrified hope. "Okay," Vagi said, her voice dangerously low and shaky. "I'm only going to ask this once. Who the fuck are you?" He silence that followed Vagi's question was heavy with unspoken threats and a million frantic thoughts. Charlie finally broke her paralysis, rushing to Vagi's side and gently placing a hand on her arm. "Vagi, wait, he just saved us," she stammered, her eyes darting between her girlfriend's tense posture and the calm, green-haired stranger. "He saved everyone. He annihilated a squad of exorcists like they were nothing." Vagi shot back, her spear not wavering an inch. He grabbed Adam by the throat and threw him back to heaven. "That's not saving, Charlie, that's a declaration of war. We don't know who he is or what he wants." Izuku watched their exchange with a patient expression. He understood the suspicion. In a place like hell, an act of selfless protection was more alarming than an act of random violence. It implied an agenda, a hidden cost. He took a small step forward, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "She's right to be cautious." His gaze met Vagi's, his emerald eyes holding no deceit. "You have every reason to question me. So please, ask." Vagi's grip on her spear tightened. "Let's start with the basics. Are you a sinner, an overlord, Some kind of hellborn I've never seen before. No, Izuku answered simply. I am none of those things. Husk, having recovered his senses enough to retrieve his bottle, snorted from the bar. Well, that clears everything up. A guy who ain't a sinner, ain't a native, and ain't an overlord just bitch-slapped the commander of Heaven's army. Sure, makes perfect sense. Then what are you? Veggie pressed, ignoring Husk's commentary. Izuku's expression turned thoughtful, as if he himself was searching for the right words. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I was not born here. I died in another world. A hero, I think. My end was abrupt. A flicker of something ancient and sad passed through his eyes, a memory of falling, of fire, of a sacrifice that cost everything. When I died, my soul was deemed incompatible. Too defiant for a peaceful afterlife, yet not malicious enough for the punishment of a typical sinner. So, it was shunted aside. Discarded into the deepest, most primordial layers of this realm. I awoke here, not as I was, but as this. He gestured vaguely to himself. I am not a soul bound by sin. I am something else. A concentration of will, I suppose. A force given form. Angel Dust finally found his voice. A mixture of awe and crass curiosity. So, you're like a cosmic oopsie doodle. And that red glowy shit. What's that all about? Some kinda kinky new overlord power. It is my will, Izuku explained. Turning his palm up. A small, harmless ball of the same crimson energy manifested above his hand, swirling like a miniature galaxy. The crimson will. It is the very essence of my being. It allows me to enforce my intentions upon the reality around me. Charlie stared at the swirling energy, mesmerized. Enforce your intentions. You wanted to protect us, so you did. It was that simple. The principle is simple, Izuku corrected gently. The execution was necessary. Which brings me to you, Princess Morningstar. He let the ball of energy dissipate and focused entirely on her. His gaze was intense, but not threatening. It was analytical, like a master craftsman studying a flawed but beautiful piece of work. I have been observing for some time, he said. From the shadows of this city, I have watched. I have seen the cycles of violence, the despair, the casual cruelty. And I have seen this place. The Hazbin Hotel, a beacon of an impossible, beautiful idea. Charlie's breath hitched. She had been mocked, ridiculed, and dismissed by everyone in hell for her dream. To hear it called beautiful by this being of impossible power sent a tremor through her. Your goal, the redemption of sinners, is noble, Izuku continued. It is, in its own way, the most heroic thing I have witnessed in this entire realm. But your methods are flawed. Fatally so. Veggie bristled. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You believe hope is enough, Izuku said, his voice firm but not unkind. You believe that if you just sing a song, offer a kind word, and show people a better way, they will change. And perhaps, for a few, that might be true. But hope is a fragile thing, Veggie. It cannot grow in a garden that is salted and burned once a year. It cannot flourish when any overlord with a grudge can tear down your walls and slaughter your guests. Your dream doesn't just need a compassionate heart, princess. It needs a shield. It needs a sword. It needs power to guarantee its existence. He gestured to the ruined lobby. Today, Adam came for you. Tomorrow, it might be an overlord whose territory you've infringed upon. Or a mob of sinners who see your residence as easy prey. You cannot build a sanctuary on a battlefield without first conquering the battlefield. Your dream requires power to protect it. Power I can provide. He looked from Charlie to Veggie. His declaration hanging in the air. That is what I want. I will be your patron. Your enforcer. I will turn this hotel from a joke into a fortress. I will make this ground so sacredly, violently protected that no angel or demon will dare set foot on it with ill intent. I will give your dream the power it needs to become a reality. The sheer scope of his offer was staggering. Charlie was speechless, her mind reeling. He wasn't just offering help. He was offering salvation, backed by a power that could stare down heaven itself. It was everything she had ever dreamed of, handed to her by a complete stranger who had just committed an act of cosmic treason on her lobby floor. Veggie, however, was far from convinced. Her mind, honed by years of survival and tempered by the betrayal that had cost her an eye and her place in heaven, was screaming at her. This was too good to be true. There was always a catch in hell. Always. And what's your price? She demanded, her spear tip unwavering. Nobody does something like this for free. Not here. What do you get out of it? Do you want to take over? Rule the hotel. Make Charlie your puppet. Izuku met her accusatory glare with that same unshakable calm. My price is that the dream succeeds. My gain is a purpose. I was a hero who died failing to save everyone. I awoke in a world built on suffering, a place antithetical to my very core. I have spent my time here adrift, a ghost with too much power and nothing to build, nothing to protect. In this hotel, in this absurd, impossible dream of redemption, I have found the first thing in hell worth fighting for. His gaze softened as he looked at Charlie. I don't want to rule. I want to enable. I don't want a puppet. I want to see a princess become a queen of her own domain. My philosophy is simple. Strength exists to protect the worthy. And your cause, Princess Morningstar, is the only worthy cause I have found in this endless damnation. His words were a potent balm on Charlie's frayed soul. They resonated with a sincerity so profound it felt alien in this world of lies and contracts. Tears welled in her eyes, tears of gratitude, of relief, of a hope so fierce it hurt. Vaggie saw the effect his words were having on Charlie, and her suspicion warred with the evidence before her. He had saved them. His reasoning, however insane, was consistent. And his power was undeniable. But trust was a currency she was loath to spend. Words are easy, Vaggie growled, though her voice had lost some of its edge. Talk is cheap in hell. You want to prove you're here to protect us? Fine. Start now. These doors are broken. The walls are cracked. We're a sitting duck if anyone else decides to get curious. It was a test. A challenge. She expected him to conjure a barrier, perhaps. Or to post himself as a guard at the door. Izuku simply nodded. A reasonable request. He closed his eyes. He didn't chant. He didn't move. He just stood there, breathing slowly. And then, the Crimson Will answered his call. It started as a low hum, a vibration that ran through the floorboards. The crimson light that had faded from his body now began to seep from it, not in a violent pulse, but in a gentle, pervasive bleed. Tendrils of scarlet energy, like luminous, ethereal veins, crept across the floor. They touched the broken pieces of the main doors, and the wood began to knit itself back together, splinters flying from the corners of the room to slot back into their original places. The wood darkened, its grain hardening into something that looked more like petrified, blood-red iron. The shattered hinges reformed, stronger and thicker than before. With a soft, final click, the doors sealed shut, pristine and whole, yet fundamentally changed. But it didn't stop there. The crimson veins of energy spread, climbing the walls, flowing into the cracks caused by Adam's assault. The cracks filled not with plaster, but with a solid, glowing crimson light that then faded, leaving the wall seamless and smooth. The energy flowed into the building's very foundations. The entire hotel gave a soft, shuddering groan, not of collapse, but of reinforcement. The residents could feel it in their bones, a sense of immense, ancient power being poured into the structure, strengthening it from the inside out. Outside, a semi-transparent dome of the same crimson energy flickered into existence over the entire hotel, stretching from the edge of its grounds to the tip of its highest spire. It shimmered for a moment against the bloody sky, an inviolable shield, before fading from visible sight. But they could all feel it. A palpable barrier, a silent declaration that this place was now sacrosanct. The entire process took less than a minute. When it was done, the ambient hum faded. Izuku opened his eyes, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. The lobby was whole again, but it felt different. Safer, stronger. It was no longer just a building, it was a fortress. A sanctuary. Vaggie slowly, hesitantly, lowered her spear. She walked to one of the walls and pressed her hand against it. It felt cool and solid, but beneath the surface, she could sense a thrum of dormant, waiting power. She looked back at Izuku, her one eye wide with a dawning, grudging respect. He hadn't just spoken words, he had delivered on them, instantly and with a power that reshaped their reality. Holy shit, Angel Dust breathed, finally breaking the spell. He poked one of the newly reformed doors with a tentative claw. Solid. So, what you're sayin' is, we're safe now. Like, for real. For real. Izuku confirmed, his voice slightly tired but firm. Charlie, her face streaked with tears, finally ran forward. She didn't know what else to do. She threw her arms around Izuku, burying her face in his chest in a hug that was both desperate and overwhelmingly grateful. "Thank you," she sobbed. "Oh my God, thank you." Izuku was momentarily taken aback by the physical contact, his body stiffening in surprise. Then, a small, genuine smile touched his lips for the first time. He hesitantly raised a hand and patted her gently on the back. "You're welcome, Charlie." Over her shoulder, he met Vaji's gaze. Her expression was no longer one of pure suspicion. It was complex, guarded, but the overt hostility was gone, replaced by a wary acknowledgement. He had passed her first test. He had proven his power and, for now, his intentions. A foundation had been laid, not just in the hotel, but between them. A fragile, uncertain alliance born from the ashes of holy warriors. High above the grime and chaos of hell, in a realm of impossible purity and blinding light, the aftermath of failure was unfolding. The Empyrean Citadel, the seat of heaven's authority, was a place of serene, geometric perfection. Its halls were made of solidified light, its archways carved from celestial marble, and its air hummed with a constant, harmonious choir. It was a realm untouched by chaos, a testament to divine order. That order was shattered when a ragged, smoking portal tore open in the center of the Seraphim Council's chamber. Adam, the first man, was unceremoniously spat out, tumbling across the flawless, gleaming floor. He was a wreck. His uniform was torn, his mask was cracked, and his body was covered in burns that sizzled with a strange, crimson energy that resisted the passive healing aura of the chamber. He lay there, groaning, a pathetic and humiliated heap. The seraphim seated around the circular chamber, angelic beings of immense power and gravitas, stared in stunned silence. Their forms were varied. Some had multiple wings, others halos of interlocking rings, some were beings of pure geometry and light, but their shock was uniform. Then, a voice, cold and clear as crystal, cut through the silence. "Report, Adam." At the head of the council sat Seraphil, the archangel of the holy host. She was beauty and terror made manifest. Her form was humanoid, but flawless, as if sculpted from divine will. 6 wings of pure, white light were folded neatly behind her back. Her silver hair was braided with strands of starlight, and her eyes, the color of a winter sky, held the cold, unwavering certainty of a zealot. She did not look at Adam with concern, but with the detached disappointment of a general whose prize weapon had just malfunctioned. Adam staggered to his feet, his body trembling with a mixture of pain and incandescent rage. It was a disaster. A fucking bloodbath. We were ambushed. Ambushed. Another seraph, a being of spinning, fiery wheels, questioned. By whom? The Morningstar girl. Her power is nascent, insignificant. No, not her, Adam yelled, pacing like a caged, furious animal. It was someone else, someone new. He just appeared. He wasn't a sinner, he wasn't a hellborn. He called himself Izuku. Seraphil's flawless brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The name meant nothing. It was not in any of their registries. Not in the grand celestial accounting of souls. He had this power, Adam continued, his voice rising in panicked hysteria. Red energy. It just unmade my soldiers. It unmade my axe. He stood there and took a full power blast and didn't even flinch. He told me that the exterminations were over. That pentagram city was his now. He said if we came back, he'd come for us. He'd burn heaven down. The chamber erupted in a cacophony of alarmed whispers and celestial murmurs. A non-sinner entity of unknown origin, wielding a power capable of effortlessly destroying exorcists and their holy weapons, had appeared in hell and claimed a piece of it as his own. This was not a rebellion. This was a fundamental violation of the established cosmic order. It was like a new, unknown color appearing in a perfectly composed painting. Seraphil raised a single, elegant hand, and the chamber fell silent instantly. Her cold gaze was fixed on the middle distance, our mind processing the impossible data with terrifying speed. An entity not of sin, yet residing in hell, she mused, her voice dangerously soft. A power that consumes and negates divine force. AWILL strong enough to challenge the authority of heaven itself. She rose from her throne, her wings unfurling slightly, casting a brilliant, intimidating light across the chamber. She descended the steps, her movements fluid and deliberate, stopping directly in front of the fuming, broken Adam. "You say he protected the hotel of the Morningstar girl?" she asked. "Yeah, the whole stupid, bleeding heart project. He called it a worthy cause." Adam spat. Seraphiel's eyes narrowed. The pieces were clicking into place, forming a picture she found utterly intolerable. Charlie Morningstar's foolish attempt at redemption was a cancer on the divine plan, an attempt to subvert the very nature of punishment and damnation. It was an idea that, if allowed to fester, could destabilize the great design. And now, that cancer had a protector. A guardian of impossible strength. This was not a random occurrence. This was a symptom of a deeper cosmic sickness. "This, Izuku, is not a demon," Seraphiel declared, her voice ringing with absolute authority. "A demon seeks to corrupt, to destroy, to indulge. This being seeks to protect, to build, to shield the flawed and the damned from their rightful judgment. He is not a part of the system. He is a flaw in it." She turned to face the assembled council, her expression one of ironclad resolve. "For eons, we have maintained the balance. We have culled the herd, prevented hell from overspilling its bounds and threatening creation. The exterminations are not an act of cruelty, they are a holy, necessary imperative. This entity, this anathema, represents an existential threat to that imperative. His existence is a mistake, a crack in the foundation of reality that must be sealed." Her gaze swept over them all, daring any to disagree. Adam's failure was not one of strength, but of understanding. He fought a demon, but this is no demon. This is a heresy given form. She walked back towards her throne, her purpose now as clear and sharp as a shard of glass. The time for surgical, limited purges was over. A weed had taken root in the garden of damnation, and it had to be ripped out, root and stem, before it could spread. "The annual extermination is suspended," Seraphiel announced, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Our focus has shifted. Send word to the legions. Authorize the unsealing of the secondary armories. Prepare the war seraphs for deployment." A gasp went through the council. The war seraphs had not been mobilized since the Great Fall. Seraphiel sat upon her throne, her face a mask of divine, zealous fury. Adam was sent to put down a pest. In his place, I will lead a crusade. We will descend upon this Hazbin hotel, not with a squad, but with a legion. We will level it to the ground. We will salt the very earth upon which it stands. And we will erase this anathema, this cosmic error named Izuku, from existence. Her cold, winter sky eyes seemed to look down through the clouds of heaven, through the void, and into the heart of hell itself. "This is no longer an extermination," she declared, her voice a promise of fire and ruin. "This is a holy war." Chapter 2. Turf Wars and Telegenic Tyrants. The echoes of Adam's humiliating retreat had barely faded before they were replaced by a far more pervasive and insidious sound, the omnipresent hum of media. In hell, information was a currency, a weapon, and an opiate. And its undisputed king was Vox, the TV-headed overlord whose empire of screens and signals held Pentagram City in a hypnotic trance. The story of the extermination's abrupt, violent end wasn't just news. It was a seismic shock to the system, and Vox felt the tremors directly in the foundations of his power. High atop the V-Tower, a monument of black glass and pulsating neon that stabbed the crimson sky. The triumvirate of Pentagram City's modern power structure was in session. The air in the penthouse suite was thick with the scent of expensive perfume, illicit substances, and simmering frustration. Vox paced back and forth, his digital face glitching with static-laced fury. On every one of the 100 screens that formed the room's walls, a looped, grainy image laid. A flash of brilliant crimson light, the silhouette of a figure, and the panicked, scattered retreat of exorcist angels. His own network's footage, a scoop he should have controlled, now playing. On a loop of his own failure to report it first. An anomaly, an unbranded, unsanctioned, narrative-destroying anomaly. Vox's voice, usually a smooth, modulated baritone perfect for selling souls and products, was a distorted shriek. He slammed a fist on a holographic console, causing it to flicker violently. For decades, the narrative has been simple. Heaven attacks, we hide, we die, we rebuild. It's a stable market. It drives consumption. It creates predictable fear patterns. This Izuku, he didn't just break the angels, he broke the bloody business model. Draped languidly over a velvet chaise lounge, Valentino blew a heart-shaped puff of pink smoke towards the ceiling. He adjusted the feathered collar of his coat, his expression one of utter boredom. "Oh, do shut up, Voxy. You sound like your stocks are crashing." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound. "Which they are, I saw the morning ticker." "Hilarious. This isn't funny, Val." Vox spun around, his screen flashing a furious red warning symbol. He established a protected zone. He has a brand now, and he didn't even have to pay for the marketing. He's the savior of the Hazbin Hotel. It's got underdog appeal. It's ruining my Q1 projections for abject terror. The third member of their trio, Velvet, sat perched on the edge of a marble bar, scrolling through her Vox Tech tablet with a sharp, focused intensity. Her fingers, tipped with razor-like nails, flew across the screen. Unlike her partners, she wasn't panicking or preening. She was calculating. "The engagement numbers are through the roof," she said, her British accent clipping each word with precision. Hashtag Crimson Savior, hashtag Angel Breaker, hashtag Hotel Hero. "They're trending harder than my last fashion line, and I had sinners killing each other for those boots." She looked up, her sharp eyes fixing on Vox. "You're looking at this all wrong, you archaic television set. This isn't a problem, it's an opportunity. He's the ultimate influencer, and he doesn't even have an account." Vox froze, his screen flickering. "Opportunity. He made me look like a fool. My camera drones were incinerated before they could get a clear shot of his face. My reporters are running think pieces on the new power in Pentagram City, without my authorization." "Exactly," Velvet said, a slow, predatory smile spreading across her lips. "He's content. Raw, unfiltered, high-demand content. Right now, he's a myth. A story people are telling in hushed tones. The one who gets to define him, to package him, to sell him to the masses, that's the one who truly wins." She hopped off the bar, her platform heels clicking decisively on the floor. "But first," she added, her smile turning sharp as glass, "we need to establish the terms of the negotiation. He thinks he's untouchable. You need to remind him that this is your city, Vox. That every story, every broadcast, every scream, runs through you." Vox's frantic static resolved into a malicious grin. Velvet was right. He had been so focused on the disruption that he'd forgotten the fundamentals of his own power, control. He couldn't let this new player set the rules. He had to be the house, and the house always wins. "A test," Vox mused, his voice returning to its smooth, dangerous cadence. "A market correction. Show the consumers that our brand is still the strongest." He snapped his fingers, and a dozen smaller screens materialized around him, displaying schematics of the city and personnel files. "I'll send a welcoming party. Some of our top-tier tech enforcers. A little shaka, NDA to remind this savior, who owns the airwaves he's breathing." Valentino yawned dramatically. "Just try not to get your wires crossed again, darling. This new boy sounds messy." "I hate messy." Velvet just watched, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and ambition. "Oh, this is going to be messy, Val," she whispered to herself, a fresh wave of social media metrics lighting up her screen. "And it's going to be fabulous." Quote, inside the newly fortified Hazbin Hotel, the atmosphere was a bizarre cocktail of euphoria, anxiety, and the lingering smell of ozone. The crimson energy Izuku had woven into the building's structure was a palpable presence, a low thrum of power that made the air feel warmer, safer. The gaping hole in the lobby had been sealed by a shimmering, semi-translucent wall of the same red force. Pulsing gently like a resting heart, Angel Dust was dramatically recounting the fight to a captivated Nifty, gesticulating wildly with all four of his arms. "So there I was, ready to whip out the big guns, yeah. But then Greenie here just looks at the big, scary angel leader, and bam. The guy's guitar goes kablooey and he's halfway back to heaven with his holy panties in a twist. Best show in town, 10 out of 10. Nifty zoomed around the floor, scrubbing at microscopic scorch marks left by angelic energy. "Bad boys, bad angels, making a mess, must be clean, so much power, It's so dirty. I love it. Husk sat at his usual spot at the bar, pouring himself a drink with a steady hand, though his eyes kept flicking towards Izuku. The old cat had seen countless power-hungry despots rise and fall in his long, miserable existence. But this was different. There was no gloating, no manic pronouncements of grandeur. Just a quiet, terrifying confidence. RLIE Morningstar was practically vibrating with a nervous energy that was equal parts pure, unadulterated hope and sheer terror. He did it, Veggie. He really did it. He protected us. This could be it. The proof that we can make a difference, that we can stand up and now we have a target painted on our back the size of the entire Pride Ring, Veggie interrupted, her arms crossed tightly, her single eye narrowed in suspicion. She stood between Charlie and Izuku, a self-appointed guard, her angelic spear held loosely but ready. She had seen his power, and it was undeniable. But power in hell was never altruistic. It always came with a price. Who are you? She demanded, directing the question at Izuku for the 10th time since the incident. What do you want? Izuku sat in the same armchair he had occupied when the exorcists arrived, a picture of calm in the center of the chaotic aftermath. He hadn't moved much, but he had been observing everything, analyzing the hotel's inhabitants, its layout, its structural weaknesses. He met Vaggie's glare with a steady, emerald gaze that held no malice, only an unnerving intensity. I told you, he said, his voice even. My name is Izuku, and what I want is for this place to succeed. He gestured around the lobby. Charlie's goal, it's a good one. A noble one, but nobility doesn't stop a spear. Hope doesn't block a holy sword. You tried to build a sanctuary with pleas and songs. It doesn't work. A sanctuary requires walls. It requires strength. It requires the absolute, unquestionable certainty that anyone who tries to harm it will be broken. His eyes flicked to the shimmering crimson barrier. These are the walls. I am the strength. Charlie stepped forward, her hands clasped together. But why? Why help us? Nobo. Die helps anyone in hell without wanting something. I was a hero, once, Izuku said, the words feeling foreign on his tongue after so long. He didn't elaborate on the hows or whys of his death and rebirth. The concepts felt like they belonged to another person, another universe. My entire existence was dedicated to protecting the innocent and standing against those who use their power to hurt others. That core programming, it didn't burn away. It was just reforged. He looked at Charlie, and for the first time, a flicker of something softer, something akin to his old self, showed in his eyes. You want to protect people. I'm good at it. It's the simplest, most effective partnership I can imagine. Before Veggie could voice another cynical retort, a dozen television screens in the bar flickered to life simultaneously. All tuned to Vox Tech News. Vox's smug, digital face filled the displays, a condescending news anchor jingle playing in the background. Good evening, Pentagram City. Vox's voice boomed. We're breaking live with a developing situation at the so-called Hazbin Hotel, a known den of degenerates and lost causes. Reports are flooding in of an unsanctioned territorial claim by an unknown entity, resulting in aggressive actions against celestial peacekeepers. Vox Tech Industries reminds its viewers that stability and order are paramount, and rogue elements who disrupt the established power structure are a threat to all. We now go live to our field drone for an exclusive look as AV Tower security detail moves in to pacify the area and restore order. The screen switched to a shaky, aerial view of the hotel. A small army of sinners in sleek, black tactical gear, armed with electrified weaponry and backed by spider-like combat drones, was advancing on their position. Veggie swore, spinning around. Spear at the ready. The V's. Of course. They can't stand anyone else having the spotlight. Angel Dust whistled. Well, shit. Looks like the welcoming committee is here. And they brought toys. Izuku rose from his chair, a low, dangerous hum beginning to emanate from him. The crimson light of the barrier behind him intensified, casting his shadow long and menacing across the floor. He called me a rogue element, Izuku said, a thread of cold anger weaving into his tone. He thinks this is his city. He's about to receive a market correction. The Saint Plasma bolt struck the crimson shield. It didn't explode. It was simply absorbed, vanishing into the shimmering red energy without a sound, like a drop of rain on a placid lake. The Vox Tech goons faltered, confusion rippling through their ranks. They fired again, a coordinated volley this time. The results were the same. The shield held, drinking in their attacks effortlessly. "Cute," Vaggie muttered, a hint of grudging admiration in her voice. From the street, a megaphone crackled to life. "This is a Vox Tech property seizure. Surrender the asset known as Izuku, and vacate the premises immediately. Failure to comply will be met with extreme prejudice." Izuku walked towards the entrance, his steps measured and silent. The crimson shield rippled and parted before him like a curtain, resealing instantly behind him. He stepped out onto the street, alone, facing down the small army. The drones immediately locked onto him, their red targeting lasers painting his chest. "Well, this is gonna be a show," Angel Dust said, pulling up a chair and propping his feet up on the bar. Izuku simply raised a hand. His palm began to glow with a fierce, crimson light. "This hotel is under my protection," he projected, his voice carrying an unnatural weight and authority that silenced the street. "Your technology, your weapons, your influence, they are irrelevant here. Leave, now." The commander of the squad, a bulky sinner with cybernetic enhancements, just laughed. "Scrap him, boys." The drones and soldiers opened fire. A storm of plasma, electricity, and kinetic rounds converged on Izuku's position. But they never reached him. A sphere of crimson will erupted around him, a perfect, incandescent bubble of pure force. Every projectile that touched it was atomized, converted into harmless motes of red light. Through the dying light of the volley, the attackers saw Izuku hadn't moved. His hand was still raised. And then, he clenched it into a fist. Every single piece of Vox Tech technology on the street died at the same instant. The drones dropped from the sky like stones. The soldiers, electrified batons sparked and went dark. The glowing cybernetics on the commander fizzled out, trailing smoke. Even the lights on their tactical vests winked out. It was as if he had unleashed a targeted electromagnetic pulse, but it was something far more fundamental. He had simply willed their power to cease. And reality had complied. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The goons looked at their dead weapons, then at the impossibly calm figure before them, and a primal fear began to set in. And then, the silence was shattered by a gleeful, maniacal laugh and a series of loud explosions. From a side alley, a flurry of cherry-shaped bombs sailed through the air, landing amidst the stunned Vox Tech forces. They detonated in brilliant bursts of pink and red energy, sending bodies flying and chaos erupting through their disciplined ranks. A figure vaulted from a rooftop, landing in a perfect three-point stance in the middle of the street. She was a tall, one-eyed cyclops demon with wild, platinum blonde hair tied in a massive ponytail. Dressed in a ragged ensemble of reds and blacks, a wide, shark-toothed grin stretched across her face. "Woo-hoo, now this is a party." Cherry Bomb cackled, pulling another string of bombs from her belt. Heard on the graphic, in there was a new badass in town kicking some major corporate ass. Didn't wanna miss the fun. She glanced over at Izuku, her single eye wide with manic appreciation as she took in the scene of technological carnage. "Holy shit, you're him, aren't ya? The guy who made the angels piss their pants." Her grin widened. "I'm Cherry Bomb. Big fan of your work." Before Izuku could respond, the dazed Vox Tech commander roared, drawing a massive, purely mechanical combat knife. "Forget the tech. Kill them with your bare hands." The remaining soldiers, their fear momentarily replaced by rage, charged. Cherry laughed, readying another salvo of explosives. But Izuku moved. He wasn't just fast, he was instantaneous. One moment he was standing still, the next he was a crimson blur moving through the enemy ranks. He didn't use fists or kicks in the traditional sense. He moved with an economy of motion, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. Each gesture unleashed a targeted pulse of crimson will. A flick of the wrist sent a soldier flying into a wall, encased in a bubble of red energy. A pointed finger caused another's legs to buckle as the ground beneath them turned to viscous tar. He disarmed, disabled, and dismantled the entire squad in less than 10 seconds, a silent, brutally efficient ballet of overwhelming force. Cherry Bomb stood frozen, a lit bomb in her hand, her jaw hanging open. She had seen power before. She was power. But this was different. This wasn't chaos. It was control. Absolute, terrifying, beautiful control. Izuku stopped in front of the commander, the last one standing. The bulky sinner swung his knife in a desperate, wild arc. Izuku caught his wrist, his grip deceptively gentle. Then, with a slow, deliberate pressure, he squeezed. The sound of sea, racking metal and bone echoed in the silent street. The knife clattered to the ground. Izuku leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. "Go back to your master," he said, his emerald eyes boring into the sinner's soul. "Tell him his test is over. He failed." He released the commander, who stumbled back, cradling his mangled arm. "And tell him that for attacking my home, there will be a response." He turned his back on the broken, terrified enforcers, a clear sign of dismissal. He walked back towards Cherry, who was still staring at him with a look of pure, unadulterated awe. "You fight well," Izuku said, his tone returning to its usual calm. "Your arrival was timely." Cherry blinked, shaking herself out of her stupor. The fuse on her bomb sizzled out an inch from her fingers. She tossed it aside. "Timely, babe. I live for this shit," she exclaimed, her energy returning in a rush. "That was the most beautiful goddamn thing I've ever seen. You just told their guns to shut up, and they did. And the way you took 'em apart. No wasted motion. All business. It's like violent art." From the hotel doorway, Vaggie and Charlie watched, stunned. Vaggie's hand was still clenched tight around her spear. But the defensive posture was gone, replaced by a kind of shocked reverence. This wasn't just a powerful demon. This was a force of nature. Izuku looked past Cherry, up at the V-tower looming in the distance, a single glowing eye in the city's skyline. He said he was restoring order. He tried to dismantle what I am building. A dangerous glint entered his eyes. "It's only fair that I return the favor." He looked at Cherry, whose single eye was gleaming with anticipation. "You like chaos, Cherry Bomb. It's my middle name. Handsome," she purred. "Good," Izuku said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. "Because we're about to systematically dismantle a significant portion of Vox's media empire. Tonight." Cherry's answering cheer was loud enough to be heard 3 blocks away. Inside the hotel, Angel Dust sighed and poured himself another drink. "There goes the neighborhood," he drawled. In the best possible way. The counterattack was not a brawl, it was a statement. Izuku, with Cherry Bomb as his gleefully destructive vanguard, didn't just march on the V-tower. That would have been predictable. Instead, he targeted the nervous system of Vox's empire. His broadcast and data relay stations scattered across the district. Their first target was Vox Tech Broadcast Tower Delta, a smaller spire that served as a primary signal hub for half of the western quarter of the city. It was defended, but by the same kind of tech-reliant security as the squad that had attacked the hotel. They were completely unprepared for what was coming. Cherry, in her element, created the distraction. A symphony of explosions rocked the tower's perimeter, each blast meticulously placed to herd the guards into a single, panicked cluster. They raised their energy shields, preparing for a frontal assault, their training kicking in. But the assault never came from the front. Izuku simply appeared in their command center. He didn't teleport in a flash of light. The shadows in the corner of the room just seemed to coalesce, and then he was there. The guards inside didn't even have time to raise their weapons. With a single, silent wave of his hand, a wave of crimson energy washed over the control panels. Screens went dark. Consoles sparked and died. The tower's entire operational grid was wiped clean in an instant. The guards froze, their weapons now useless hunks of metal, as the red-eyed being in the center of their dead control room turned to look at them. He didn't need to say a word. They dropped their guns and ran. Outside, Cherry cackled as she watched the lights on the massive broadcast antenna flicker and die. "That's one for the home team." They moved like ghosts through the city, a partnership of silent, absolute power and loud, joyful destruction. At a Vox Tech server farm, Izuku simply walked through the wall, the reinforced steel and concrete turning intangible before him. He laid a hand on the central server, and a surge of Rimson will erased petabytes of data, smear campaigns, blackmail material, financial records, in a single, silent pulse. Meanwhile, Cherry was having the time of her life, using her bombs to turn Vox's fleet of patrol drones into a spectacular fireworks display. Their final target for the night was the Kenta Killscreen Studio, the flagship production facility for Vox's most popular propaganda shows. This was a direct strike at the heart of his influence. This time, they went in through the front door. The blast from Cherry's initial volley blew the reinforced studio doors off their hinges and sent them cartwheeling down the street. The ensuing firefight was a blur of pink explosions and crimson force. Izuku acted as an anchor, a calm center in the storm. He created shields to protect Cherry from return fire, manipulated the battlefield by collapsing catwalks and sealing corridors, and disabled enemy hardware with a thought. Freed from any concern for her own safety, Cherry became a whirlwind of anarchic glee. She danced through the chaos, her laughter echoing off the walls as she planted bombs on cameras, lighting rigs, and anything that looked expensive. In the final moments of the assault, Izuku strode onto the main broadcast stage. A single, terrified Vox tech producer was cowering behind the news desk. Izuku ignored him. He looked directly into the lens of the primary broadcast camera, which, miraculously, was still active and transmitting. He knew Vox would be watching. He didn't make a speech. He didn't issue a threat. He just met the camera's gaze for 3 long, silent seconds. In that silence, he let his power flare, just for an instant. The camera lens glowed with a faint crimson light, an image that would be burned into the memory of every sinner watching. Then, with a quiet hum, the camera, and every other piece of technology in the studio, went dead. The broadcast across Pentagram City cut to static. In the sudden, ringing silence, surrounded by the wreckage of one of Vox's crown jewels, Cherry Bomb leaned against a smoldering piece of set dressing, panting slightly, her face flushed with adrenaline and excitement. "Okay," she said, her voice filled with a breathless awe she rarely showed. "That was the sickest thing I have ever done." She looked at Izuku, who stood perfectly still, the faint red glow fading from his eyes. "You're not just a powerhouse, Greenie. You're a goddamn statement." She pushed herself off the wall and walked up to him, her usual manic energy replaced by a rare sincerity. She looked him up and down, taking in the sheer, confident stillness he exuded. This wasn't just a partner for a night of mayhem. This was the future. This was a king. "All right, I'm in," she said, jabbing a thumb at her own chest. "For real, I'm with you. Whatever you're building, whatever you're planning, I want a piece of it. I've been a solo act my whole afterlife, fighting for turf and thrills. But this is different. You're not just breaking shit. You're breaking the whole damn system." She held out a hand, a gesture of allegiance she had never offered anyone. "You point me at the next target, and I'll blow it to kingdom come. My bombs and my loyalty are yours. Crimson King." Izuku looked at her outstretched hand, then met her gaze. He saw the genuine fire in her eye, the fierce desire for belonging masked by a persona of chaos. He gave a slight nod and clasped her hand, his grip firm and steady. "Welcome aboard, Cherry Bomb," he said. "There is much to be done." High in the V Tower, the silence was absolute. X's screen was frozen on a single image, the static-filled blue screen that had replaced his flagship broadcast. The air crackled with a rage so profound it was almost a physical force. Valentino had long since departed, claiming that negative energy was bad for his complexion. Only Velvet remained. She wasn't looking at Vox. She was staring at her tablet, a small, triumphant smile on her face. The social networks were on fire. The myth of Izuku was crystallizing, and she had a front-row seat. Vox's power was built on the perception of omnipresence and control. In one night, Izuku had shattered that perception completely. He hadn't just beaten Vox's forces, he had muted him. He'd taken away his voice. "His name," Velvet said quietly, "is Izuku." Vox slowly turned, his screen glitching between a furious red and the dead blue of his failed broadcast. "What? His name?" she repeated, looking up at him. "The one you keep calling, the anomaly. I've been monitoring the chatter from around the hotel. His name is Izuku, and he's not the future, Vox. He's the now." She tucked her tablet into her jacket. "You tried to handle this with brute force and failed spectacularly. It's time for a more finessed approach. And what do you suggest?" Vox hissed. We send him a strongly worded letter. No, Velvet said, walking towards the elevator. I'm going to send him an invitation. She paused, turning back with a glint in her eye. You tried to make him your enemy. I'm going to see if he's interested in becoming a partner. Or, at the very least, her smile widened, a much more profitable rival. The invitation arrived at the Hazbin Hotel the next morning. It wasn't a letter or a message. It was a small, sleek black drone that projected a shimmering, holographic invitation card in the air before Charlie. The card simply read, "The Perch. Midnight. Let's talk trends. V. It's a trap," Vaggie stated immediately, leveling her spear at the hologram. "It's an opportunity," Izuku countered. Stepping into the room, he had been on the roof, feeling the psychic pulse of the city, sensing the shifts in power he had caused. Vox is the muscle and the mouth. Valentino is the vice. But Velvet, she is the brain. She sees the patterns. She doesn't want a war she can't guarantee she'll win. She wants to negotiate. Negotiate what? Charlie asked nervously. We have nothing she wants. Oh, I think we do, Izuku said, his gaze distant. We have authenticity. We have a story. We have me. In her world, that's the most valuable currency there is. That night, Izuku went to the meeting alone. The Perch was an exclusive rooftop bar atop one of the few skyscrapers not owned by the V's, a neutral ground for the Overlord class. The air was thin, the view was spectacular. And the clientele were the kind of demons who made deals that shaped the fate of thousands. Velvet was waiting for him at a private table at the edge of the roof, overlooking the glittering, chaotic expanse of Pentagram City. She wore a stunning, avant-garde outfit of black and white, a stark contrast to Hell's usual crimson palette. A glass of something purple and bubbly sat untouched in front of her. Izuku, she said as he approached, her voice a smooth purr. She gestured to the chair opposite her. I'm so glad you could make it. I was worried you might be the shoot first, ask questions never type. It gets so dreadfully boring. Izuku sat, his calm presence a stark contrast to the nervous energy of the bar around them. I only shoot when I'm shot at, he replied simply. Your associate shot first. Vox is sentimental about his market share, Velvet said with a dismissive wave of her hand. He sees a new product and his first instinct is a hostile takeover. I, on the other hand, prefer strategic partnerships. She leaned forward, her sharp eyes scanning him, analyzing him not as a fighter, but as a phenomenon. You, my dear, are the biggest, most disruptive new trend this shithole has seen in centuries. You have power, a clear brand identity, the strong protector, very heroic, very marketable, and an air of mystery that is simply to die for. I'm not a trend, Izuku said, his voice flat. Oh, don't be so modest. She laughed, a sharp, musical sound. Everything and everyone in hell is a trend. Power, fear, sex, violence, they're all just products to be packaged and sold. And you, with your righteous fury and your absurdly noble cause, are the most exciting product of all. You're selling hope. It's a niche market down here, but it has explosive growth potential. This was her world. A chessboard of influence, perception, and branding. He was a powerful new piece, and she was trying to figure out how to play him. What do you want, Velvet? Izuku asked, cutting through the verbal sparring. Her smile didn't falter. She appreciated the directness. A truce, for starters. Between your operation and the V's. Vox's frontal assault was a clumsy, expensive failure. It's bad for business. Wrecking half a district tends to lower property values. She took a sip of her drink. And beyond that, a media alliance. You're a story that needs to be told. I'm the best storyteller in hell. Let me shape your narrative. I'll make you a legend. A king. We'll sideline Vox's aggressive propaganda and push a new message. The message of the Crimson King, the one who brings real change. Real protection. And in return, I get to be on the winning side of history, of course, she said, her eyes gleaming. I get a cut of the influence. I get to direct the biggest show in hell. And I get to be tied to the single most powerful entity to emerge in living memory. It's a win-win. Izuku considered her. She was sharp, ambitious, and utterly ruthless. But she wasn't lying. Control of the media was control of the perception of reality, and with heaven undoubtedly planning a response, he would need that. A war on two fronts, one holy, one informational, was inefficient. No partnership, Izuku stated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. I am not one of the V's. I will not be. He saw a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. But he continued before she could speak. But a truce is acceptable. And a media alliance, on my terms, could be beneficial. Velvet's predatory smile returned. The game was still on. And what are your terms, Mr. Izuku? You will report the truth of what I do, he said. No spin. No propaganda. My actions will speak for themselves. You may broadcast them, but you will not twist them. The hotel is a place for redemption, not a political tool. My territory is a sanctuary, not a brand. It was an audacious demand. Asking the master of spin to report the unvarnished truth was like asking a shark not to bite. Velvet was silent for a long moment, studying him. This was not the power-hungry brute she had expected. There was an ideology behind the power, a rigid, unbreakable code. It was fascinating, and, in its own way, incredibly compelling. No spin, she finally said, a husky laugh escaping her. Darling, you wound me. The truth is just a story we all agree on. But, for you, she tapped a long nail against her glass. All right, a challenge. I'll be your platform, not your publicist. For now, she stood, extending a hand. It's a deal. For now. Izuku stood and shook her hand. Her grip was firm, her skin cool. A current of energy seemed to pass between them, a clash of wills, of influence and raw power. It wasn't hostile, it was electric. I have a feeling, Velvet said, her voice dropping to a more intimate register as she held his gaze, that we're going to have a very interesting, and very profitable, future together. She released his hand and turned to leave, her hips swaying with practiced confidence. Do try to stay interesting, Izuku. There's nothing I hate more than a boring trend. As Izuku watched her go, he knew this was just the beginning. He had a truce with one of the most powerful players in the city. But his victory over Vox's forces and the looming threat from heaven had exposed a critical weakness. His power was immense, but it was his alone. To build a true sanctuary, to fight a war, he needed more than followers. He needed an army, and an army needed weapons. Angelic killing weapons. There was only one demon in hell who specialized in that particular trade. A woman who valued power, business, and family above all else. His next visit would not be to a rooftop bar for a battle of wits, but to a fortified industrial complex for a much more dangerous negotiation. He had to see Carmilla Carmine. Carmilla Carmine's estate was less a home and more a fortress. Located in an industrial district far from the neon glow of central Pentagram City. It was a sprawling compound of dark, elegant architecture and hardened defenses. The air here smelled not of sin and desperation, but of gunpowder, ozone, and cold steel. Izuku approached the main gate alone. He had announced his intention, and Vaggie had insisted it was suicide. She's an overlord, Izuku. She deals with the other overlords because she has to. She doesn't take meetings with upstarts. She'll kill you just for stepping on her lawn. But Izuku knew Carmilla was a pragmatist, a businesswoman, and he was about to become her single biggest potential client. He was met at the gate by guards in impeccable uniforms, armed with rifles that hummed with a dangerous energy. They said nothing, simply escorted him into the main factory building. The inside was a cavernous space, a cathedral of industry. The rhythmic clang of hammers, the hiss of hydraulics, and the blinding flash of welding arcs filled the air. Demons worked with a quiet, focused discipline, assembling weapons of exquisite lethality. He was led to an office overlooking the factory floor. Carmilla Carmine stood with her back to him, observing her workers. She was tall, graceful, and exuded an aura of lethal competence. She wore a severe, high-collared dress that was both elegant and practical. When she finally turned, her eyes were sharp and calculating. "Mr. Midoriya," she said, her voice smooth and cold as polished steel. "You have made a great deal of noise in a very short amount of time. To what do I owe the pleasure of this disruption to my day?" "I need weapons, Ms. Carmine," Izuku said directly. "Weapons capable of killing angels. You are the only reliable supplier in hell." Carmilla raised a skeptical eyebrow. "My weapons are for defending one's territory and assets. They are sold to established powers to maintain the balance. You are not an established power. You are a meteor, a brilliant flash destined to burn out quickly. Selling to you would be a poor investment and would draw unwanted attention from both my clientele and from heaven. Adam is dead, Izuku stated. I destroyed his soul. The balance you speak of is already broken. A new one is being forged. Avayan will not send another small extermination squad. They will send a crusade. When they do, your other clients will hide behind their walls and hope the storm passes. I will be the one fighting it. A flicker of something, surprise, interest, crossed her face at the news of Adam's final death, but her cold composure remained. A bold claim, but your fight is not my concern. My only concern, she said, her voice softening almost imperceptibly as two younger demons, her daughters, entered the office from a side door, is the safety of my family. Clara and Odette, her two teenage daughters, moved with the grace of trained dancers. They gave Izuku a curious glance before going to their mother's side. Carmilla's entire demeanor shifted in their presence. The cold overlord was replaced by the fiercely protective mother. The steel in her eyes became an impenetrable shield. As you can see, I have responsibilities, Carmilla said, her tone final. Your war is not one of them. Thank you for your inquiry, but my answer is no. It was a complete shutdown. Izuku knew pressing her further would be pointless. He gave a respectful nod. I understand. He turned to leave, his mind already racing for another solution. He would have to find a way to forge his own weapons if he had to. And then, hell itself seemed to offer a rebuttal. A high-pitched, divine shriek tore through the air, followed by the sound of an explosion that shook the entire factory to its foundations. Alarms blared. The disciplined workers on the floor below erupted into panicked shouts. Through the large office window, they saw the source. A small squad of exorcists, no more than 5, had descended. But these were different from the extermination horde. They moved with a singular, vicious purpose, their golden masks gleaming with vengeful light. They ignored the factory workers, cutting a direct path towards Carmilla's office. On their leader's arm was a familiar-looking gauntlet, one Izuku recognized from Adam's second-in-command, Lute. This wasn't a random attack. It was a targeted assassination. Adam's vengeful, petty attempt to tie up a loose end from beyond the grave, targeting the one person who could arm his killer. Daughters, get back, Carmilla commanded, shoving Clara and Odette behind her as she produced two elegant, fan-like blades from her dress. Her face was a mask of cold, maternal fury. The lead exorcist shattered the armored glass of the window, landing in the office with two others. They were fast, faster than the ones Izuku had fought at the hotel. Carmen, the leader hissed, her voice distorted by her mask. For supplying the weapons that harm the Legion, your life is forfeit. Two of the angels lunged at Carmilla. But the third, seeing a tactical opening, darted towards the two terrified girls cowering behind the desk. Carmilla saw it, a flicker of sheer panic crossing her face. She was engaged. She couldn't possibly reach her daughters in time. But Izuku could. In the space of a single, drawn-out heartbeat, he moved. He didn't just run. He flowed, a current of crimson will. He appeared between the charging exorcist and the girls, his back to them, a living shield. He didn't even look at the angel. He simply raised his hand. The exorcist's blessed spear, aimed for Odette's heart, stopped dead a millimeter from Izuku's palm, held fast by an invisible force. The angel grunted, pushing with all her might, but the weapon wouldn't budge. It was like trying to drive steel through a mountain. Izuku's eyes glowed, and he pushed back with his power. A wave of concussive force erupted from him, not just stopping the angel but flinging her back through the broken window with the force of a cannonball. The other two exorcists, seeing their companion dispatched so effortlessly, turned their attention to this new threat. They abandoned Carmilla and charged Izuku in a coordinated attack. Carmilla watched, her blades held ready, her mind struggling to process what was happening. She had been prepared to die for her daughters, but this stranger, this meteor, she had just dismissed, had put himself in the path of a holy spear for them without a moment's hesitation. The fight was over before it truly began. Izuku met the two-pronged assault with an almost bored efficiency. He caught one spear by the shaft, the holy metal sizzling against his crimson-wreathed hand, and snapped it in two. With his other hand, He unleashed a tight beam of energy that struck the second angel in the chest, blasting her clean through the far wall. The first angel, now unarmed, tried to attack him with her bare hands. Izuku simply placed his palm on her forehead. There was a gentle pulse of red light, and the exorcist collapsed, unconscious but alive. Silence descended on the ruined office. Carmilla stood frozen, her blades half lowered, staring at the scene. Her daughters were safe, huddled behind the man who had just dismantled a team of angelic assassins in seconds. Izuku turned, the red glow in his eyes fading. He looked at Clara and Odette, his gaze softening as he saw their fear. "Are you both all right?" They could only nod, too shocked to speak. He then turned to face Carmilla. The dynamic between them had been irrevocably altered. He was no longer a potential client. He was the man who had just proven his core philosophy in the most visceral way possible. Strength exists to protect. And he had used his to protect what she held most dear. Carmilla slowly sheathed her blades. The cold, calculating mask of the Overlord was gone. In its place was something new. A deep, profound respect. Her business was selling the means of protection. Izuku Midoriya was protection incarnate. "You have my attention, Mr. Midoriya," Carmilla said, her voice now devoid of its earlier dismissal. It held a new weight, a new sincerity. She gestured towards the interior of her compound, away from the wreckage. "Come inside. We have much to discuss." Chapter 3. The first seal is broken. The sanctum of absolute light was a place beyond mortal comprehension, a realm woven from the very fabric of divine will. It was not a physical location so much as a state of being. A nexus of celestial power where the Seraphim Council convened. Light here was not merely illumination. It was substance, flowing in silent rivers, chiming with unheard melodies, and solidifying into the crystalline architecture that soared into an infinite, golden empyrean. At its center, upon a throne that was both a seat of judgment and a font of creation, sat Seraphil. His 6 wings, vast and radiant, were not made of feathers but of pure, solidified starlight, each one a testament to his station as the supreme commander of heaven's legions and the enforcer of the divine mandate. His face, beautiful and terrible in its perfection, was a mask of serene certainty. But today, a flicker of something colder, something harder, burned in his lambent eyes. He looked down upon the kneeling figure before him, a figure whose own divine light seemed tarnished, dimmed by humiliation and rage. Adam, the first man, the former leader of the exorcists, knelt with his head bowed. But his hands were clenched into fists so tight his knuckles were bone white. The phantom pain of his shattered guitar axe, his symbol of authority and personal pleasure, throbbed in his soul. The memory of the green-haired upstart's calm, dismissive power was a brand of shame seared into his very essence. "You failed." Seraphil's voice was not loud, but it resonated through the sanctum, carrying the weight of galaxies. It was a statement of fact, devoid of condemnation yet heavier than any curse. "He was different," Adam growled, the sound a discordant note in the perfect harmony of the chamber. "Not a sinner, not a hellborn. He felt wrong, like a glitch in the system. His power was raw, untamed. It didn't feel like hell's magic." "We are aware," Seraphil stated, his gaze distant, as if peering through the veils of reality itself. "Our scryers have confirmed it. The soul of a mortal from a shattered world, a hero's soul, impossibly potent. It was never meant to fall into the pit. Its very existence there is a corruption, an anathema to the great plan. It is a weed growing in the sacred garden, and it must be uprooted before it chokes out the light." Adam looked up, his golden eyes blazing with renewed purpose. "Then let me do it. Give me the power. Give me an army, a real army, not just the usual extermination crew. Let me go back down there and wipe that smug look off his face and his entire pathetic hotel off the map." Seraphil's gaze sharpened, focusing on Adam with an intensity that made the first man flinch. "Your enthusiasm is noted. But your previous failure demonstrates that brute force and arrogance are insufficient against this anomaly. This is not a culling of the weak. This is a targeted crusade. This is surgery, not butchery. You will require a divine instrument. A tool forged for the specific purpose of unmaking such cosmic errors." With a gesture, the very light in the sanctum coalesced. It flowed from the ceiling, from the walls, from the throne itself. weaving together into a solid, blinding form. It descended slowly, radiating an aura of such immense power that Adam felt an instinctual urge to prostrate himself fully. The light solidified, revealing a spear. It was 8 feet long, crafted from a material that looked like solidified dawn. The shaft was inscribed with celestial runes that pulsed with a soft, internal glow, telling the story of creation itself. The spearhead was a single, flawless diamond, honed to an edge sharper than a thought, and within it, a miniature star burned with righteous fury. "The spear of Michael," Seraphiel announced, his voice taking on the timbre of a prophet. "The very weapon the archangel used to cast the great deceiver from heaven's grace. It does not merely wound the physical form. It strikes at the very concept of a being, unraveling the threads of their existence. Against a mortal soul, even one as potent as this, Izuku Midoriya, it will be an absolute unmaking." Adam's breath hitched. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers stopping just short of touching the sacred weapon. This was power. True, undeniable, divine power. This was the key to his vengeance. "He has declared a section of hell his territory," Seraphiel continued, a hint of cosmic disgust in his tone. "He has taken the misguided dream of the Morningstar's whelp and given it teeth. He offers protection. This is an intolerable perversion. Hell is a place of punishment, of eternal consequence. It is not a sanctuary. He is not merely a demon, he is a false messiah of the damned, and his heresy must be silenced." The spear of Michael drifted down until its butt rested on the crystalline floor before Adam. "You will lead not just a squad of exorcists, but a full legion of heaven's virtues," Seraphiel commanded. "The swiftest, the strongest, the most devoted warriors of the celestial host. Lute will be your second, her discipline will temper your passion. You will descend upon this Hazbin hotel. You will breach its profane defenses, and you will use this spear to erase the anathema from creation. Do not fail me again, Adam." Adam's grin was a savage slash across his face. He grabbed the spear, and its power surged through him, a jolt of pure, holy energy that healed his pride and stoked the fires of his hatred into a white-hot inferno. He could feel its song of judgment in his blood. "He's already dead," Adam snarled, his voice distorted by the power flowing through him. "He just doesn't know it yet." As Adam and the newly mustered Legion of Virtues prepared for their crusade, a very different kind of preparation was underway in hell. The Hazbin Hotel had transformed. The air of desperate, almost manic optimism was still there, courtesy of Charlie, but it was now underpinned by a foundation of quiet, focused industry. The lobby, once a place for chaotic group therapy sessions and Angel Dust's lurid jokes, now often served as a command center. Izuku Midoriya, the source of this transformation, stood before a large, crudely drawn map of the hotel and its immediate surroundings, pinned to a requisitioned concierge desk. "The main entrance remains the primary vulnerability," he said, his voice calm and steady, a rock in the sea of anxiety. He pointed a finger at the double doors. "Carmilla's shipments have been generous." Indeed they had. Ning against the walls were crates stamped with the Carmen sigil. Inside were weapons of exquisite, deadly craftsmanship. Angelic steel reforged into crossbows with explosive-tipped bolts, polearms that hummed with a low, disruptive energy, and even a few experimental rifles that fired rounds jacketed in the blessed metal. Vagi, standing beside him, her arms crossed, nodded in agreement. The former exorcist felt a grim irony in planning to use her old comrade's own steel against them. Her initial, deep-seated suspicion of Izuku had not vanished, but it had been forced to retreat in the face of his actions. He hadn't demanded worship or fear. He had simply acted, erecting a shield of pure, undeniable power around them and then methodically working to reinforce it. He listened to her tactical suggestions, deferred to her knowledge of angelic combat doctrine, and treated her as a partner, not a subordinate. It was disarming and, to her own private annoyance, incredibly attractive. "The walls are fortified with your will," Vagi said, still struggling to find the right words for his power. "They'll hold against a standard assault. But if they bring something heavier, a divine battering ram or a seraph-class warrior, they could breach the perimeter. The rooftops are our second weak point. Cherry's handling that," Izuku said with a faint smile. On cue, a series of muffled thumps echoed from above, followed by the distant, gleeful cackle of cherry bomb. She had taken to her new role as head of demolitions and perimeter defense with a passion that was both inspiring and terrifying. She had spent the last week rigging the entire rooftop and the surrounding buildings with a network of her signature explosives, now enhanced with shards of angelic steel provided by Carmilla. She called her masterpiece, the Angel Pop Surprise. "We need to drill the residents," Vaggie insisted, her one eye scanning the lobby where Angel Dust was currently trying to teach Serpentius how to vogue, with disastrous results. Nifty was chasing a particularly resilient cockroach with a holy water-filled spray bottle, a gift from Izuku who found her enthusiasm useful. "They're not soldiers." "No," Izuku agreed, turning to face her. "They're not, and I won't force them to be. But they need to know how to defend themselves, how to get to the panic rooms we've established in the sub-basement. Their survival is the point of all this." He met her gaze, and for a moment, the sheer force of his conviction was like a physical blow. This wasn't about power for him. It was about principle. The principle that the strong had a duty, a sacred obligation, to protect the weak. It was a hero's creed, spoken in the heart of hell, and it resonated with the broken angel within Vaggie. "I'll get them organized," she said, her voice softer than she intended. As she moved to wrangle the hotel's chaotic denizens, Charlie approached Izuku, her expression a mixture of awe and profound worry. She had watched him work tirelessly, transforming her fragile hope into a tangible fortress. He was the miracle she had prayed for, but he was a miracle forged in combat and crimson energy, and the looming threat of heaven's wrath terrified her. "Are you sure about this, Izuku?" she asked, wringing her hands. We're provoking them. Adam is going to come back, and he'll be angrier than ever. Maybe we could try to talk to them. Explain that we're just trying to help people." Izuku looked at her, his expression softening. He saw the genuine, beautiful purity in her soul, a light that had no business shining in a place like this. And he knew he would do anything to keep it from being extinguished. "Charlie," he said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her skin tingled at the contact, a strange warmth spreading from the point of contact. "Your dream is a noble one. The most noble I've ever seen. But you cannot reason with a force that believes your very existence is a sin to be purged. They see redemption as their exclusive domain, and they will view your attempt as blasphemy. Hope is a beautiful seed, but it needs soil to grow in. We are creating that soil, a place safe enough for your dream to take root. To do that, we have to be strong enough to keep the storm at bay." His words, meant to be reassuring, only partially landed. The idea of a storm was an understatement. What was coming was a holy war, and her hotel was to be its first battlefield. A wave of nausea and fear washed over her. She felt the familiar, prickling heat behind her eyes, the precursor to her full demonic form. A power she had always feared and suppressed. She saw Izuku's concerned look and quickly shoved it down, forcing a wobbly smile. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I trust you." Izuku gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze before turning back to the map. He trusted her too, more than she knew. He could feel the immense, dormant power within her, a sleeping titan of royal hellfire and fallen grace. He knew that before this was over, she would be forced to awaken it, not for violence, but for the very reason he fought, to protect. The preparations continued. Carmilla Carmen arrived in person, a rare occurrence. The overlord of weapons manufacturing surveyed the defenses with a critical, appraising eye, her two daughters flanking her like elegant shadows. She and Izuku spoke in low, serious tones, discussing kill zones, supply lines, and the tensile strength of his crimson energy constructs. Her respect for him, earned when he saved her daughters without a second thought, had deepened into a solid, unshakable alliance. She saw in him not a chaotic warlord, but a king building a nation, and she was a pragmatist above all else. A stable, defended hell was a profitable hell. Velvet had also made her presence known, not physically, but through her pervasive media network. She had framed the hotel's fortification as the ultimate act of counterculture rebellion, a middle finger to both heaven's tyranny and the stagnant, self-devouring politics of hell's old guard. Izuku was the new, explosive trend, and she was his sole purveyor. Sinners, inspired by this message of defiance or simply seeking safety, had begun to flock to the hotel's vicinity, creating a small, burgeoning community under the umbrella of Izuku's protection. They became a volunteer force, eager to help, manning barricades and learning to use Carmilla's weapons under Vaji's stern tutelage. For a few days, an illusion of stability settled over their small corner of Pentagram City. It was a tense, charged peace. The deep breath before the plunge. Then the sky broke. It began not with a sound, but with a sickening, silent tear in the fabric of reality. Directly above the Hazbin Hotel, the perpetually crimson sky of hell wavered, then ripped open, not with the jagged, chaotic energy of a demonic portal, but with a clean, perfect, golden gash. It was a wound of holy light, and from it, heaven bled its soldiers. A single, clarion horn blast echoed through the city, a sound of pure, unadulterated judgment that caused every sinner who heard it to freeze in terror. Then, the legion poured out. They were not the standard exorcists. Those were the rabble, the frontline shock troops. These were the virtues. Their armor was polished silver and gold, their wings were not black but brilliant white. And they moved with a synchronized, terrifying grace. They filled the sky, a silent, disciplined tide of divine wrath, their faces serene and merciless. At their head, floating before the portal like an avenging deity, was Adam. He was no longer the rock and roll inspired punk. He was clad in golden armor that seemed to be an extension of his own body, and in his hand, he held the spear of Michael. The weapon blazed with a light so intense it cast long, dancing shadows across the entirety of Pentagram City. The power radiating from him was immense, a crushing pressure that made the very air thick and hard to breathe. Beside him, Lute watched the scene below with cold satisfaction. Her mask was gone, replaced by a helmet that left her grim, determined face exposed. This was not a purge. This was a righteous execution. Behold, you filthy mistakes. Adam's voice, amplified by celestial power, boomed across the city, shaking buildings to their foundations. Your day of reckoning is at hand. I gave you a chance to die with a little dignity, but your new protector spat in my face. So now, I will unmake this entire shithole. Starting with him, he pointed the spear of Michael at the hotel, and a beam of pure, white-hot energy erupted from its tip. It screamed through the air, a comet of annihilation aimed at the hotel's front door. But it never hit. A shield of solid crimson energy, impossibly dense, flared into existence just before impact. The beam of holy light smashed against it, creating a blinding explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the district. The shield held, not even cracking. On the hotel's balcony, Izuku stood, his hand outstretched, his green eyes glowing with a fierce, crimson light. They're here. Vaji's voice was a drive. Ill sergeants bark over the newly installed communication system. All forces, battle stations, rooftop teams, stand by for my mark. Ground defense, hold the line. The battle for the Hazbin Hotel had begun. The first wave of virtues descended, their movements silent and swift. They were an aerial tide of death, armed with blessed lances and swords. The ground shook as sinners, many for the first time in their damned existences, stood their ground behind the barricades. They were terrified, but the sight of Izuku's shield holding against Adam's initial blast had ignited a spark of defiance in them. Fire! Vaji roared. The world erupted into chaos. Carmilla's weapons unleashed hell upon heaven's soldiers. Explosive-tipped crossbow bolts detonated in midair, showering squadrons of angels with blessed shrapnel. The angelic steel rifles cracked, punching clean through celestial armor. The first few virtues fell, their perfect forms dissipating into motes of golden light before they even hit the ground. The angels, unused to such organized, effective resistance from the denizens of hell, faltered for a barest fraction of a second. It was all the opening cherry bomb needed. Light 'em up, boys and girls. She screamed with manic glee from the hotel's rooftop. With a dramatic flourish, she slammed her fist down on a large, red detonator. Her angel pop surprise went off in a symphony of destruction. Explosives hidden on the surrounding rooftops detonated in sequence, creating a lethal web of fire and shrapnel that shredded the angels' coordinated formations. Their deaths. NT turned from a graceful dive into a panicked, chaotic tumble. Vaji watched from the command post in the lobby, her one eye taking in everything. They're disorganized. Press the attack. Aim for the wings. A grounded angel is a dead angel. Her orders were crisp, precise, born of years of fighting on the other side. She directed squads of defenders like a master chess player, exploiting every opening, shoring up every weakness. She and Izuku had planned for this, and seeing their strategies come to life, seeing them work, filled her with a fierce, brutal pride. On the front lines, it was a maelstrom. Angel Dust, wielding two of Carmilla's custom-made angelic steel submachine guns, danced through the combat zone, his multiple arms making him a whirlwind of deadly firepower. Serpentius, from the relative safety of a fortified window, used his own inventions to launch canisters of a viscous, flammable substance that Cherry's stray explosions would then ignite. But the Virtues were Heaven's elite for a reason. They quickly regrouped, their discipline overriding their shock. Led by a furious Lute, they formed smaller, more agile strike teams, weaving through the explosive-laden airspace to engage the defenders on the ground. A breach occurred on the eastern flank. A trio of Virtues, their golden spears a blur, smashed through a barricade, slaughtering the sinners defending it. They moved with a chilling efficiency, their faces impassive as they reaped souls. They were heading for one of the entrances to the hotel's panic rooms, where a group of non-combatant residents, including some of the newer arrivals, were huddled in terror. Charlie saw it from her vantage point near the main entrance. A cold, primal dread washed over her, followed by a surge of pure, unadulterated rage. These were her people, her guests. They had come here seeking safety, believing in her dream, and now they were about to be murdered on her doorstep. No, she whispered, the word a guttural growl. No, the suppressed power within her, the legacy of both Lucifer's fallen grace and Lilith's ancient demonic might, erupted. Her eyes turned from hopeful white to blazing, infernal red. Her horns, usually small and subtle, grew, curling into a magnificent, intimidating crown. A cloak of shadows and embers swirled around her, and her voice, when she spoke again, was a layered chorus of command and fury. Get away from them. Quote, she moved, a blur of motion faster than any of the Virtues could track. She appeared between them and the panic room door, her hands wreathed in hellfire. The lead angel lunged, its spear aimed at her heart. Charlie didn't even flinch. She caught the spear in one hand, the blessed metal hissing and steaming against her demonic flesh but failing to pierce it. The angel's serene expression shattered into one of pure shock. With her other hand, she unleashed a torrent of concentrated hellfire, not the wild, chaotic flames of an imp, but a focused, controlled blast of royal power. It struck the angel dead center, and the celestial being didn't just die, it was incinerated, its armor melting, its form dissolving into screaming ash. The other two Virtues stared in horror before Charlie was upon them, a whirlwind of righteous fury, defending her people with the very power she had always been afraid to embrace. From the sky, Adam watched the battle unfold with growing impatience. His cannon fodder was being held back by organized filth and, was that the Morningstar brat, finally growing a spine? It didn't matter. They were all just distractions. His true target was the one standing on the balcony, the calm center of the storm. Tired of hiding behind your little shield, you freak? Adam bellowed, leveling the spear of Michael. Izuku's crimson shield dissolved. He had been using the time to assess the enemy, to coordinate his forces through a subtle telepathic link he had established with Vagi, and most importantly, to gather his own power. He rose into the air, crimson energy swirling around him like a cloak. Your fight is with me, Adam. Izuku's voice was calm, yet it carried over the din of battle, a clear challenge. Leave them out of this. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this, Adam sneered. He shot forward, a golden meteor against the red sky, the spear of Michael leading the charge. The duel began. Their first clash was a cataclysm of sound and light. Izuku met the tip of the holy spear not with a weapon, but with a blade of pure, solidified crimson will. The impact sent a shockwave that cracked the windows of buildings for a mile in every direction. The ground forces, both angel and demon, stumbled, momentarily deafened by the sonic boom. Adam was relentless. He was a being of pure, divine might, and the spear amplified it 100-fold. Every thrust, every swing, unleashed arcs of holy energy that could cleave a skyscraper in two. He was faster, stronger, and far more dangerous than he had been in their first encounter. Izuku was forced onto the defensive, his crimson energy constructs shattering under the spear's relentless assault. He parried a thrust that would have skewered him, the force of the blow say. Nding him careening backward through the air. What's wrong? Adam taunted, pressing his advantage. Can't handle a real weapon. This little beauty unmade the devil's pride. What chance does a pathetic, misplaced human soul have against it? He lunged again, and this time, the spearhead grazed Izuku's arm. The pain was unlike anything Izuku had ever felt. It wasn't a cut or a burn, it was an existential corrosion. He felt the power of the spear trying to unravel him, to erase the very concept of his being from reality. He gritted his teeth, flooding the wound with his own crimson will, forcing the holy energy back. Knitting himself back together through sheer, indomitable force of self. But he knew he couldn't keep this up. He was being weathered down. Adam was a genuine, cosmic-level threat with that weapon. Defending, parrying, it wasn't enough. He needed more. He needed to stop holding back. Down below, Vagi watched the sky-born duel with a knot of ice in her stomach. She saw Izuku get hit, saw him falter. For the first time, she felt a sliver of genuine fear for him. Izuku, she yelled into her comms, a useless, reflexive cry. Her distraction was almost fatal. Lute, seeing her chance, burst through the defensive line, her twin angelic daggers a blur. She moved with a speed and ferocity that put the other virtues to shame. She lunged for Vagi, her face a mask of cold fury. Traitor, Lute hissed. An explosion sent Lute flying sideways. Cherry bomb landed between them, a manic grin on her face. Oi, piss off, you feathery bitch. The one-eyed wonder is with us. The battle on the ground intensified. A desperate, bloody stalemate. But everyone, angel and sinner alike, could feel that the true conflict, the one that would decide everything, was happening above them. Izuku stabilized himself in the air, his arm screaming in protest. He looked at Adam, who was preparing for another, final charge, his face alight with triumphant sadism. Izuku closed his eyes. He let go of his restraint. The last vestiges of the man he used to be, the one who held back to avoid killing. This wasn't about winning a fight. This was about protecting his family. His home. Strength exists to build and protect. He thought, his own philosophy echoing in the core of his soul. And right now, protecting means destroying. He opened his eyes, and they were no longer just glowing green. They were twin pools of liquid crimson, blazing with raw, untethered power. You wanted to see what I really am, Adam. Izuku's voice was different now. Deeper, resonant with a power that made the very air vibrate. So be it. The crimson will erupted from him. It was not a shield or a blade this time. It was a second skin. It flowed over his body, solidifying into a suit of demonic crimson armor. The metal was dark, almost black, with veins of glowing red energy pulsing through it like blood. A horned helmet, stylized like a dragon's skull, formed around his head, his glowing eyes visible through the visor. Jagged, wing-like protrusions of pure energy sprouted from his back, not for flight, but as outlets for the sheer, overwhelming power he was now channeling. He was no longer a young man in a simple suit. He was an overlord, a king, a force of nature given form. Adam's charge faltered for a heartbeat, a flicker of true fear in his eyes at the sheer, suffocating pressure Izuku now radiated. It was a primal, dominant aura that screamed predator. He shook it off, roaring in defiance, and thrust the spear of Michael forward for the killing blow. Izuku didn't dodge, he didn't parry, he met the charge head-on. He caught the spear of Michael. His gauntleted hand closed around the blazing diamond tip. The holy energy flared, trying to unmake his armor, his hand, his very existence. But the crimson will, the absolute, conceptual power of a hero's resolve forged in hellfire, held. Cracks, like spiderwebs, began to form on the flawless spearhead. Adam's eyes went wide with disbelief. Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Izuku's armored voice echoed, when you have something to protect. With a roar that was part man, part demon, and part something more ancient, he squeezed. The spear of Michael, the divine weapon that cast Lucifer from heaven, shattered in his grip. The explosion was not of fire, but of pure conceptual energy. A wave of golden and crimson light blasted outwards, so powerful it vaporized every angel and demon fighting within a 1,000-foot radius of the aerial duel. The sky itself seemed to fracture, showing glimpses of a black, star-filled void beyond. The remaining legion on the ground froze, their divine minds unable to process what they had just witnessed. Their ultimate weapon, a holy relic of unimaginable power, had been broken by the sheer physical and metaphysical force of the creature before them. Adam was thrown back, disarmed and stunned, his borrowed power flickering. He stared at the shattered hilt in his hand, then at Izuku, who now floated before him, the embodiment of hell's defiance. "This is for everyone you've ever slaughtered for your own amusement," Izuku said, his voice cold as the void. He moved. It wasn't a flight, or a dash. He simply ceased to be in one place and appeared in front of Adam. He drove his armored fist into the first man's chest. The golden armor crumpled like paper. But it was not a physical blow. Adam felt no pain. He felt an unraveling. Izuku's crimson will poured into him, not to destroy his body, but to attack the very foundation of his being, his soul. Adam looked down and saw his hands beginning to glow, then flake away, not as ash, but as motes of fading memory and light. No, wait, the arrogance was gone, replaced by a primal, childlike terror. "You can't. I'm Adam, the first man. I can't be unmade. I'll just reform. I always reform." "Not this time," Izuku stated, pouring more and more power into him. "There will be nothing left to reform." Adam screamed. It was a thin, pathetic sound that was quickly swallowed by the process of his own obliteration. His soul, the arrogant, cruel, and eternal essence of the first man, was being systematically erased from the cosmic ledger. His light faded, his form dissolved, and his very concept was scattered into the infinite, ensuring that he could never, ever return. In a final, silent flash of golden light, Adam was gone. Not dead. Simply, not. Silence fell upon the battlefield. The Legion of Virtues stared into the sky where their leader had just been permanently deleted from existence. Their morale, their divine certainty, their entire reason for being there, shattered in an instant. The creature that had done it, this Crimson King, turned his burning gaze down upon them. Panic, and emotion few of them had ever truly experienced, erupted. The Celestial Legion broke. Their perfect formations dissolved into a frantic, desperate scramble back toward the golden portal. Lute was among them, her face pale with shock and horror. She was wounded, a deep gash in her side from one of Cherry's stray explosions. She tried to fly, but her wing was damaged, sending her into an uncontrolled spiral. Her discipline had been annihilated by the sheer, terrifying finality of what she had just witnessed. As she fell, a crimson shadow enveloped her. Izuku, his armor receding back into his being, caught her before she hit the ground. She struggled, her eyes wide with terror and rage. "Let go of me, abomination," she snarled, trying to bring a dagger to bear. Izuku simply held her fast, his grip like iron. He looked at her, his eyes still holding a remnant of the crimson fire. "It's over," he said, his voice once again his own. He watched as the last of the virtues fled through the portal, which then sealed itself shut, leaving behind a scarred, silent city under a bruised and broken sky. The first seal of heaven's dominion over hell had been broken, and he held one of its architects in his arms. Chapter 4. The Captive and the Conqueror. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a fractured, jarring impact. It was a symphony of agony. A dull, throbbing bassline resonated from the stump where her arm used to be, a wound cauterized by crimson energy that still seemed to hum with a phantom heat. A sharper, piercing melody played along her ribs, each breath a testament to their cracked and bruised state. Her left wing was a dead weight, a mangled ruin of divine feathers and shattered bone that sent waves of nausea through her with every flicker of her senses. The golden light of her halo, once a perfect, unwavering corona of divine authority, felt dim, flickering, a dying star in the black firmament of her defeat. Lute's eyes snapped open. The first thing she saw was a ceiling. It was an offensive shade of burgundy, with gaudy, peeling gold trim in a floral pattern that seemed to mock the pristine geometry of heaven. The air was thick, heavy with the scents of stale alcohol, cheap perfume, and something cloyingly sweet, like regret given form. It was the smell of hell. The realization crashed over her with the force of a physical blow, more potent than any injury. She was alive. She was a captive. Panic, cold and sharp, tried to seize her, but millennia of discipline clamped down on it like a vice. Panic was a luxury for the weak, a failing of the flesh and soul that exorcists were trained to burn away. She was a lieutenant of Adam, a soldier of the celestial host. She would not break. She forced herself to take a slow, methodical inventory. She was lying on a bed with sheets that felt suspiciously like silk, a decadent texture that repulsed her. The room was opulent in a tragically desperate way, a mismatch of velvet curtains, a cracked vanity mirror, and a threadbare rug depicting a scene of cartoonish debauchery. It was a sinner's room. The thought sent a fresh wave of revulsion through her. She tried to push herself up, only to hiss in pain as her injuries screamed in protest. Her right arm, her only good one, was bound to the bedframe with a thick leather strap. It wasn't tight enough to cut off circulation, but it was strong enough to hold her. Her legs were free, but a quick test told her they were too weak to support her weight. Trapped, defeated, humiliated, rage, pure and holy, began to simmer in the pit of her soul. Rage at the anathema, the green-haired blasphemy that had shattered their crusade. Rage at Adam for his arrogance, for falling to such a creature. Rage at herself for failing, for being taken. She closed her eyes, picturing the anathema's calm, almost bored expression as he'd dismantled her, as he'd shattered Adam's very soul into cosmic dust. He hadn't even seemed to be trying. The memory was a brand on her pride. She steeled herself for what was to come. Torture. She had studied the sinner's methods. They were crude, pathetic creatures who reveled in pain and degradation. They would try to break her, to wring secrets from her about heaven's defenses, about the seraphim, about the next extermination. She braced for it, reciting the edicts of Seraphil in her mind, a mantra of divine purpose. Purity through fire, order through judgment. The stain of sin must be cleansed. They could break her body, but her spirit was forged in the light of the throne itself. It was inviolate. The click of the door latch was like the cocking of a gun. Lute's head snapped towards the sound, her one good eye narrowed, her body tensing against the restraints. She prepared for the arrival of some monstrous, slavering demon. A creature of nightmare eager to begin its work. The reality was far more insulting. A winged, cat-like sinner with a perpetually unimpressed expression shuffled in, carrying a tray. He glanced at her, let out a long, world-weary sigh, and set the tray down on a nearby nightstand. It held a glass of water and a plate of something that looked like toast. "'Bout time you woke up," the sinner grumbled. His voice a low, gravelly rasp. "Boss said to bring you this when you did. Eat it, don't eat it. Don't give a shit." Lute stared at him, bewildered. This was the opening salvo of her interrogation. A tired bartender and a meager breakfast. The sheer absurdity of it was disorienting. "What is this mockery?" she snarled, her voice hoarse but filled with venom. The cat demon, Husk, just raised an eyebrow. "It's water and toast, lady. 5-star room service it ain't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a bar to run and a lifetime of poor decisions to contemplate." He turned to leave, his movements lazy and utterly devoid of the menace she had expected. "Wait," she commanded, the authority in her voice instinctive. "Where is he? Where is the anathema? Let him face me himself instead of sending his pathetic lackeys to taunt me." Husk paused at the door, looking back over his shoulder with an expression of profound boredom. "The anathema is busy. Not exactly at the top of his to-do list. Just try not to break anything. The princess gets weird about the furniture." He shrugged and closed the door, leaving Lute alone with her confusion and the insulting plate of toast. This was wrong. All wrong. This wasn't torture. It was neglect. It was a dismissal. They were treating her not as a high-value prisoner of war, but as a nuisance. The humiliation burned hotter than any physical pain. Her stewing was interrupted a second time when the door burst open, slamming against the wall with a resounding crack. This time, the figure that the doorway was exactly what she had expected. Vaggie stood there, her silver hair practically bristling with fury, her one remaining eye a pinpoint of absolute hatred. In her hand, she held a sharp, newly forged angelic steel spear. A weapon that hummed with a dangerous energy. Behind her, the Princess of Hell, Charlie Morningstar, hovered nervously, wringing her hands. "She's awake," Vaggie growled, her voice low and dangerous as she stalked into the room. She pointed the spear directly at Lute's throat. The cold, divine metal pressed against her skin. "Good." That saves us the trouble of waking you up before we kill you. This, Lute understood. This was the hatred she knew, the violence she expected. A grim, bloody smile touched her lips. Finally, she rasped, "A proper hellish welcome. Do you truly think you have what it takes, you little traitor? You fled the host. You have no conviction." Vaji's face contorted with rage. "I have enough conviction to run you through for every soul you reaped, you psychotic bitch. You stood by and laughed while your legion slaughtered innocent people. There are no innocent people in hell," Lute spat back, the dogma flowing from her as easily as breath. "Only sinners, filth, stains to be cleansed, a duty you abandoned for this." She gestured with her head towards the garish room, a look of utter contempt on her face. "Vaji, wait," Charlie pleaded, rushing to her side and placing a hand on her arm. "Please, don't. This isn't the way." "The hell it isn't, Charlie." Vaji shot back, not taking her eye off Lute. "She's a monster, a mass murderer. We can't just let her live here, in our hotel. What kind of message does that send? That we're a safe haven for our own butchers. It sends the message that we are better than them." Charlie insisted, her voice trembling but firm. "That we don't resort to murder and vengeance. That's the whole point of what we're trying to do." Lute watched the exchange with a sneer. Princess's naivete was so profound it was almost a physical force. It was pathetic. "Listen to your master, little fallen angel," she taunted Vaji. "She wants to sing campfire songs with murderers. A truly noble cause." The taunt worked. Vaji's knuckles went white on the spear shaft. "Shut your mouth. You don't get to talk. You don't get to do anything but die." The spear point pressed harder, drawing a thin line of golden ichor from Lute's neck. "Enough." The voice was calm, quiet, and yet it cut through the rage and desperation in the room like a divine decree. It carried an authority. Why that dwarfed Vaji's anger and Charlie's pleading. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable pressure that made Lute's teeth ache. Izuku Midoriya stood in the doorway. He hadn't raised his voice, but his presence filled the space completely, a silent, crushing weight of power. His green eyes, flecked with crimson, swept over the scene. They rested on Vaji's spear, then on Lute's defiant expression, and finally on Charlie's distressed face. He walked into the room, his footsteps silent on the rug. The pressure of his crimson will intensified, a low thrum that vibrated in Lute's very bones. It was the energy of a primordial force, an existence that operated on a scale far beyond angels or demons. He stopped beside Vaji, his gaze fixed on the spear she held. "Vaji," he said, his tone gentle but with an undercurrent of absolute command. "Lower the weapon." Vaji's whole body was rigid with defiance. "Izuku, you can't be serious. She's one of them. She was Adam's second in command. She led the charge on this very hotel. We have to end her. Her execution serves no purpose," Izuku stated simply. It wasn't a debate, it was a fact. It would be an act of vengeance, not justice. And vengeance is a luxury we cannot afford. It builds nothing. It would build a tombstone for a genocidal maniac. Vaji argued, her voice rising in frustration. It would send a message to heaven that we are not to be trifled with. I already sent that message when I unmade Adam's soul and shattered the spear of Michael, Izuku countered, his voice still level. The casual way he said it, the simple statement of a cataclysmic event, made even Vaji flinch. Killing a single, disarmed soldier is not a show of strength. It is a sign of fear. We are not afraid. He placed a hand gently on the shaft of her spear. His touch was light, but the weapon seemed to grow impossibly heavy in Vaji's grasp. The divine energy within it sputtered and died, cowed by his overwhelming will. Defeated, Vaji's shoulders slumped. The fire in her eye dimmed to a smoldering coal of resentment. With a frustrated sigh, she pulled the spear back. She shot one last venomous glare at Lute before stalking out of the room. Brushing past Izuku without a word, Charlie gave Izuku a look of profound gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. He gave her a small, reassuring nod. "Go talk to her, Charlie. She needs you right now more than I do. This is a difficult thing to accept. Her anger is not misplaced, only its target." Charlie nodded, her expression firming with resolve. She gave Lute one last look, a complex mixture of fear, pity, and a frustrating glimmer of hope. before hurrying out after Vaggie. The door clicked shut, leaving Lute alone with her conqueror. The silence that followed was immense. The pressure of his will remained, a constant, physical reminder of her powerlessness. He pulled a simple wooden chair from the corner of the room and placed it beside her bed, sitting down with a calm, unhurried motion. He didn't look at her with hatred, or triumph, or even curiosity. He looked at her the way a scientist might look at an anomaly, a puzzle to be understood. "You are Lute," he said. It wasn't a question. First Lieutenant to Adam, commander of the Exorcist Legions. Lute lifted her chin, her defiance a shield against the suffocating aura of his power. "And you are the anathema. The cosmic error. An abomination that has no place in the great design." A faint smile touched his lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. "An error, perhaps, or perhaps a correction. The great design seems to have a high tolerance for sanctioned genocide. I find that inefficient." His casual dismissal of divine writ was more shocking than any blasphemy she had ever heard. He spoke of Heaven's holy crusade as if it were a flawed business model. "It is not genocide," she snarled. "It is purification, a necessary culling to maintain cosmic balance. You, a creature of chaos, could never understand." "I understand that you were sent here to die," Izuku said, his voice cutting through her dogma. "Seraphiel gave Adam the spear of Michael and pointed him at me. It was not a calculated strike, it was a test. They sent you to probe my capabilities, and they did not care about the cost. When you were defeated, no reinforcements came. No angelic retrieval team was dispatched to recover their fallen warriors. They left you here. To them, you are a casualty report. An acceptable loss." Every word was a hammer blow against the foundations of her faith. She wanted to scream that he was lying, that heaven would never abandon its own. But the cold, hard reality of her situation was undeniable. She was here, in this sinner's bed, alone. No one had come for her. The silence from the heavens was absolute. "Heaven is perfect. Its wisdom is absolute," she recited, the words feeling hollow even to her own ears. "Is it?" Izuku leaned forward slightly, his crimson-flecked eyes boring into her. "Tell me, Lute, you have dedicated your existence to this cause. What is its ultimate goal? What is the endgame of the exterminations? Do you kill every sinner? And then what? Do you sterilize hell itself? Leave it a barren, empty wasteland? Does that create balance? Or does it simply create a void?" She had no answer. In all her eons of service, no one had ever asked, "What next?" The mission was the purpose. The cleansing was the goal. The idea of an endpoint, of a hell without sinners, was an abstract concept they never discussed. It was simply the objective. "You follow orders without questioning their logic," he continued, his voice relentless. "You commit atrocities in the name of a balance you cannot define. You have been trained to be a weapon, and a weapon does not ask its wielder, why. But you are not just a weapon, Lute. You are a thinking being. And you have been discarded." He stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the chaotic, vibrant sprawl of Pentagram City. "Your cause is lost. Your commander is annihilated. Your superiors have abandoned you. You are a soldier without a war, a believer without a faith to cling to. You have nothing." He turned back to face her, his expression unreadable. "Which is why I am giving you a choice." He raised a hand, and the leather strap binding her arm dissolved into motes of crimson light. She was free. The suddenness of it was another disorienting blow. "Choice 1, he said, his voice even. "You can stay here, in this hotel, not as a prisoner, but as a guest. You will not be harmed. You will be fed and your wounds will be tended to. Your only obligation is to observe. Watch what we are building here. See if Charlie's dream of redemption has merit. See if my vision of a hell united by strength and purpose is viable. You will watch, you will listen, and you will learn." He paused, letting the offer sink in. It was preposterous. Live among sinners. Tolerate their filth, their weakness. It was anathema to her very being. Or, he continued, his voice hardening slightly, "Choice 2. The door is unlocked. Your wings are broken, your halo is cracked, and your connection to heaven's grace is severed. You have no power here. You are just another soul, and one that every sinner in this city would tear to pieces for the crime of wearing an exorcist's uniform. You can walk out that door. I will not stop you. You can try to survive in the city you once came to purge. The choice is yours. Lute stared at him, her mind reeling. It was a cruel choice. One option was a complete surrender of her identity and pride. The other was a certain, gruesome death. He wasn't offering her mercy. He was offering her a logical alternative to suicide. He had confronted her not with threats, but with the unassailable truth of her situation. He had dissected her reality, laid the pieces out before her, and asked her to choose which shard to cling to. Her pride screamed at her to choose death. To walk out that door and meet her end with a curse on her lips, a final act of defiance. But beneath the pride, beneath the millennia of conditioning, a primal, terrified instinct to survive clawed at her. She thought of the snarling faces of sinners she'd cut down, the predatory glee in their eyes. The thought of being at their mercy, weak and helpless, it was a horror beyond reckoning. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Izuku waited, patient and silent, his presence a constant, unyielding pressure. He was not rushing her. He was allowing her to fully comprehend the depth of her own desolation. Finally, with a choked, guttural sound that was half sob, half snarl, she spoke. The words tasted like ash and poison in her mouth. I will stay. Izuku nodded once, as if this was the only logical outcome. A wise decision. Rest, heal, and then, observe. He turned and left the room, closing the door softly behind him. Lute was left alone, unbound, but more profoundly trapped than she had ever been in her life. The silence returned, but now it was filled not with righteous fury, but with the terrifying, echoing sound of her entire worldview beginning to crack. The days that followed were a form of psychological torture more subtle and effective than any physical torment Lute could have imagined. True to Izuku's word, she was treated not as a prisoner, but as an unwanted, yet tolerated, guest. Her wounds were tended to by Charlie, whose gentle, hesitant touch was a bizarre counterpoint to the memory of her legion's holy wrath. The princess would prattle on about trust exercises and communication skills. Her boundless optimism so alien it felt like a different language. Lute would remain silent, her expression a mask of cold contempt, but she couldn't stop the words from seeping in. Her act of mercy towards Lute had a profound effect on Charlie's perception of Izuku. One evening, she found him on the hotel roof, gazing up at the swirling, starless sky of hell. I still can't believe you did that, Charlie said, coming to stand beside him. With Lute, everyone, Veggie, Angel, even me, a little bit, we just wanted her gone. It was easier to think of her as just a monster. Monsters are what you call the enemy you don't want to understand, Izuku replied, not looking at her. His gaze was distant, as if seeing patterns in the chaotic clouds above. She is a product of her environment. A soldier indoctrinated from birth into a single, unquestionable truth. To kill her would be to prove her philosophy correct, that the only solution to conflict is annihilation. But you believe in something else, Charlie said, her voice soft with awe. You believe we can build something, even with people who hate us. I believe that strength is a tool, he said, finally turning to look at her. His eyes, in the dim light of the pentagram moon, seemed to hold an ancient depth. It can be a hammer to shatter, or it can be a foundation to build upon. I choose to build your hotel, this dream of yours. It is a noble idea, Charlie. But nobility without power is just a lovely prayer. I am providing the power, the foundation, so that your dream doesn't get shattered by the first storm. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently tucking a stray strand of blonde hair behind her ear. The touch was simple, brief, but it sent a jolt through her, a warmth that had nothing to do with hellfire. In his eyes, she saw not the terrifying overlord who could unmake souls, but a protector. A guardian, the hero she had secretly wished for her entire life. Her affection for him, already a powerful, confusing torrent, solidified into something deeper, more certain. It was a feeling of absolute trust, of seeing her own impossible hope reflected in his impossible power. Veggie, however, was not so easily swayed. The presence of Lute was a raw, open wound in the hotel. She confronted Izuku in the main lobby, her arms crossed, her expression a thundercloud of frustration. I don't get it, she said, her voice tight. I don't understand why you're keeping her here. What is the endgame, Izuku? Are you trying to convert her? Do you honestly think she's going to join our side and sing show tunes? She's a killer. It's what she is. What she was, Izuku corrected gently. She was a soldier in an army. That army is, for her, functionally gone. She is now a person without a purpose. That makes her dangerous, yes. But it also makes her malleable. Or it makes her a time bomb waiting to go off in the middle of our home. Veggie shot back. And if she does, I will deal with it, Izuku said. His voice dropping, losing its gentleness and taking on the chilling finality he used on the battlefield. The promise was absolute. But Veggie, you must look at the bigger picture. The war with heaven is not over. It has just begun. Seraphiel will not take this loss lying down. He will return, and he will bring the full might of the host with him. To fight that, we need more than brute force. We need intelligence. We need to understand our enemy. Their tactics, their technology, their mindset. Lute is a living encyclopedia of that knowledge. To kill her, out of a desire for revenge would be strategically idiotic. His logic was cold, sharp, and undeniable. Veggie hated it. She hated that he was right. Her desire for vengeance was a pure, righteous fire, but he was talking about logistics. About strategy, about a war for the very survival of their world. Her personal feelings, her personal trauma, felt small and selfish in comparison. So that's all she is to you? An intelligence asset? She asked, a hint of desperation in her voice. No, Izuku said, his expression softening again. She is also a test. A test for us. If we cannot learn to live with one defeated enemy, how can we hope to build a kingdom that can stand for generations? How can we claim to be better than them if we adopt their methods the moment it becomes convenient? Your anger is justified, Veggie. But you are a leader here. And a leader must sometimes place the needs of the future above the passions of the present. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm and steadying. I trust your tactical skills more than anyone else in this city. I will need you when the real war begins. I need your mind sharp, focused on the enemy in front of us, not the ghost behind us. Veggie looked away, biting her lip. He wasn't just placating her, he was valuing her, empowering her. He was asking her to rise above her pain and be the soldier he knew she was. The conflict within her was immense. A war between her past and his proposed future. Slowly, grudgingly, she gave a stiff nod. It wasn't acceptance, not yet. But it was a start. Lute, meanwhile, observed it all. From the shadows of the hotel's hallways, she became a ghost. Once her injuries had healed enough to allow her to walk, she would stalk the building, her expression a permanent sneer that failed to conceal the deep, churning confusion in her eyes. She saw things that made no sense. She watched Angel Dust, the vulgar, degenerate sinner, spend an entire afternoon patiently helping Nifty reorganize the hotel's linen closet into a color-coded system of terrifying precision. He complained the entire time, his jokes were lewd and unending, but he didn't leave until the job was done. She saw a flicker of genuine camaraderie, of friendship, that was utterly at odds with the selfish hedonism she'd been taught defined all sinners. She watched Cherry Bomb visit, bringing a crate of what were clearly stolen munitions as a housewarming gift. But then she spent hours with Charlie, not plotting destruction, but listening with rapt attention as the princess explained her ideas for a new community garden. The anarchist bomber was genuinely excited about the prospect of growing demonic tomatoes. The cognitive dissonance of it made Lute's head ache. She saw Husk, behind his bar, listening to the rambling, drunken woes of some low-level sinner who'd lost everything. The cat demon's advice was cynical and laced with curses, but he listened. He poured another drink and didn't charge for it. It was a small, gruff act of kindness. An act that had no place in the divine calculus of good and evil. Most disturbingly, she watched Izuku. He wasn't a tyrant. He didn't rule from a throne of skulls. He spent his time reinforcing the hotel's foundations with his power, creating training regimens for the residents who wanted to learn to defend themselves, or simply sitting in the lobby, reading a book, his mere presence a silent, calming promise of security. Sinners who had spent their afterlives in constant fear began to walk with a new confidence. They were still chaotic, vulgar, and violent. But they were no longer just a terrified mob. They were becoming a community. A people, protected. Her black and white morality, the rigid framework of her entire existence, was being assaulted by 1,000 shades of gray. These weren't the slavering, mindless beasts of heavenly propaganda. They were broken, flawed, and often monstrous individuals, yes, but they were also capable of loyalty, kindness, and a fierce desire to protect their own. The society Izuku was building was not one of redemption through prayer, but of purpose through unity and protection. And it was working. The realization was a terrifying heresy that she couldn't silence. While the psychological battle for Lute's soul was being waged within the walls of the Hazbin Hotel, a far more practical war was taking shape in the furnaces of Carmilla Carmine's industrial empire. Izuku stood with the Overlord of Arms in a vast, subterranean chamber beneath her factory. The air hummed with the power of arcane machinery and the smell of ozone. Before them, resting on a velvet-lined obsidian table, were the shattered fragments of the spear of Michael. Even in their broken state, they pulsed with a faint, golden light. A celestial energy that was anathema to the very air of hell. Its composition is unlike any metal known in the Seven Rings, Carmilla said, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space. She used a pair of long, delicate tongs to pick up a shard that hummed with latent power. It seems to be less a forged material and more, a solidified concept. A piece of divine will given physical form. Trying to melt it down is useless. It simply dissipates. It doesn't need to be melted, Izuku said, his eyes glowing with a faint crimson light as he focused his will on the fragments. It needs to be understood. It was a conduit for heaven's power. We don't need to replicate it. We need to learn how to disrupt it. How to turn its own nature against it. Carmilla looked at him, a new level of respect in her eyes. Since he had saved her daughters, their alliance had shifted from one of cautious necessity to genuine partnership. She had seen countless power-hungry tyrants rise and fall. Izuku was different. He possessed the mind of a strategist, not just a brawler. My engineers have made some progress, she admitted, gesturing to a series of holographic displays that showed complex energy signatures and molecular diagrams. We've found that a specific frequency of demonic energy can cause the material to destabilize, but the power required is immense. We could create a handful of single-use weapons, but not an arsenal capable of arming an army. Then we need a key, Izuku said. A way to make the process more efficient. We're working with the what? We need the how. His gaze was intense, and that means we need to talk to our guest. The interrogation of Lute was not conducted in a dungeon, but in Carmilla's pristine, sterile office. Lute sat in a chair, unbound, across a large steel desk from Izuku and Carmilla. The arms dealer's two daughters, Clara and Odette, stood silently by the walls, their expressions unreadable but their presence a clear reminder of what was at stake. Lute was defiant. I will tell you nothing, anathema. My loyalty is not for sale, and it cannot be broken by threats. This is not a threat, Lute. It is a negotiation, Izuku said calmly. You are intelligent. You must see the new reality. Seraphiel is gathering the full might of heaven. This isn't going to be another extermination. It is going to be a final crusade. Their goal will be the total annihilation of hell. Not just the sinners. The realm itself. Carmilla leaned forward, her red eyes like hot coals. We are talking about the end of our world. Your former comrades are coming to unmake our home. To destroy my children. Your loyalty is to an army that left you for dead. An army that now threatens to obliterate the very ground you stand on. My loyalty is to the divine order. Lute shot back, her voice cracking with strain. An order that has no place for you anymore. Izuku's voice rose, not in anger, but in a crescendo of irrefutable logic. Look at yourself. You are here, in hell. Breathing its air, protected by its new king. Heaven has cast you out. They sent you to die, Lute. They do not care if you live or perish. Your loyalty is to a memory. An illusion. I am offering you a future. A chance to survive. He was chipping away at her, piece by piece. His words about being abandoned, about Seraphiel's cold calculation, resonated with the deep, unspoken fear that had been growing in her heart since she'd woken up in this forsaken place. What do you want from me? She finally asked, her voice barely a whisper. Knowledge, Carmilla said, her tone all business. The standard issue armor for exorcists. What is its composition? What are its weak points? Tell us about your command structure, your battlefield communication systems, your standard assault formations. Every piece of information you give us is another brick in the wall we build to defend this world. To defend yourself. Lute stared at her hands, her knuckles white. This was the final betrayal. To actively aid the enemy, to give them the secrets of the host, it was a sin beyond redemption. But what was redemption to someone who had been cast out of grace? What was loyalty to those who had discarded you like a broken tool? She thought of the sinners in the hotel, of Cherry Bomb's manic grin, of Charlie's infuriating kindness. She thought of the certainty in Izuku's eyes, the unshakable will to protect. Her cause was lost, her faith was shattered, all she had left was survival. With a deep, shuddering breath, she looked up, her gaze meeting Izuku's. The base layer of an exorcist's armor. She began, her voice low and hoarse, is woven from threads of solidified light. It is highly resistant to raw demonic energy. But it has a vulnerability, a harmonic resonance point located just below the sternum, where the threads are knotted to anchor the celestial blessing. She spoke for over an hour. As she did, a weight she hadn't even realized she was carrying seemed to lift from her. With every secret she divulged, a link to her old life, to her blind faith, was severed. It was painful, an amputation of the soul, but it was also liberating. Carmilla's scribes documented everything, their pens flying across pages. Data analysts cross-referenced her information with their own findings. The forge, which had been operating at a frustrating impasse, roared to life with new purpose. The chapter ended not in the hotel, but back in the subterranean depths of Carmilla's workshop. Izuku, Carmilla, and a newly freed Lute stood before a massive, arcane press. A single, perfectly machined bullet casing made of hell-forged steel was placed in the chamber. A technician, using precise manipulators, inserted a tiny, dust-like fragment of the spear of Michael into the primer. Another fed it a charge of demonically charged explosive powder. Finally, a liquid cocktail of refined soul energy, calibrated to the exact resonance frequency Lute had described, was injected into the casing. The press engaged with a deafening hiss and a tremendous crunch of power. Crimson energy, Izuku's own will, flooded the machine, acting as a catalyst and a containment field. The chamber glowed with a terrifying light, a fusion of gold and crimson, holy and profane. When the press opened, the bullet that lay there was a thing of dreadful beauty. It was no longer simple steel. It was a dark, obsidian-like metal, veined with pulsing, golden cracks. It radiated an energy that was a discordant symphony of divine and demonic power, a purpose-built cancer designed to attack the very fabric of an angelic being. Carmilla picked it up with a pair of tongs, her expression one of grim satisfaction. "The prototype is complete," she announced. "We can replicate this. We can arm our soldiers. We have a fighting chance." Izuku looked at the bullet, then at Lute. Her face was pale, her expression a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, guilt, fear, and a strange, terrifying flicker of pride. She had betrayed her past to secure her future. "This is not just a chance," Izuku said, his voice low and resonant, filled with the promise of the coming storm. "This is the beginning. Heaven wanted a war. We will give them one they will never forget." The age of cowering was over. The forge was lit, the first seal of Hell's new arsenal was broken, and the war for its soul was about to truly begin. Chapter 5. A Mother's Shadow, a Queen's Return. The silence that followed the battle of the first seal was a deceptive, fragile thing. It was not the silence of peace, but the heavy, charged quiet of a world holding its breath, waiting for the next cataclysm. The permanent death of Adam, first man and commander of the exorcists, was a cosmic thunderclap that had sent shock waves through the foundations of both heaven and hell. The power vacuum it left was a gaping wound in the fabric of the Pride Ring's brutal society. In Pentagram City, the atmosphere was a volatile cocktail of fear and exultation. The V's, once the unholy trinity of media, lust, and fashion, were reeling. Vox's electronic empire was in tatters, his screens flickering with static and looping old broadcasts. His authority shattered alongside his forces. Valentino had gone to ground, his hedonistic enterprises paralyzed by the sudden shift in the city's power dynamics. Only Velvet, ever the opportunist, seemed to be watching. Waiting, her sharp eyes calculating the trajectory of this new, crimson star. For the common sinner, life had changed in ways both profound and terrifying. The sky was no longer a promise of annual annihilation. The ever-present dread of the extermination had been lifted, replaced by a new, uncertain awe directed at the green-haired overlord who had single-handedly broken the divine covenant of slaughter. The Hazbin Hotel, once a laughingstock, was now the epicenter of this new world, a fortress palace from which the Crimson Kings will radiated. Hope, a currency long devalued in Hell, was suddenly experiencing a bull market. But Hell abhors a vacuum. It is a realm defined by its hierarchies, its endless, bloody climb for dominance. The removal of a major player like Adam, and the simultaneous crippling of the V's, had left a void that the city's ancient, predatory nature could not long ignore. The remaining overlords, those ancient and powerful CNNERs who had carved out their own fiefdoms over centuries, began to stir from their complacency. They watched the hotel, they watched Izuku, and they whispered. Was this new power a shield for them all, or simply a new tyrant waiting to place his boot on their necks? The first sign that something was wrong came not as a tremor in the earth or a roar from the sky, but as a change in the very quality of the air. The perpetual, acrid stench of sulfur and decay began to thin, replaced by a scent that was both intoxicating and unnerving, the smell of night-blooming jasmine, ancient dust, and a potent, melodic magic that felt older than the city itself. The crimson-stained sky, usually a chaotic swirl of bruised purples and angry reds, began to darken, the colors coalescing into a deep, velvety indigo. At the heart of Pentagram City, directly above the central plaza where the extermination clock once stood, the air began to shimmer. It was not the violent, golden tear of an angelic portal. This was something else entirely. It was an unfolding, a blooming of darkness. Shadowy tendrils, laced with shimmering silver and gold, wove themselves together like the petals of a colossal, light-devouring flower. The portal did not rip reality open, it elegantly, regally, parted the veil. It was a grand entrance, a calculated performance of supreme power and effortless grace. From its depths, a presence emerged. There was no thunderous announcement, no chorus of damned souls. There was only a profound, magnetic silence as a single figure descended. She was impossibly tall, her form a symphony of dangerous curves and aristocratic lines. Her hair was a cascade of pale blonde, so light it was almost white, flowing around her like a celestial shroud. Two sets of curling, regal horns swept back from her temples, polished to a mother-of-pearl sheen. Her skin was a flawless, supernatural pale, and her eyes, when they finally opened to survey the city, were a piercing, luminous gold, holding the ancient, knowing amusement of a goddess observing the antics of insects. She wore a gown that seemed woven from solidified shadows and moonlight, accented with a deep crimson that mirrored the color of Izuku's own power, a subtle, deliberate claim to the very concept of royalty in this realm. The sinners in the streets, who had been going about their business with a newfound, nervous energy, froze. Jaws went slack, weapons were dropped, a collective gasp, millions strong, was sucked from the city's lungs. Whispers, at first tentative and disbelieving, rippled through the crowds, swelling into a tide of shocked recognition. It can't be, she's back. The Queen, Lilith Morningstar, the first sinner, Queen of Hell, and estranged wife of Lucifer, had returned. She landed in the center of the plaza with the impossible grace of a falling feather. Her golden eyes swept across the cityscape, taking in the battle-scarred buildings, the impromptu shrines being erected to the Crimson Protector, and the shimmering, fortified monolith that was now the Hazbin Hotel. A slow, languid smile spread across her perfect lips, but it did not reach her eyes. Her expression was not nay of a loving monarch returning to her people. It was the look of a landowner returning from a long vacation to find squatters have rearranged the furniture. My, her voice echoed across the plaza, not through volume, but through a resonant, siren-like magic that wormed its way directly into the mind of every being in the city. It was a voice of pure charisma, smooth as velvet and sharp as glass. Things have gotten so noisy while I was away. Someone has been making a terrible mess. Her gaze settled, with unnerving precision, directly on the distant silhouette of the hotel. The challenge had been issued. The Cold War had begun. Inside the Hazbin Hotel's newly established command center, a fusion of Vaji's tactical boards, Carmilla's weapon schematics, and Izuku's overwhelming Recents. The news arrived not via a demonic scream, but through the frantic, high-pitched voice of Velvet on a secure comms line. Drop whatever boring, heroic brooding you're doing, Greenie, she chirped. Her usual flippant tone edged with a rare, genuine urgency. We have a code. Fossil. Repeat. A bona fide, Jurassic era. She's supposed to be a myth. Dammit, Fossil has just made a public appearance. Izuku stood before a massive, panoramic window of crimson-laced obsidian he had forged himself, overlooking the city. He didn't need Velvet's report. He had felt the shift in power the moment it occurred. It was a subtle, invasive energy, unlike the righteous, burning fury of the angels. This was a power of influence, of persuasion, of ancient, ingrained authority that sought to bend wills rather than break them. Lilith, Izuku stated, his voice calm and level. He turned to face the room. Charlie, who had been happily sketching new, more comfortable uniform designs for the hotel staff, dropped her pencil. The color drained from her face, leaving her chalk white against her rosy cheeks. Mom, she whispered, the word a fragile, hopeful, terrified thing. Vaggie was at her side in an instant, a hand on her shoulder. Her single eye narrowed with fierce suspicion. Charlie, don't, she warned, her voice low and tight. She's been gone for 7 years. No word, no message. She doesn't just get to show up now. Carmilla Carmen, who had been conferring with Izuku on reinforcing the city's perimeter with angelic steel alloys, crossed her arms, her expression a mask of cold, strategic analysis. This is a political move, not a familial reunion, she stated, her voice as sharp as one of her stilettos. She senses the power vacuum. Lucifer is an absent king, and you, Izuku, are a foreign entity. She sees an opportunity to reassert her claim. Lute, who had been silently observing from a corner of the room, her new, dark gray uniform a stark contrast to her pale angelic features, spoke for the first time. Her voice was clipped, analytical. In heaven, she is considered the source of all mortal corruption. A master manipulator. Her primary weapon is not force, but influence. She will not meet you on a battlefield. She will turn your own people against you. Izuku's green eyes, glowing with a soft crimson light, met each of theirs in turn. He saw Charlie's desperate hope warring with her fear, Vaggie's protective fury, Carmilla's calculated concern, and Lute's surprisingly astute warning. Let her try, Izuku said, the 2 words resonating with the quiet, absolute confidence of a law of physics. This city is under my protection. That includes protecting it from its old queen. His gaze softened as he looked at Charlie, whose hands were trembling. He walked over, his presence a comforting anchor in the sudden storm of her emotions. Charlie, she is your mother, but you are the future of hell. Your dream is what we are building here. Do not let her shish. Addo extinguish the light you've created. Charlie looked up at him, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. She gave a shaky nod, her resolve stealing under the warmth of his conviction. You're right, the hotel, its people, they come first. But the tremor in her voice betrayed the monumental conflict raging within her heart. Lilith did not waste time. Within hours, the grand, Gothic Palace in the very heart of the pentagram, a place that had stood dark and dormant for years, blazed with light. Ancient, powerful overlords, those who had chafed under the V's, modern dominance and W. Air deeply suspicious of Izuku's new order, flocked to her side. Zestial, the spider-like demon of ancient knowledge, emerged from his library. The ancient, unnamed overlords who ruled the deeper, more esoteric sectors of the city paid their respects. Lilith held court not on a throne of bone and iron, but in a grand ballroom, a golden harp in one corner, the air filled with the sound of a hounty. Ngly beautiful melody she seemed to generate from her very being. She moved among her guests, a glass of dark, shimmering wine in her hand, her voice a silken weapon. This upstart, she would say, her tone one of weary disappointment. As if speaking of a rebellious child. He means well, I'm sure. But he doesn't understand our ways. He speaks of protection, of order. But hell was not made for order. It was made for freedom. The freedom to be who we truly are, in all our glorious, sinful splendor. She'd pause, letting her words sink in, her golden eyes locking with a powerful demon lord. He offers you a cage, gilded with safety. I offer you the return of your kingdom. The good old days, when an overlord will was law, when power was something to be taken and celebrated, not hidden behind this quaint notion of heroism. Her message was insidious and brilliant. She didn't paint Izuku as a monster. She painted him as a boor. A foreign idealist trying to impose a bland, neutered version of heaven on the vibrant chaos of hell. She promised a return to the status quo she had carefully maintained for millennia, a brutal, bloody, yet predictable ecosystem of power. To the old guard, it was a deeply seductive promise. Alliances began to shift. The united front Izuku had started to build began to show hairline fractures. The first salvo in the propaganda war was subtle, yet effective. Whispers turned into rumors. Izuku was an angelic plant, sent to soften hell up for a final invasion. He was a cosmic anomaly whose very presence was draining hell's natural energies. The Hazbin Hotel wasn't a place of redemption. It was a re-education camp designed to turn proud sinners into mindless drones. It was Velvet who brought the evidence to Izuku, her phone displaying a dozen different threads from hell's social media sites. She stormed into the command center, her usual swagger replaced with a focused fury. "All right, listen up, Big Green," she announced, swiping through images of cleverly designed anti-Izuku propaganda posters that were starting to appear in the city's more traditionalist districts. They depicted him as a bland, smiling figure in a gray jumpsuit, painting over a vibrant, chaotic mural of hell. The slogan read, "Don't let him paint over your sins." The Boomer Queen is running a classic whisper campaign, and it's working on the old-timers. We need to hit back. Hard. Modern. We need to make her look like what she is, a relic. Izuku looked at her, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. "What do you propose?" Velvet's grin was sharp, predatory, and utterly intoxicating. "I propose a hostile takeover of hell's entire narrative. You've got the power, I've got the platform. Vox is out of the picture, which means I control the V-Tower and Nin. 80% of the media infrastructure in this city. I'm willing to fully align my brand with yours. We'll make the Crimson King not just a title, but the brand. The future. The only choice. And what do you get in return?" Izuku asked, his voice even. She took a step closer, her eyes raking over him, from the determined set of his jaw to the immense, coiled power she could feel radiating from his very skin. Power, influence, and a front-row seat to the most interesting thing to happen to this godforsaken cesspool in 10,000 years, she said, her voice dropping to a low, suggestive purr. "I always bet on the winning horse, Izuku. And you're a thoroughbred stallion in a field of glue factory nags. Let me be your jockey." Izuku considered her for a moment. He saw the ambition, the ruthlessness. But he also saw a brilliant mind and a surprising, fierce loyalty to whatever she chose to champion. Lute was a soldier, Carmilla a strategist, Charlie the soul. Velvet was something else entirely, a kingmaker. "All right, Velvet," he said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "Show me what you can do." That was all the permission she needed. The propaganda war that followed was a clash of ages. Lilith's campaign was one of old-world elegance and subtle manipulation. Haunting songs praising the old ways would mysteriously play on public address systems. Illusions of a happier, more vibrant pentagram city from centuries past would flicker in alleyways. Her message was aimed at the hearts and memories of hell's oldest residents. Velvet's counterattack was a blitzkrieg of modern media. She rebranded everything. The Crimson Wool became the Crimson Dawn, a new age for hell. She commissioned viral video clips, shot in high definition and set to brutal, pounding techno beats. One showed Izuku's silhouette as he vaporized the Exorcist squad, with the simple text overlay, "He ended your chains. She wants to put them back on." She launched a new fashion line overnight. The Crimson Dawn collection featured sharp, militaristic designs in black and red, accented with glowing crimson thread. It became an instant status symbol among the city's youth. A way to pledge allegiance to the new order. She hacked every public screen still controlled by Vox and ran a 24/7 news cycle she dubbed V News, the Crimson Edition. It featured interviews with sinners Izuku had saved. A grizzled old wolf demon, who had lost his family in a past extermination, spoke with tears in his eyes about how Izuku's arrival meant his grandchildren would never have to hide in fear. Angel dust, in a surprisingly sincere and heavily censored segment, talked about how the hotel, under Izuku's protection, was the first place he'd ever felt safe. Velvet herself became the face of the campaign. She hosted live streams from a high-tech studio she'd set up in the V Tower, which she now openly referred to as the southern bastion of Izuku's territory. "Let's be real, Hell Dwellers," she'd say, leaning into the camera, her voice dripping with charismatic condescension. "Lilith is your mom's dusty old vinyl collection. She's nostalgia. She's the good old days when you had a 50-50 chance of being holy speared every damn year. Izuku, he's the future. He's strength. He's the guy who looked heaven in the eye and told them to fuck off. Are you going to follow a ghost from the past? Or the king who is building your future? The choice is yours, but trends wait for no one. Don't get left behind." The alliance between Izuku and Velvet was forged in the late-night hours of their war room. They would stand over holographic city maps, Velvet pointing out key demographics and media dead zones, Izuku providing insights on power structures and troop movements. Their banter was a constant, sharp-witted duel. "You know, for a primordial force of will, you're a bit of a stick in the mud," she'd tease, tapping a stylus against her chin as she designed a new meme. "We need to work on your public image. More smoldering. Less, I'm about to give you a lecture on responsibility. And for a media mogul, you seem to believe victory is won with clever slogans." He'd retort without looking up from a report from Carmilla. "Your campaign is effective, but it means nothing if we can't hold the territory she's trying to sway." Details, she'd wave a dismissive hand. But there was a gleam of respect in her eyes. She'd never met anyone so utterly unimpressed by her brand of influential chaos. It was thrilling. One night, as they worked late in the command center, the rest of the hotel asleep, she found herself watching him. He was standing by the obsidian window again, his focus absolute as he monitored the city's energy flows. The crimson light of his power seemed to cling to him, outlining the powerful muscles of his back and shoulders. For the first time, she saw past the social capital, past the ultimate trend he represented. She saw the substance, the sheer, unshakable solidity of him. He was a pillar in a world made of sand. She walked up and stood beside him, their shoulders almost touching. "You never sleep, do you?" she asked, her voice softer than usual. "There's too much to do," he replied, his gaze still fixed on the city below. "She's consolidating her power in the old aristocracy district. Planning something. We'll be ready for it," Velvet said, a confidence in her voice that was not just for show. It was real. "You know, I thought you were just a bigger explosion. Another Alistair, but with more firepower. A new product to market." He finally turned his head to look at her. In the dim light of the command room, with the glowing city spread out beneath them, his green eyes seemed to hold ancient galaxies. "And now," her breath hitched for a fraction of a second. "Now, I think you're the only real thing in this entire damn dimension." She leaned in, her lips parting slightly. The air crackled, with a tension that had nothing to do with the war for the city. It was a fusion of wit and will, of style and substance. He didn't pull away. He watched her, his expression unreadable but intense, as if he were analyzing the very fabric of her soul. The moment stretched, taut and shimmering, before being broken by the chime of an incoming message on her phone. Velvet pulled back with a frustrated hiss, glancing at the screen. "It's one of my influencers. Lilith is hosting a grand ball, and she's formally requested the presence of her daughter." The invitation arrived on perfumed, ancient parchment, delivered by a shadowy imp who bowed so low his nose touched the floor before dissolving into nothing. Charlie stared at it, her name written in exquisite, flowing calligraphy. It was less an invitation and more of a royal summons. "You can't go," Vaggie said immediately, her hand resting on the hilt of the angelic spear Carmilla had gifted her. "It's a trap. It's my mother," Charlie whispered, her voice fraught with a million conflicting emotions. "I have to. If I don't, it's like I'm declaring war on her. Maybe I can talk to her. Make her understand what we're doing here." Izuku placed a hand on Vaggie's shoulder, silently telling her to stand down. He looked at Charlie, his expression one of understanding, not command. "Vaggie is right. It is a trap, but not a physical one. She will try to manipulate you, to turn you against your own dream. But you are stronger than you were 7 years ago, Charlie. You are a leader now. Go. Face her. But do not go as her little girl. Go as the princess of hell and the founder of this hotel. Go as my ally. He straightened, his crimson will flaring for a moment, a silent promise of support. And know that if she tries to hold you, I will tear her palace down to its foundations to bring you back. The reassurance settled something in Charlie. She squared her shoulders, her regal posture returning. Thank you, Izuku. Lily. His palace was a breathtaking monument to Gothic opulence and seductive power. Towers of polished black marble clawed at the indigo sky, and music, a beautiful, melancholic symphony, drifted from stained glass windows depicting scenes from the fall. The ballroom was filled with the oldest and most powerful demons in hell, all dressed in extravagant finery. They parted like a sea as Charlie entered, their whispers following her like the rustle of dry leaves. Lilith stood at the far end of the room, not on a throne, but by a grand fireplace, looking every bit the gracious hostess. She smiled as Charlie approached, a radiant, motherly expression that was so perfect it had to be a lie. Charlotte, my sweet little apple, she cooed, gliding forward to embrace her. The hug was light, almost dismissive. I'm so glad you could come. I was beginning to worry that new friend of yours was keeping you locked away. His name is Izuku, Charlie said, her voice firmer than she expected. And he's my partner. He protects the hotel. Oh, I'm sure he does, Lilith said, waving a hand airily as she led Charlie towards a pair of velvet chairs in a secluded alcove. He protects your little project. It's so quaint. This idea that these wretched souls can be redeemed. A noble, if hopelessly naive, dream, my dear. I'm proud of you for having such a big heart. Every word was a carefully crafted, patronizing barb. It's not naive, Charlie insisted, her fists clenching. It's working. People are changing. He's given them hope. Lilith sighed, a sound of profound, maternal disappointment. She took Charlie's hands in hers. Her skin was cool, her grip surprisingly strong. Darling, hope is the cruelest lie we tell ourselves. You and I, we are morning stars. We are royalty. We do not deal in hope. We deal in power. We rule. This upstart, this Izuku, he is a disruption. A brute force who has upset the delicate balance I maintained for millennia. He doesn't understand the game. He is a child playing with cosmic fire. And he is going to burn our world down. He ended the exterminations. Charlie shot back, pulling her hands away. He saved us. He saved me. He poked the hornet's nest, my love. Lilith's voice took on a sharp, commanding edge for the first time. He has drawn the full, undivided attention of heaven upon us. Do you think they will just let the death of Adam go unanswered? An extermination is one thing. A holy war is another. He has doomed us all with his recklessness, and he is using your sweet, noble dream as his shield. She softened again, her expression melting into one of loving concern. Come back to my side, Charlotte. Leave this doomed project and this dangerous outsider. You and I, we can rule hell together. Properly. We will restore the old ways, the true power of our family. We will weather the storm he has created. Charlie stared at her mother, her heart feeling like it was being torn in two. For a moment, she wavered. The allure of her mother's power, the promise of safety, of belonging, it was a potent siren's call. But then she thought of Izuku's unwavering belief in her. She thought of Vaji's fierce loyalty, of Angel Dust's genuine gratitude. Of the faces of the sinners now working to fortify the city, fighting for a future for the first time in their damned existences. No, Charlie said, her voice shaking but clear. The hotel is my home. Those people are my family. And Izuku, he believes in my dream. Which is more than you ever did. Lilith's smile finally vanished. Her golden eyes turned cold, ancient, and utterly merciless. So be it. You've chosen the pet over your mother. A foolish, sentimental choice. You will regret it when heaven's fire rains down upon you all. Charlie turned and walked out of the ballroom, not looking back. The weight of 1,000 judgmental stares pressing down on her. She didn't realize she was crying until she was back in the hotel, where Vaji immediately wrapped her in a hug, and Izuku stood watch. His presence a silent, unshakable wall against the world. Far above the political machinations and emotional turmoil of hell, in a realm of impossible light and perfect harmony, there was only rage. The sanctum of absolute light, the meeting chamber of the Seraphim Council, was silent. The air, usually vibrating with celestial hymns, was thick with a dreadful, heavy stillness. The shattered remnants of the spear of Michael lay upon a velvet cushion on the central altar, its divine light extinguished, its form a mockery of its former glory. Archangel Seraphiel stood before the council, his face a mask of cold, divine fury. His 6 wings, usually a brilliant, fiery gold, were tipped with the crimson shadow of his wrath. The other seraphim, the highest order of angels, watched him. Their own immortal features etched with shock and disbelief. Adam, the first man, is not merely dead. Seraphiel's voice was not loud, but it filled the vast chamber, each word a perfectly enunciated shard of ice. His soul has been obliterated, erased from the cosmic ledger. The spear of our brother Michael, a holy relic that has stood as a symbol of heaven's might since the dawn of creation, has been shattered. All of this, by a single entity. An anomaly, a being that is not of hell, yet resides within it. He paced before the council, his movements sharp, agitated. For eons, we have conducted the exterminations. A necessary, if unpleasant, culling to keep hell's sinful population in check. It was a chore, a matter of celestial sanitation. We viewed them as insects to be purged. His fist clenched, a sound like cracking marble. This creature has challenged that order. He has not just defied us. He has humiliated us. He has taken our divine right and thrown it back in our faces. He has proven that a being of hell can not only fight heaven, but can permanently destroy one of its own. An older seraph, her face lined with the wisdom of ages, spoke softly. What is this being, Seraphiel? Our scryers cannot get a clear reading. He is a blind spot in the great tapestry. He is a mistake. Seraphiel spat, turning to face them, his eyes blazing with zealous fire. A cosmic error, a sliver of chaos that has been allowed to fester into a full-blown cancer. He protects sinners. He preaches unity. He turns the damned into a disciplined army. He is not merely a powerful demon. He is an opposing ideology, a heresy given form and will. He raised his hands, his voice swelling with righteous conviction, becoming a sermon of war. I have seen his influence. It spreads like a plague. He is a false idol, a shepherd of the damned. He is not a king. He is a living, breathing, blasphemous sin incarnate. The declaration hung in the air, a sentence of cosmic death. We can no longer treat this as a mere extermination. That is a tool for culling beasts. To eliminate a force like this, a force that threatens the very divine order, we require a different instrument. We require a crusade. Quote, he looked at each member of the council, his gaze demanding, absolute. I am invoking the celestial muster. We will awaken the legions dormant since the Great War. We will relight the celestial forges and arm our soldiers not for a purge, but for a true and total war. We will not cull Pentagram City. We will unmake it. We will scour hell from existence, purify its stain from creation, and erase this anathema, this Izuku Midoriya, from all memory. A profound, terrible silence followed his decree. The celestial muster had not been called in millennia. It was the mobilization of the full, awe-inspiring, terrifying might of heaven's armies. It was a declaration of total annihilation. Slowly, one by one, the seraphim nodded their assent. The threat was too great. The insult too profound. The divine order had to be maintained, no matter the cost. Seraphiel turned and looked down through the crystalline floor of the sanctum, his gaze piercing through the clouds, through the void, and into the dark realm below. He could see the swirling, chaotic energy of Pentagram City, and at its heart, a single, defiant point of crimson light. Let the horns sound, he commanded, his voice echoing through the heavens. The final war for creation has begun. Chapter 6. The Unification War. The Cold War shattered not with a bang, but with a song. It began as a whisper on the corrupted airwaves of Pentagram City, a silken, melodic hum that bled through the static of Vox's lesser channels and even the polished broadcasts of Velvet's network. Then, every screen in hell flickered. Every demonic Vox tech eye, every salvaged television, every sinner's phone lit up with a single, regal image. Lilith, Queen of Hell, stood against a backdrop of crushed velvet and ancient obsidian. She wasn't shouting or posturing like a common overlord. Her power was a far more insidious thing. She simply began to speak, her voice a symphony of forgotten lullabies and timeless temptations. A sound that bypassed the ear and resonated directly with the scarred, yearning soul of every sinner who heard it. "My children," she began, her red eyes holding an expression of profound, maternal sorrow. "For too long, I have been absent. For too long, you have been left to flounder in the chaos brought by lesser kings and broken dreams." In the central command room of the fortified Hazbin Hotel, the mood was glacial. The large screen on the wall showed Lilith in perfect, damning clarity. Izuku stood before it, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Around him, his counsel was a study in tension. Carmilla Carmen stood ramrod straight, her face a mask of cold analysis. Velvet furiously typed on a tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried and failed to break the broadcast hijack. Cherry Bomb was bouncing on the balls of her feet, a feral grin on her face, craving the violence this speech promised. Charlie was frozen, her face pale, watching her mother on screen with a look of heart-wrenching betrayal. Vaggie stood beside her, a protective hand on her shoulder, her single eye glaring at the screen with undisguised hatred. Lute, Stan, ding slightly apart near the reinforced wall, watched not the screen, but Izuku, her gaze analytical and intense. "A newcomer has arrived," Lilith continued, her voice weaving a tapestry of doubt and fear. "An anomaly, a green boy playing at being a king. He speaks of protection, of order, of a new way. But I ask you, children of the damned, what is hell without its freedom? What is our existence without the glorious, beautiful chaos of choice? This, Crimson King, offers you a gilded cage. He offers you purpose, yes, but it is his purpose, not your own. He would make you soldiers in his private army, cogs in his machine, sanitizing the very nature of what it means to be damned." She took a step closer to the unseen camera, her magnetism almost a physical force. "He offers you safety from the exterminations. A noble goal, perhaps, but what is the price? He has made an enemy of heaven itself, an act of such profound arrogance that it threatens to bring a holy fire down upon us all, a fire that will not cull, but consume. He courts our total annihilation for his own pride." "She's good," Velvet muttered, a grudging respect in her tone. "She's not attacking his strength, she's attacking his ideology. Framing freedom as chaos and his order as tyranny. Fucking brilliant, manipulative bitch." "This is not just a speech," Carmilla said, her voice low and sharp. "This is a declaration of war." She's rallying the old guard. The overlords who benefit from the status quo, who see Izuku's unity as a threat to their little fiefdoms. On the screen, Lilith's arms spread wide in a gesture of magnanimous invitation. "So, I offer you a choice. Return to the natural order. Embrace the magnificent, untamed soul of hell. I, your true queen, have returned to guide you. To those who stand with me, with tradition, with the very essence of our home, you will have your territories, your power, your freedom, guaranteed. To the pretender and those who follow him, I issue this formal challenge for dominion over Pentagram City. Lay down your arms, bend the knee, or be swept away by the tide of history. The city will bleed, but from that blood, the true hell will be reborn." The broadcast cut out, replaced by the sigils of several of hell's most ancient and powerful overlords flashing in sequence after Lilith's own. Zestial, the spider-like arachnid demon of immense age and quiet dread. Rosie, the cannibal queen of her own town, her smile a chilling promise. And a dozen others, names that carried weight and terror in the city's darkest corners. The message was clear. This was not just Lilith. This was a coalition of hell's established power. The silence in the room was heavy enough to crush bone. Charlie finally broke, a choked sob escaping her lips. Why is she doing this? She never cared about ruling before. She just left. Vaggie hugged her tighter. Because he's succeeding where she never even tried, Charlie. He's giving people hope, and she can't stand it. It's about ego. Izuku finally moved. He turned away from the screen, his emerald eyes sweeping over his allies. There was no panic in them, no fear. Only a calm, unshakable resolve that seemed to suck all the anxiety out of the air. "Carmilla," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. "What's our strategic position?" Carmilla blinked, then straightened, the consummate professional. She gestured to a massive, holographic map of Pentagram City that shimmered into existence in the center of the room. Lilith's coalition controls the oldest sectors. Zestial holds the western spires. Rosie has Cannibal Town and the surrounding districts locked down. They have experience, established territories, and the loyalty of demons who fear change. Our territory is newer, but more consolidated. We have the central district around the hotel, my entire industrial sector in the east, which is the city's primary source of munitions, and the media districts we seized from Vox in the south. Cherry's forces don't hold territory so much as they represent a mobile, chaotic element we can deploy anywhere. So it's the old world versus the new, Velvet chimed in, her fingers flying across her tablet again. This time with purpose. History versus the future. I can work with this. I can brand this. We'll be the Crimson Revolution. Wars aren't won with brands, Velvet, Carmilla countered coolly. They're won with bullets and bodies. They're won with both, Izuku stated, his voice drawing all attention back to him. Velvet, I want you to control the narrative. Frame this exactly as you said. We are the future. They are the past, clinging to a system of suffering that only benefits them. I want every sinner in this city to know that a vote for Lilith is a vote for the next extermination. A fight for us is a fight for their own survival. Broadcast our strength. Show our victories. Don't let her siren song be the only thing they hear. Velvet gave him a sharp, predatory grin. Consider it done, boss. My network is now the official voice of the revolution. Izuku's gaze shifted to Carmilla. You are my general. You see the whole board. Deploy our forces. Vaggie, Loot, you'll command the QRF, our elite quick reaction force. You'll be my troubleshooters, plugging holes and breaking their toughest lines. Vaggie nodded, her hand gripping the shaft of her angelic spear. Loot, surprisingly, gave a curt, military nod of her own. The idea of serving as a field commander, even for this cause, resonated with the core of her being. Cherry, Izuku said, turning to the grinning anarchist. I need you to be what you are best at. Chaos. Hit their supply lines. Cause disruptions behind their front. Make them look over their shoulders. Don't get pinned down. Be a phantom they can't catch. Cherry's grin widened, all teeth. You just described my perfect fucking Saturday night. Let's blow some shit up. Finally, Izuku looked at Charlie, his expression softening. Charlie, your job is the most important. This place, the hotel, is our heart. It's a command center, a hospital, a sanctuary. It's the symbol of what we're fighting for. I need you to protect it. Be that symbol. Keep the hope alive here, so they have something to fight for out there. Tears welled in Charlie's eyes, but she wiped them away, her jaw setting with a new determination. The princess was gone, replaced by a leader finding her strength. I won't let you down. Izuku nodded, a faint crimson aura beginning to pulse around him. Good, because I'll be on the front lines. Lilith wants a war for the soul of hell. Let's show her what our soul is made of. The war began less than an hour later. Lilith's forces, a horde of sinners loyal to the old ways, surged toward the boundary of Carmilla's industrial sector. Their goal was obvious and strategically sound: cripple Izuku's ability to arm his forces. The first clash was a brutal meat grinder, a chaotic storm of bullets, blades, and demonic power. Carmilla's command center was a marvel of deadly efficiency. It was a cavernous, subterranean bunker beneath her largest factory, shielded by layers of angelic steel and demonic wards. The air hummed with the quiet energy of 100 technicians monitoring sensor feeds and communications arrays. Holographic maps flickered, showing troop movements in real time as D icons, Lilith's forces, clashed with Crimson One's, Izuku's. Zestial's forces are pushing hard on the eastern front. At the main smelting plant, a technician called out. They're using ancient hexes to disrupt our communication lines. Quote, Carmilla stood at the central command table, a cold goddess of war. Isolate the affected frequencies. Reroute comms through Velvet's encrypted network. Div. ERT Beta and Gamma squads from the southern perimeter to reinforce the plant. I want them to hold that line, not push it. It's a feint. A feint. One of her daughters, Odette, asked, looking at the map where the red icons were pressing hard. Zestial is old, not stupid, Carmilla explained without taking her eyes off the holographic display. He's making a loud, obvious push here to draw our attention. The real attack will come from somewhere else. Where? Her eyes scanned the map, her mind processing thousands of variables. The aqueducts. The subterranean channels that run beneath the district. They're old, barely on the maps. He'll send an elite force through there to strike at our power core. She turned to a comms officer. Patch me through to QRF Actual. A moment later, Vaji's voice, tight and strained from the sounds of nearby battle, crackled through the speakers. Go for Carmilla, Vaji. Zestial is making a feint at the smelting plant. The real attack is coming via the subterranean aqueducts, targeting the primary generatorium at Grid 4 Beta. You and Loot need to intercept them. Expect heavy resistance, and expect magic. Zestial's inner circle are all warlocks. Understood, Vaji's voice replied, followed by a sharp command to her troops that was cut off as the channel closed. Carmilla watched the map, her expression unreadable. She was moving her children around a board of life and death. And the weight of it was immense. But she showed nothing. She was the calm center of the storm, her strategic mind the single greatest asset they had. Her alien CE with Izuku had begun as a matter of business and survival, but it had evolved. She'd watched him, studied him. He didn't rule through fear like other overlords. He commanded loyalty through respect, a currency far more valuable and stable than terror. He had protected her daughters. For that alone, Carmilla Carmen would move mountains and orchestrate wars. She tapped another control on the panel. Patch me through to the king. Izuku's voice came through, clear and powerful, punctuated by the sound of shattering rock and demonic screams. Carmilla, report. He was on the front lines, AO. Nayman army breaking the spearhead of Lilith's main assault in the central district. Zestial's feint is being handled. QRF is moving to intercept his real attack. The main front is holding, but Lily's personal guard is leading the charge. They're fanatics. How are you holding up? A loud, resonating boom echoed over the comm. They're motivated. Izuku's voice was calm. But they're not disciplined. I'm about to create an opening at the Grand Plaza. Be ready to push your forces through to secure it. Ready and waiting, Carmilla replied. Don't take unnecessary risks. A low chuckle was her only answer before the line went dead. She allowed herself a small, grim smile. The boy was a force of nature. But even a hurricane could be directed. And she was the finest director hell had ever known. This is Velvet, broadcasting live from the heart of the Crimson Revolution. For those of you cowering in your hovels, wondering which way the wind is blowing, let me show you. In a mob, ill broadcast studio hurtling through the back alleys of the city, Velvet was in her element. Drones she controlled zipped through the battlefield, their cameras feeding her a dozen different angles of the war. With the manic energy of a master propagandist, she cut between them, crafting a narrative in real time. On your left, you see the forces of the so-called Queen, Lilith. The screen showed a chaotic mob of sinners, fighting with wild, uncoordinated fury, tearing each other apart in their desperation to advance. Look at them, a disorganized rabble, driven by the empty promises of a monarch who abandoned you for centuries. She offers you freedom, and this is what it looks like, a return to the bloody, pointless cycle of dog-eat-dog. She swiped her hand, and the main feed changed. The new shot, taken from a high-altitude drone, was of Izuku's soldiers. They were a mix of sinners, hellhounds, and other demonic species, but they fought with a terrifying discipline Carmilla's training had instilled. They moved in formations, provided covering fire, and protected their wounded. And now, look at the soldiers of the Crimson King. Velvet's voice swelled with manufactured passion. See their discipline. See their purpose. They don't fight for a crown. They fight for each other. They fight for a future where you don't have to kill your neighbor for a scrap of turf. Lilith wants to drag you back into the Dark Ages. King Izuku is leading you into the light. Her feed cut to a low angle, heroic shot of Izuku himself. A drone zoomed in as he stood alone in the Grand Plaza, facing down a behemoth-class demon loyal to Lilith. The creature was a mountain of muscle and rage, its fists the size of wrecking balls. Izuku seemed impossibly small before it. Lilith's champion, the Butcher of Broken Spire, stands against our king, Velvet narrated breathlessly. The behemoth roared and charged. Izuku didn't move, he simply raised a hand. Crimson energy, raw and absolute, coalesced around his fist. He met the monster's charge with a single, straight punch. There was no thunderous explosion. Just a silent, concussive release of force. The behemoth's entire upper torso simply disintegrated into fine red mist. Its legs ran another 2 steps before collapsing into a heap. Velvet let the image linger for a 3-second beat of stunned silence before her voice returned, a triumphant, purring whisper. The future is crimson, darlings. Choose your side, or have it chosen for you. She cut the broadcast, leaning back in her chair with a sigh, a manic grin plastered across her face. This was better than any fashion launch, better than any social media trend. This was history, and she was writing it. Her alliance with Izuku had started as a calculated business move, a way to back the winning horse. But as she watched him, as she saw the sheer, undeniable substance behind his power, it had become something more. He wasn't just a trend, he was a paradigm shift. And being the chief architect of his public image was the most intoxicating power she had ever known. The aqueducts were a maze of damp, suffocating darkness. The only light came from the faint, sickly green glow of moss clinging to the curved stone walls. The air was thick with the stench of stagnant water and decay. It was the perfect place for an ambush. Vagi led the way, her angelic spear held at the ready, its tip glowing with a soft white light. Behind her, 20 of their best soldiers moved in silence, their weapons ready. Lute moved at the rear, her dark angelic wings folded tight against her back, her eyes scanning every shadow. The tension between the two commanders was a palpable thing. They had not spoken a single word to each other since receiving their orders from Carmilla. Contact soon, Vagi whispered into her calm, her voice barely audible over the drip 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 of water. Smell of ozone, warlock magic. As if on cue, the tunnel ahead erupted in a flash of purple energy. A curse bolt slammed into the wall where Vagi's head had been a second before, sending magically infused shrapnel flying. Ambush! Take cover! Vagi yelled, diving behind a thick pillar. Figures emerged from the shadows ahead, demons cloaked in dark robes, their eyes glowing with arcane power. Zestial's elite guard. They unleashed a volley of hexes and curses, forcing the QRF squad to hunker down. They've got us pinned, one of the soldiers yelled. We can't advance. We have to. Vagi snapped back. If they reach the generatorium, the entire eastern district loses power. Our turrets, our shields. Everything goes dark. She peered around the pillar, planning her next move, when a flicker of movement from a high alcove caught her eye. One of the warlocks was chanting, weaving a complex spell, its focus aimed directly at her position. A death curse, she realized with a jolt of cold fear. No time to move, no time to block. A blur of black and gold shot past her. Lute, wings now flared, launched herself into the air, a captured angelic blade flashing in her hand. She moved with a speed and grace that was utterly inhuman, a whirlwind of vengeful light in the oppressive darkness. She reached the warlock just as he was about to complete his spell, driving her blade through his chest with ruthless efficiency. The magic dissipated with a pathetic whimper. Lute landed silently beside Vagi, yanking her blade free. She didn't look at Vagi, her eyes already scanning for the next threat. They're using the terrain to their advantage, Lute said, her voice clipped and professional. A frontal assault is suicide. We need to create a diversion. Vagi stared at her for a second, her mind reeling. Lute had just saved her life. The same angel who had once tried to kill her. Who had reveled in the slaughter of her people. The cognitive dissonance was staggering. But there was no time to process it. What do you suggest? Vagi asked, her tone grudging but focused. Give me half the squad. I'll take them through that side passage, Lute said, pointing with her sword to a smaller, half-flooded tunnel. We'll circle around and hit them from the flank. When you hear the fighting start, you and the rest of the team push forward with everything you've got. It was a classic pincer movement. It was sound tactical thinking. It also meant USTING loot with the lives of 10 of their soldiers. Vagi hesitated for a heartbeat, her instincts warring with her orders. She looked at Lute, really looked at her. She saw the same fierce warrior she'd always been, but the blind, zealous fury in her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. She was a soldier following a new commander. A commander who had shown her mercy when she deserved none. Do it, Veggie said. Her decision made. Lute gave a sharp nod and motioned to 10 soldiers, who peeled off and followed her into the dark side tunnel without question. Veggie watched them go, a strange, unsettling feeling in her gut. For 10 agonizing minutes, Veggie and her remaining soldiers traded fire with the warlocks, a desperate holding action. Then, just as their position was about to be overwhelmed, the sounds of battle erupted from behind the enemy line. Lute had engaged. Now, Veggie roared, leaping from cover. Push forward. No mercy. The effect of the pincer attack was devastating. Caught between 2 fires, the warlocks' disciplined formation broke. Their arcane power was formidable, but in close quarters combat, they were no match for trained soldiers. The battle devolved into a vicious, intimate brawl in the dark. Veggie fought like a demon possessed, her spear a blur of silver, avenging years of celestial abuse with every thrust. She found herself near the center of the melee, back to back with a figure moving with impossible grace. It was Lute. The 2 angels, one fallen and one captive, fought as a single, seamless unit. Veggie was the anchor, her feet planted, her spear a whirlwind of defensive parries and deadly lunges. Lute was the storm, a dervish of aerial attacks, her wings beating to give her impossible angles, her blade flashing as she dropped from above to execute exposed enemies. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Centuries of similar training, albeit on opposite sides, had forged an instinctive, terrifying combat synergy. The were 2 sides of the same divine coin, and together, they were unstoppable. When the last warlock fell, gurgling his life away on the grimy floor, a heavy silence descended on the tunnel, broken only by the ragged breathing of the victorious soldiers. Veggie leaned on her spear, chest heaving. She looked at Lute, who was wiping her blade clean on a dead warlock's robe. Blood was spattered across her face, but her expression was calm. You saved my life, Veggie said, the words feeling foreign and heavy in her mouth. Lute finally met her gaze. Her single, golden eye held a complex mixture of emotions. Our victory is strategically imperative, she said, her voice devoid of warmth. Your death would have been a tactical disadvantage. It was a deflection, a soldier's excuse. But Veggie heard what she wasn't saying. It wasn't about tactics. It was a choice. Lute had chosen their side. She had chosen them. Right, Veggie said, letting out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Tactics. A small, almost imperceptible smirk touched the corner of Lute's lips. Precisely. She turned to the rest of the squad. Report our status to command. The aqueduct is secure. In that moment, watching Lute take command, Veggie knew something fundamental had shifted. The old world was truly dying, and the new one was being forged in the most unlikely of alliances. The Hazbin Hotel was an island of controlled chaos. The lobby had been converted into a triage center. Wounded soldiers from the front lines were brought in, their bodies broken and bleeding. Here, Charlie Morningstar was not a princess or a dreamer. She was a beacon. She moved through the rows of injured, her own demonic power manifesting not as fire and fury, but as a gentle, soothing golden light. She knelt by a gravely injured hellhound, its leg mangled by an explosive hex. As she laid her hands on the wound, the golden light flowed from her palms, knitting flesh and bone back together. The hellhound's pained whimpers subsided into a grateful whine. This was her battlefield. Every soldier she healed was another body back on the line, another life saved from the meaningless slaughter her mother had initiated. But with every act of healing, a piece of her heart broke. She was fighting her own mother. The thought was a constant, agonizing weight. During a brief lull, she saw a group of capture D soldiers from Lilith's army being held in a magically reinforced room off the main lobby. They were jeering, defiant. One of them, a tall, horned demon with a cruel sneer, spat at her as she approached. Look, it's the little traitor princess, he snarled. Healing the pretender's pawns. Your mother will flay you for this. Charlie flinched, but she didn't back down. She looked him in the eye, her expression not one of anger, but of genuine, sorrowful confusion. Why are you doing this? She asked, her voice soft. Why are you fighting for her? All she promises is more of the same. More pain, more death, more exterminations. Izuku is offering us a chance, a real chance to build something better. A world where we don't have to live in fear. The demon laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Better. You call this better? He's turning us into slaves. He demands loyalty, discipline. Hell is about being free. Free to take what you want, to be who you are. Your mother understands that. This green boy wants to turn hell into a second-rate heaven. Is that what you think freedom is? Charlie's voice grew stronger, a hint of her own royal authority coloring her words. The freedom to be slaughtered every year. The freedom to live in constant terror of stronger demons. The freedom to never know a moment of peace. That isn't freedom. That's a prison. We've all been living in it for so long. We've forgotten what the sky looks like. Izuku is breaking the walls. My mother just wants to paint them a prettier color. The demon's sneer faltered, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He had no answer. Charlie held his gaze for a moment longer before turning away, her heart heavy but her resolve hardened. Her mother was wrong. Her vision for hell was a gilded cage of eternal suffering. And Charlie, the princess of hell, would fight her own blood to tear it down. The unification war raged for 3 days. The city bled. Districts fell and were retaken. But the tide was turning. Izuku's forces, better equipped by Carmilla, better organized, and fighting for a cause they truly believed in, their own survival, were systematically gaining ground. Velvet's propaganda had successfully painted Lilith as a relic, a tyrant clinging to a bloody past, while Izuku was the image of a powerful, benevolent future. Lilith, watching her armies falter and her influence wane from her command post in the old royal palace, knew the war of attrition was lost. She needed to end this. It was time for a queen to deal with a pretender. Her voice once again hijacked every speaker in the city. But this time it was not a seductive song. It was a sharp, regal command. Izuku Midoriya, you have hidden behind your armies long enough. Face me. Let us end this, monarch to monarch. The central plaza, sunrise. The winner takes the city. The loser disappears. In his forward command post, a battered office building overlooking the plaza, Izuku heard the challenge. A grim smile touched his lips. It's time, he said to Vaji, who stood beside him. You don't have to do this, she said, her voice tight with worry. We can win this conventionally. Grind her down. No, Izuku said, his eyes fixed on the distant, Gothic spire of the palace. She's right about one thing. This has to end. The city has bled enough. This is a war of ideology, of will. It can only end when one will breaks the other. He placed a hand on Vaji's shoulder. Keep the army ready. If I fall, get Charlie and the others out. Evacuate to Carmilla's sector and hold the line. You won't fall, Vaji said, her voice fierce. Izuku's smile was small, but genuine. I know. As the blood-red sun of hell began to rise, casting long, dramatic shadows across the scarred plaza, 2 figures approached from opposite ends. The plaza was a wasteland of rubble and craters, a testament to the brutal fighting. On one side stood Lilith, resplendent in a gown of shadow and starlight, her regal bearing unmarred by the surrounding destruction. On the other, Izuku walked alone, clad in simple black combat attire, his green hair a stark contrast to the crimson world around him. The armies of both sides watched from the edges of the plaza. A silent, tense audience to the final act. You've caused so much trouble, little anomaly, Lilith said, her voice echoing in the quiet air. All this chaos, all this death, for what? A fool's dream. I dream of a hell where its people don't have to fear the sky, Izuku replied, his voice calm and steady. You dream of a hell where you remain queen of the ashes. Lilith laughed, a sound like shattering crystal. Such empty platitudes. Let me show you the true nature of this world. The true nature of power. She began to sing. It was not the seductive whisper of her broadcast. This was a song of pure, unadulterated power. An ancient, primordial melody that resonated with the very foundation of hell. The air grew thick, the light seemed to bend around her. The song spoke of despair, of temptation, of the sweet release of giving into one's darkest impulses. To the sinners watching, it was an irresistible call. It amplified their rage, their greed, their sorrow, turning them into a chaotic, snarling force. Fights began to break out in the ranks of her own army as her song pushed them over the edge. Her power was the power of chaos itself. Izuku stood firm, a rock in a hurricane of psychic energy. He closed his eyes and reached inward, to the core of his being. He didn't try to sing back. His power wasn't in sound. It was in silence. It was in resolve. The crimson will erupted from him. It was not a wave, but an anchor. A deep, resonant hum that vibrated in the very soul. It was a broadcast of pure, unshakable purpose. It spoke of loyalty, of camaraderie, of the strength found in protecting others. To Izuku's soldiers, it was a clarifying force. The chaotic pull of Lilith's song lessened, replaced by a feeling of grounded certainty. Their breathing steadied. Their hands grew firm on their weapons. They looked at the comrades standing beside them, and they felt not rage or greed, but a powerful, unbreakable bond. Izuku's will didn't control, it inspired. Lilith's eyes widened. Her song, which could sway archangels and bend overlords to her will, was being muted. Neutralized by this boy's silent, stubborn defiance. Impressive, she hissed, the song faltering. But will is not enough. She lunged, her movements too fast for a mortal eye to follow. Her nails elongated into obsidian claws, and she swiped at Izuku's throat. He met the attack with his forearm, crimson energy flaring to life like a shield, deflecting the blow. The shockwave of their impact cracked the flagstones beneath their feet. What followed was a battle of two completely different philosophies of combat. Lilith was grace and precision, a dancer of death. Every movement was fluid, every strike aimed at a vital point. She weaved and dodged, her ancient experience evident in every feint and parry. Izuku was a force of nature. He was power and pressure. He did not dodge, he endured. He did not parry, he shattered. For every elegant strike Lilith delivered, he responded with a blow that carried the weight of a collapsing star. His crimson will manifested around him, forming plates of jagged, crimson armor over his body. Lilith swiped with her claws. Izuku caught her wrist. His grip like iron. She tried to kick his knee. He stomped the ground, and a shockwave sent her stumbling back. She was faster, more skilled. But he was stronger, more durable. And his will was absolute. He was wearing her down. You cannot win, she screamed, frustration finally breaking her regal composure. She gathered her power, her entire body glowing with a dark, terrifying light. This is my kingdom, my birthright. It's not a birthright, Izuku said, his own power gathering, a crimson sun igniting in his chest. It's a responsibility, and you abandoned it, he charged. She unleashed her power as a massive wave of pure despair and shadow. Izuku met it head on, his crimson will flaring, punching a hole straight through the center of the blast. He emerged from the other side, unscathed, his fist cocked back. He drove his fist forward, not at her body, but at the ancient, ornate crown that rested on her head, the symbol of her authority, the focus of her ancient power. His knuckles connected with the millennia-old artifact. The sound was not loud. It was a single, pure, resonant crack that echoed across the plaza, across the entire city. Broadcast by every one of Velvet's drones. Lilith's crown, the crown of the Queen of Hell, shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces. The dark energy around her vanished, flickering out like a snuffed candle. She stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, her hand flying to her now bare head. The song had ended. Silence descended upon Pentagram City. Every demon, on both sides, had seen. Their queen, the ancient and powerful Lilith, had been defeated. Her symbol of rule was dust. Izuku stood before her, his crimson aura slowly receding, his breathing steady. He looked at the broken woman before him, and there was no triumph in his eyes, only a weary finality. He could have killed her. He could have erased her from existence. But that was not his way. Your time as queen is over, Lilith, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the plaza. Your vision for hell is one of eternal, pointless suffering. It ends today. He turned his back on her, a gesture of dismissal more profound than any execution. You are exiled from Pentagram City. Go, find your own personal hell somewhere else. This one no longer belongs to you. He began to walk away, back toward his own lines. Lilith watched him go, her face a mask of utter humiliation and defeat. Her power was broken, her support gone. She was nothing. With a final, hateful glare, she dissolved into shadows and vanished. A moment of silence, and then, a single cheer erupted from Izuku's side. It was followed by another, and another, until a deafening roar of victory washed over the city. The soldiers of Lilith's army, their will broken, dropped their weapons and knelt, not in fear, but in acceptance of the new reality. High above, on the central tower of the city, a new flag was raised. It was a simple, stark design, a deep crimson field, with the determined, green-eyed visage of their new king at its center. The crimson banner now flew over a united pentagram city. The unification war was over. Chapter 7. When Angels Fall. The roar of victory was still echoing in the scarred streets of Pentagram City. It was a raw, cathartic sound, a million voices rising in unison after a brutal civil war. The crimson banner, Izuku's symbol of a unified, defiant hell, now flew from every major spire, a stark proclamation against the bruised, perpetually twilight sky. On the ground, the dust was beginning to settle, revealing the cost of unification. Craters marred the avenues, buildings stood like skeletal remains, but there was an energy in the air that had been absent for millennia: hope. It was a fragile, blood-soaked thing, but it was real. Izuku stood on the primary observation deck of his new command citadel, formerly Vox Tech Tower, now reforged into a fortress of crimson-veined metal and fortified will. Beside him, his council, his family, watched their new kingdom take its first breath. Carmilla Carmen, ever the pragmatist, was already mentally calculating reconstruction costs. Velvet was orchestrating a media blitz, broadcasting images of the unified city under its new king. Cherry Bomb was leaning over the railing, itching to start the victory party with a few well-placed celebratory explosions. Charlie and Vaggie stood hand in hand, a quiet, profound sense of awe on their faces as they saw the first, tangible proof that Charlie's dream wasn't just a fantasy. Even Lute, her expression a careful mask of neutrality, could not hide the flicker of something akin to pride in her eyes as she surveyed the disciplined Sinner armies securing the city below. "It's done," Charlie whispered, her voice thick with emotion. We actually did it. "This was just the beginning," Izuku said, his voice calm but resonant with an underlying power that seemed to hum in the very air around them. "Now, we build." But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. The victory cheers died in the throats of the demons below, choked off by a sudden, unnatural silence. The air, already thick with the scent of ozone and brimstone, grew heavy, oppressive, as if the sky itself was pressing down upon them. A low, resonant hum began, a celestial chord that vibrated in the bones and made teeth ache. "What is that?" Vaggie asked, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of the angelic spear now slung at her back. Lute's face had gone deathly pale, her eyes wide with a dawning, ancestral horror. She looked to the sky, not with defiance, but with the terrified recognition of a child hearing the footsteps of a wrathful god. "No," she breathed, the word a ghost of a sound. "He wouldn't. He can't." High above them, the bruised purple canvas of hell's sky began to fracture. It did not tear like fabric, it cracked like porcelain, fine lines of brilliant gold spreading outward from a central point. The celestial hum intensified into a deafening shriek of divine power, a sound that promised not salvation, but absolute, purifying annihilation. Then, the first portal ripped open. It was not the singular, jagged tear of the exterminations. This was a geometrically perfect circle of blinding golden light, a pristine wound in reality. And then another appeared beside it. And another. And another. Within seconds, the sky was a honeycomb of celestial gateways. 1,000 perfect, silent portals, stretching from one horizon to the other. From each portal, a single, perfect trumpet blast sounded. 1,000 notes merging into one cataclysmic announcement of judgment. And then, the host descended. It was not a disorganized rabble of exorcists. This was the full, ordered might of heaven's legions. Ranks upon ranks of angelic warriors, clad in immaculate golden armor, their faces hidden behind impassive, beatific masks. They moved with a terrifying synchronicity, their wings beating in a single, thunderous rhythm that shook the very foundations of the city. There were legions of virtues, wielding lances of pure light, choirs of powers, their forms crackling with divine energy, and at their head, a vanguard of dominions, angels of such immense stature and power they seemed like gods unto themselves. And leading them all, emerging from the largest, central portal, was the vessel of heaven's fury. It was a celestial warship, a monstrosity of white marble, gold filigree, and solidified light. The Sanctifier. It moved with a silent, inexorable grace, its prow carved in the image of a weeping seraph. On its command deck, wreathed in an aura of unbearable brilliance, stood the Archangel Seraphiel. He wore no helmet, his face a mask of serene, zealous fury. In his hand, he held not a weapon, but a scepter of pure, condensed starlight, and his 6 wings, each one a universe of burning feathers, beat slowly, majestically. He was not here to cull. He was here to erase. The Purge Crusade, Lute whispered, her voice trembling. The final sanction. It's only ever been a threat. A myth to ensure hell never rose too high. Looks like we rose too high, Cherry Bomb muttered. Her usual manic grin replaced by a grimace of disbelief. On the ground, panic erupted. The fragile hope of moments before shattered into a million shards of terror. Sinners hoo-ha. D just fought a war for their freedom now screamed and fled, the ancient, ingrained fear of heavenly retribution overriding their newfound courage. Velvet, get on the network now. Izuku's voice ooped through the rising tide of fear like a physical blow. It was cold, hard, and utterly devoid of panic. Broadcast on every channel. No running. No hiding. This is not an extermination. This is an invasion. We fight, or we are unmade. There is no other choice. Velvet, shaken from her stupor, nodded sharply, her fingers already a blur across her datapad. On it, boss. The Crimson King's first and final decree. Catchy. Carmilla, get your artillery online. Target their command ships first. I want those dominions grounded. They will have celestial shields far surpassing anything Adam brought, Carmilla replied. Her eyes narrowed, calculating trajectories and power requirements. It will take concentrated fire. Then concentrate it, Izuku ordered. He turned to Veggie and Lute. The Vindicators are our elite. You two led them. Your job is rapid response. Plug any gaps in the line. Target their field commanders. Sow chaos in their perfect ranks. Veggie met his gaze, her single eye burning with a fierce light. And you? Izuku looked up at the Sanctifier, at the distant, shining figure of Seraphiel. A faint, crimson aura began to leak from his form, coiling around him like smoke. I have an appointment with their God King. His gaze swept over all of them, a silent fire passing between their souls. He saw fear, yes, but beneath it, he saw resolve hardening like tempered steel. He saw Charlie, her horror solidifying into a fierce, protective glare, her fists clenching as horns began to curl from her hairline. He saw the trust they had placed in him, the kingdom they had built together. His crimson wool, the very essence of his being, surged in response to that trust, a roaring inferno demanding release. They believe they are judgment, Izuku's voice boomed, amplified by his own power. Carrying across the citadel and, through Velvet's network, across the entire city. They have come to purge what they call sin. But we will teach them a new truth. He raised a hand, and from the ground, a million crimson banners rose, a forest of defiance against the golden tide. That hell is a sovereign nation. And I am its king. To your battle stations. For Pentagram City. For hell. A singular, unified roar answered him, a sound of desperation and defiance forged into a weapon. The battle for hell had begun. The first wave hit the city's outer defenses. Like a physical manifestation of divine wrath. It was a tsunami of golden light and righteous fury, a perfectly coordinated assault designed to shatter morale and defenses in a single, overwhelming blow. But Pentagram City was no longer the chaotic den of sinners it had once been. It was a fortress. From hidden emplacements all across the city, the results of Carmilla Carmine's genius erupted into the sky. Soulfire cannons, massive artillery pieces forged from the ruins of the Unification War and powered by a combination of demonic energy and reverse-engineered angelic technology, belched streams of emerald and black energy. The projectiles screamed through the air, impacting against the celestial shields of the first angelic legions. The shields, designed to repel any known form of demonic energy, flickered and groaned under the assault. They held, but they were not invincible. All batteries, concentrate fire on Sector GAMMA-7. Carmilla's voice was a steel anchor in the storm of battlefield communications. She stood in the heart of her weapons factory, now a master command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing troop movements and power readings. Their vanguard is pushing too hard. Break their formation. Give the ground troops room to maneuver. On the ground, the reality of the war was far more visceral. The Sinner armies, clad in armor scavenged and reforged, held the line behind massive barricades of rubble and fortified steel. They wielded weapons that glowed with a sickly green light, the Angelbane munitions Izuku and Carmilla had developed from the fragments of the spear of Michael. When the angels finally crashed into their lines, the effect was immediate and shocking. An angelic warrior, a virtue of immense power, swung its light-forged sword, expecting to cleave through a dozen sinners. Instead, its blade clanged against a shield reinforced with Angelbane alloy, the divine metal hissing and smoking where it made contact. The sinner behind the shield, a hulking brute who in his past life had been a simple leg breaker, roared and thrust a spear tipped with the same material. It punched through the angel's armor, and the creature of light shrieked, its form dissolving not into ethereal dust, but into burning, corrupted embers. For the first time in history, the common sinner could kill an angel. The realization spread through the ranks like wildfire, turning terror into a savage, desperate courage. They were no longer sheep for the slaughter. They were soldiers. But courage alone was not enough to stem the tide. The angelic host was a legion of perfect soldiers, trained for eons. They adapted, their formations shifting, their attacks becoming more precise, exploiting every weakness. A section of the wall in the northern district crumbled under a focused barrage of celestial energy, and a phalanx of angels poured through the breach. Before they could flank the main line, a blur of silver and black descended upon them. Vagi led the charge, her new spear a whirlwind of deadly grace. She moved with a ferocity born from a lifetime of fighting for survival, each thrust and parry economical and lethal. She impaled one angel through the chest, used its falling body as a springboard to launch herself at another, and cut its wings from its back before it could even react. She was a dervish of righteous fury, her own angelic past twisted into a weapon against her former brethren. Fighting beside her, a mirror image of deadly precision, was Lute. Her movements were different from Vagi's, colder, more geometric, result of millennia of formal training. She did not waste a single motion. Her captured angelic sword, now glowing with a faint crimson hue from Izuku's influence, darted out like a serpent's tongue, finding the weak points in her opponent's armor with chilling accuracy. A flick of her wrist to sever a tendon in a wing, a precise thrust to pierce the gorget, a dispassionate sidestep to avoid a counterattack. Together, they were breathtakingly lethal. They moved in an unspoken sync, Vagi's raw aggression creating openings that Lute's precision exploited. An angel would charge Vagi, only to find Lute's blade suddenly at its throat. Another would attempt to flank Lute, and Vagi's spear would crash down upon it like a thunderbolt. "On your left," Vagi barked, parrying a blow meant for Lute. "I saw it." Lute clipped back, already spinning to decapitate the angel Vagi had just blocked. Try to keep up. Around them, the Crimson Vindicators, a hand-picked unit of the most skilled and battle-hardened sinners, followed their lead, a scalpel carving through the heart of the angelic advance. They plugged the breach, their Angelbane weapons turning the tide, their twin angelic commanders an inspiring, terrifying sight. Vagi, the fallen angel fighting for her new home. Lute, the turncoat executioner, now a guardian. It was a symbol of Izuku's new hell, a living testament to the impossible alliances he had forged. The angels hesitated, their divine certainty shaken by the sight of one of their own fighting with such cold fury against them. It was a hesitation that cost them dearly. While Vagi and Lute were a blade of precision, Cherry Bomb was a sledgehammer of chaos. Her designated territory was the industrial district, a maze of factories and warehouses that he had gleefully turned into her personal playground of death. "Welcome to the party, ya glowing pricks," she cackled, sliding down a massive chain suspended between two smokestacks. She lobbed a half-dozen of her signature cherry-shaped bombs into the street below, where a squadron of angels was advancing in a perfect, shield-walled formation. The bombs didn't just explode. Infused with a volatile cocktail of demonic energy and alchemical reagents supplied by Carmilla, they detonated with a concussive force that shattered the angels' light shields and sent them flying. But that was just the appetizer. As the angels struggled to their feet, a secondary effect kicked in. A thick, black, viscous goo erupted from the blast zone, clinging to their armor and wings, and then igniting with a CKLY green flame that even their divine nature couldn't easily extinguish. That's my new recipe. Call it stick and burn surprise. Cherry shouted, landing gracefully amidst a pile of scrap metal. She was a whirlwind of joyous destruction, her single eye gleaming with manic energy. She wasn't just fighting a war, she was performing her art, and the canvas was the battlefield. Her infectious chaos spread to the local demons, a rough and tumble crew of anarchists and rebels who had flocked to her banner. Inspired by her gleeful defiance, they fought with a reckless abandon that the rigidly DISCIP-lined angels found impossible to predict. They burst from sewers, dropped from rooftops, and set up elaborate, Rube Goldberg-esque traps involving tons of molten steel and industrial-grade explosives. A towering dominion, a commander of the angelic forces, landed in the center of the district, its voice a booming command. Restore order. Purge this filth. Eradicate the contagion of chaos. Contagion. Cherry called out, popping up from behind a pile of wrecked cars. Babe, I'm the whole goddamn plague. She pressed a detonator, and the entire street erupted. Hidden mines, shaped like discarded cans and broken bricks. Blue sky high. The Dominion, caught completely by surprise, roared as its legs were engulfed in a demonic inferno. Before it could recover, Cherry swung a massive I-beam attached to a crane, smashing it into the angel's head with a clang that echoed through the district. The giant angel staggered, its divine aura flickering. That was the moment Cherry's followers swarmed, overwhelming it with sheer numbers and vicious, close-quarters fighting. Cherry Bomb's front was pure anarchy, a meat grinder that chewed up the angel's perfect formations and spit out broken, burning remnants. It was a vital, chaotic bulwark in Izuku's grand strategy. Miles away, in the silent, air-conditioned cool of the Crimson Citadel's command center, Velvet was fighting a war on a completely different front. She stood before a dozen holographic screens, a tempest of information swirling around her. Her battle was not fought with bombs or blades, but with data, code, and narrative. Okay, people, listen up. She snapped, her voice sharp and clear, broadcasting to a network of hackers and media manipulators she had assembled. Carmilla's artillery is hammering their command ships, but their shields are adapting. I need a way through. Zilla, you're my code breaker. The angels are broadcasting on a closed divine frequency. I want you to find a resonance loophole. I don't need to read their mail. I just need to be able to shove a signal in. It's divine code, Vel. It's written in, like, the language of creation. A voice crackled back, so learn to speak God, you useless hack. And hurry up. Velvet's fingers flew across a console. On one screen, she was directing a swarm of camera drones, getting heroic shots of Vaggie and Lute's stand, which she was already editing into a propaganda piece. On another, she was manipulating public broadcast signals, replacing the angels' celestial hymns with deafening demonic rock music to disorient them and boost sinner morale. Got it. Zilla's voice shouted triumphantly. It's a tiny window, but I can piggyback a data burst on their command authentication signal. Perfect. Velvet's eyes gleamed. Feed this to them. She uploaded a file. It wasn't a virus. It was far more insidious. It was a perfectly crafted illusion. A moment later, on the command displays of a dozen angelic ships, a phantom army of thousands of demons appeared on their flank, seemingly materializing from nowhere. The angelic commanders, unable to believe that their divine intelligence could be compromised, reacted instantly, RTING a significant portion of their forces to counter the non-existent threat. This created a momentary weakness in their main line, a gap that Carmilla's artillery, guided by Velvet's real-time data, immediately exploited. 3 angelic cruisers, their shields weakened by the power diversion, were struck by concentrated soulfire blasts. They didn't explode. They simply came apart, dissolving into shimmering dust as their divine structures were unmade. Velvet watched the icons for the cruisers vanish from the main map, a smirk playing on her lips. Never bring a prayer to a data fight. She zoomed in her drone camera on Izuku, a red comet ascending towards the sanctifier. And make sure you get a good angle on the boss. The world needs to see this. She wasn't just a coordinator, she was the war's storyteller. And she was ensuring that the legend of the Crimson King was being written in real time, broadcast for every soul in hell to see. The battle raged, a citywide conflagration of crimson and gold. But for all their victories, Izuku's forces were being pushed back. The sheer numbers of the angelic host were staggering. For every angel that fell, 2 more seemed to take its place. The true crisis point, however, was not on the front lines, but at the heart of their kingdom, the Hazbin Hotel. Rebuilt and fortified, the hotel had become a sanctuary, sheltering thousands of non-combatant sinners. The elderly, the young, the souls who simply had no fight in them. It was a symbol of everything they were fighting for, and Seraphiel knew it. A dedicated legion, led by a fearsome archon, broke through the outer defenses with the specific goal of razing the hotel and slaughtering everyone within. Vagi and loot were pinned down across the city, Cherry was holding the industrial sector. And the main Sinner army was engaged. The hotel's defenses, manned by Alistair, Husk, Nifty, and a handful of dedicated guards, were holding, but they were beginning to buckle under the focused assault. The Archon, a being of pure, cold light, smashed through the main gate, its presence alone causing the very walls to weep ethereal tears. The dream of redemption dies now, the Archon intoned, raising a sword of solidified sunlight. Charlie Morningstar watched from the hotel's main balcony, her heart a cold stone of terror in her chest. She saw the fear in the eyes of the people she had sworn to protect. She saw the Archon about to deliver the killing blow to Angel Dust, who was fighting valiantly near the gate. And in that moment, something inside her snapped. It was not the gentle, hopeful princess of hell who reacted. It was the daughter of Lucifer, the scion of an ancient, cosmic power. Her terror did not break her. It was transmuted into a fuel for a fire she had kept banked for her entire life. No, her scream was not just sound. It was a wave of raw, untamed power. Her form elongated, her skin paling to a stark white while her cheeks flushed a demonic red. Her horns, usually small nubs, grew into magnificent, curling crowns of black and crimson. Her eyes, no longer soft and hopeful, became searing pools of golden light with slitted pupils. And behind her, 6 wings of ethereal, shadowy fire unfurled, casting the entire courtyard in a terrifying, twilight glow. She was a being of perfect duality, a creature of both light and shadow, angel and demon, hope and wrath. She floated down from the balcony, landing softly between the Archon and her friends. The air around her crackled, a strange fusion of hellfire and something older, something holier. The Archon stared, its divine certainty momentarily faltering. What is this abomination? Charlie didn't answer with words. She raised her hands, and the ground around the hotel erupted. It wasn't a destructive explosion. It was a transformation. Golden, thorny vines, wreathed in both holy light and crimson hellfire, burst from the ground, forming an impenetrable wall around the sanctuary. They snaked around the invading angels, not crushing them, but trapping them, holding them in a stasis of conflicting energies. She focused her gaze on the Archon. From her mouth came not a scream, but a song. It was a melody of profound, heart-wrenching sorrow and earth-shattering power, a lullaby of annihilation. The Archon clutched its head, its form flickering violently as the song assaulted its very being. Its divine essence unable to process the paradoxical nature of Charlie's power. "You will not touch my people," she declared, her voice a chorus of 1,000 voices, both angelic and demonic. "You will not touch my home." She thrust her palm forward, and a beam of swirling crimson and gold energy, a vortex of her dual nature, slammed into the Archon. The celestial being shrieked as its physical form was unraveled, its light torn apart by the impossible energies washing over it. It dissipated into nothingness, its holy sword clattering to the ground. The remaining angels, their leader gone, trapped by the psycho-reactive thorns, broke. They turned and fled, their divine mandate shattered by the sight of the princess of hell wielding a power that defied the very laws of their existence. Charlie stood in the silence, her form slowly receding back to its familiar state, her wings dissolving into motes of light and shadow. She stumbled, caught by Vagi who had just arrived with reinforcements. Her eye wide with shock and awe. The hotel was safe. Charlie had held the line. She had finally, terrifyingly, embraced her birthright. While his kingdom fought for its survival below, Izuku was a crimson streak ascending through a storm of gold. He moved with impossible speed, his crimson will propelling him through the sky, a living projectile aimed at the heart of the invasion. Angels swarmed him, a cloud of gilded insects. He didn't slow. His will manifested around him, a second skin of hardened energy. Lances of light shattered against his passive defense. Holy fire washed over him, only to be absorbed and integrated into his own crimson aura. He was not just a warrior, he was a force of nature. He didn't need to punch or kick. A gesture was enough. He clenched his fist, and the space around a dozen angels compressed, crushing them into points of fading light. He swept his arm, and a scythe of crimson energy 50 meters long carved a clean path through their ranks. He was a singular entity against an army, and the army was losing. He landed on the pristine marble deck of the Sanctifier with an impact that cracked the deck and sent shockwaves through the entire vessel. The elite Seraphic Guard, the personal protectors of the Archangels, surrounded him instantly, their golden armor immaculate, their power immense. They did not get the chance to attack. Izuku simply released a pulse of his aura. It wasn't an attack, it was a statement of fact. I am here. You were in my way. The raw, concentrated pressure of his will was a physical force. The Seraphic Guard were blown backward, their armor denting, their divine energy scattered like dust in a hurricane. They were not dead, merely dismissed. At the far end of the deck, Seraphiel stood, his expression unreadable. His scepter of starlight humming with power. The air around him was so pure, so holy, it felt like it would burn the lungs of any lesser being. Anathema. Seraphiel's voice was not a sound, but a concept projected directly into Izuku's mind. It was calm, serene, and filled with the absolute certainty of a being that had never once been wrong. A cosmic error, a soul that defied the great plan and slipped through the cracks of creation. You should not exist, and yet, here I am, Izuku replied, his own voice cutting through the holy air. He took a step forward, the cracks in the marble deck spreading from his feet, glowing with crimson light. I exist, my people exist, and we will not be unmade by a dogmatic tyrant who mistakes his own prejudice for divine will. You speak of will, Seraphiel countered, raising his scepter. The sky above the Sanctifier darkened, the 1,000 portals coalescing into a single, massive vortex of pure celestial energy. I am the vessel of a will that forged galaxies. You were but a defiant spark. I am here to extinguish you. The duel began. It was not a clash of swords, but a collision of realities. Seraphiel gestured with his scepter, and the very concept of order manifested. The air itself crystallized into geometric patterns of razor-sharp light, a cage of perfect, lethal logic that converged on Izuku from all directions. Izuku's response was a roar of pure, untamed will. His crimson aura exploded outward, a sphere of chaotic, raw power that did not just break the cage of light, but shattered the very logic it was built upon. The perfect geometry dissolved into meaningless, harmless photons. Your order is rigid, brittle, Izuku stated, advancing. It cannot adapt. Seraphiel's serene expression tightened. He pointed his scepter at Izuku, and a beam of absolute, pure light, the essence of creation, the fire that lit the first stars, shot forth. It was not meant to burn or pierce. It was meant to unmake, to erase its target from the timeline, past, present, and future. Izuku met the beam head-on. He didn't block it, he didn't dodge it, he simply held up a hand, and his crimson will met the light of creation. It was a stalemate, a war between the blueprint of the universe and a soul that refused to follow it. The Sanctifier groaned under the strain, the marble and gold of it struck. Ture beginning to sublimate under the sheer cosmic forces being unleashed. The very sky of hell began to crack and splinter around their battle, fissures of red and gold spreading like a spiderweb. Pushed beyond his limits, fueled by the desperate prayers and defiant cries of the kingdom below him, Izuku felt a new depth of his power unlock. He thought of Charlie's dream, of Vaji's hard-won loyalty, of Cherry's fierce joy, of Carmilla's quiet strength, of Velvet's sharp mind. He thought of Lute, an enemy remade into an ally, a living symbol of his entire philosophy. They were his to protect. That was his purpose, his reality. You believe your will is absolute because it was given to you, Izuku's voice boomed, overpowering the shriek of cosmic energies. Mine is absolute because I forged it myself. In death, in defiance, in the heart of this kingdom I have built. His crimson aura surged, overwhelming the beam of pure light and forcing it back. It engulfed Seraphiel, who cried out for the first time, his serenity broken by a flicker of shock and pain. This ends now, Seraphiel, Izuku declared, He channeled every ounce of his being, every fiber of his will, into a single, ultimate expression of his power. It was not a blast or a beam. It was an edict, a fundamental declaration of sovereignty over reality itself. "In my kingdom," he roared, his voice shaking the foundations of hell and heaven. "Your divinity is forfeit." The crimson energy washing over Seraphiel did not burn him. It did something far worse. It severed him. It cut the celestial thread that connected him to the Godhead, to the source of all divine power. Seraphiel's 6 wings of fire sputtered and died, becoming mere appendages of flesh and feather. The blinding light of his aura vanished, leaving only a pale, mortal glow. The scepter of starlight in his hand crumbled into dust. The archangel Seraphiel, the right hand of God, the leader of the Purge Crusade, fell to his knees, his eyes wide, with a terror more profound than any sinner had ever known. He was mundane. He was finite. He was just a man. Izuku walked forward, his crimson armor manifesting around him, a suit of demonic royalty forged from pure will. He stopped before the kneeling archangel and simply looked down at him. The battle was over. The cessation of their duel was as cataclysmic as its beginning. The raw power had been bending reality around the sanctifier vanished. The celestial warship, its structural integrity annihilated, began to break apart, massive chunks of marble falling from the sky like failed meteors. A shockwave, not of energy, but of pure, profound silence, washed over the battlefield below. Every combatant, angel and demon alike, stopped fighting. They looked up. Velvet's drones, miraculously surviving the tempest, broadcast the image across all of hell. There, on the deck of the disintegrating celestial warship, stood their crimson king, glowing like a newly birthed, malevolent star. At his feet, broken and powerless, knelt an archangel. A single sinner, somewhere in the blood-soaked streets, let out a shaky, disbelieving cheer. It was joined by another, and then 100, and then 1,000,000. A tidal wave of sound washed over Pentagram City, a roar of impossible victory, of a world turned upside down. The angels stared in horrified silence. Their commander was defeated, their divine connection felt, frayed, weakened by the blasphemous act they had just witnessed. Their perfect war machine ground to a halt. Hell had won. Chapter 8. King of a New Hell. Silence. It was a sound more profound and more deafening than any explosion that had preceded it. For hours, the sky had been a canvas of cataclysm, painted in streaks of holy gold and demonic crimson, torn asunder by the shriek of angelic steel and the defiant roar of 1,000,000 sinners. Now, there was only the silence, thick and heavy, broken by the gentle hiss of celestial wreckage cooling on the scorched earth and the distant pained groans of the wounded. The great tear in the sky, the 1,000 portals that had vomited forth heaven's wrath, had sealed shut. The celestial warship, the vessel of Seraphiel's righteous fury, was a skeletal ruin, its golden hull blackened and twisted, impaled on the jagged spires of Pentagram City's own architecture. It looked like the carcass of some Leviathan had died warring against a mountain range. In the epicenter of the devastation, where the final, reality-bending clash had occurred, Izuku Midoriya stood. He was no longer wreathed in the overwhelming aura of his crimson will. The demonic armor that had manifested around him had receded, dissolving back into the raw potential of his soul. He wore the simple black tunic and trousers he'd arrived in, now tattered and stained with golden angelic ichor and his own black blood. He was breathing heavily, his shoulders slumped with an exhaustion that was bone-deep, soul-deep. His green hair, usually a chaotic mop, was plastered to his brow with sweat. But he was standing. He looked up at the fractured, bruised sky of hell. It was still dark, but a faint, bloody light was beginning to seep back into the perpetual twilight. He had won. They had won. The thought didn't bring triumph, not yet. It brought a wave of staggering, crushing relief that almost buckled his knees. He had held the line. He had protected them. A frantic rush of footsteps crunched on the glassy, fused ground. He didn't need to turn. He knew their presence, their energies, as well as he knew his own. Izuku. Charlie's voice was a choked sob of relief. She crashed into his back, her arms wrapping around his torso with a desperate strength. He could feel her trembling, the overwhelming release of terror and hope. Finally breaking through her regal composure. Vagi was next, her hand landing firmly on his shoulder, a grounding touch that spoke volumes. He glanced back at her. The former exorcist's single eye was wide, scanning him for injuries. Her usual hardened expression completely melted away into raw, unguarded relief. You're okay, she breathed, the words more a statement of disbelief than a question. Cherry Bomb skidded to a halt beside them, her usual manic grin replaced by a look of wild, adrenaline-fueled awe. Holy shit, Z, she panted, her chest heaving. You actually did it. Why? Oh, you kicked God's fanciest attack dog right in the celestial jewels. Carmilla, Carmen and Velvet arrived with more dignity, though their haste was evident. Carmilla's gaze was sharp, analytical, but held a profound, maternal respect. Velvet's phone was, for once, forgotten in her pocket. Her eyes, usually flitting about, assessing angles and trends, were fixed solely on him, a complex mixture of shock, fascination, and something deeper, more genuine, stirring beneath the surface. Finally, Loot, she stopped a few feet away, her angelic wings, once pristine white, now singed and grayed from the battle, held low. She didn't rush forward, she simply stood there, her expression a maelstrom of conflict. She had fought against her own kind, defended the very beings she had been created to destroy. And she had watched the man before her, this, anathema, defeat an archangel whose power was the stuff of legend. In her eyes, the last vestiges of heaven's dogma were burning away, leaving behind a terrifying, exhilarating void that was rapidly being filled by one, undeniable truth. Her loyalty, her future, her everything, now belonged to him. Izuku finally allowed himself a small, weary smile. He reached up, placing a hand over Charlie's on his chest. We did it, he corrected, his voice raspy. All of us. And then, the silence was broken by another sound. It started small, a single, tentative cheer from a sinner perched on a nearby pile of rubble. Then another, and another. It was a spark catching in dry tinder. The cheer was taken up by a squad of Carmilla's soldiers, then by a mob of Cherry's anarchists. It rippled outwards, through the shattered streets and broken plazas. Within moments, the single cheer became a chorus, then a roar. A tidal wave of sound washed over them. A million voices united in a single, deafening shout of victory and liberation. They weren't just cheering a victor, they were hailing a king. Their king. The Crimson King of Hell. The transitee, on from battlefield to war room was jarring. The sounds of celebration still echoed from outside the heavily fortified command center they had established deep within Carmilla Carmine's weapons factory. A place that had miraculously survived the worst of the fighting thanks to its own formidable defenses. The air inside was cool and sterile, smelling of ozone and metal, a stark contrast to the SCE/NT of burnt sin and holy fire that still clung to the city. In the center of the room, held in a containment field of crimson energy that pulsed with Izuku's own will, knelt Seraphiel. The archangel was a shadow of his divine self. His 6 wings were broken, their light feathers drooping and torn. His white and gold armor was cracked and blackened, the divine light that once radiated from him now a guttering, pathetic flicker. His face, once a mask of beatific certainty and zealous fury, was now etched with the bitter lines of utter, soul-crushing defeat. He stared at the polished floor, his pride too shattered to even meet their eyes. Izuku sat opposite him at a large metal table, a steaming mug of something dark and potent, courtesy of husk, in his hands. His council surrounded him. Charlie and Vaggie stood by his side, their presence a silent show of support. Carmilla was a pillar of stoic observation, her arms crossed as she assessed the captured angel with a strategist's cold eye. Velvet leaned against the table, idly scrolling through her phone, though her attention was entirely on the proceedings, recording every nuance for the narrative of this new age. Cherry was perched on a stack of weapon crates, uncharacteristically quiet. Loot stood near the containment field, a silent, grim-faced guard, her internal turmoil palpable. It's over, Seraphiel, Izuku said, his voice calm and steady. Devoid of the triumphalism the angel likely expected. Seraphiel's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with a final, desperate spark of defiance. This changes nothing, abomination, he spat, his voice a ragged whisper. You have won a battle, not the war. The divine order is absolute. Heaven will not. Heaven will do exactly as it is told, Izuku interrupted, his tone hardening. Just enough to cut through the angel's tirade. The crimson field around Seraphiel flared, forcing a pained grunt from him. Because its alternative is annihilation. You brought a crusade to my home. You sought to unmake this world and everyone in it, not for any grand moral purpose, but because you encountered something you didn't understand and couldn't control. You feared me. We do not fear, Seraphiel snarled. We are the instruments of God's will. You are the instruments of your own dogma, Izuku countered, leaning forward. You've been carrying out these exterminations for eons, not as a divine mandate, but as a form of population control born from arrogance and prejudice. You never once considered that the souls you were reaping could be anything more than filth to be purged. You saw weakness and sin, and you never looked for the potential beneath it. He gestured around the room. Look, a princess who dreams of redemption. An exorcist who chose love over blind duty. A.S. Strategist who fights only to protect her family. An anarchist who found a cause. A media mogul who wields influence as a shield for her people. A soldier who learned mercy. This is what you tried to destroy. This is what defeated you. Seraphiel fell silent, his gaze flickering to Lute. The betrayal he saw in her stoic stance seemed to wound him more than any physical blow Izuku had landed. Lute, you would stand with this thing. Against your own sisters. Against paradise. Lute's hand tightened on the hilt of the angelic spear she now carried. Her voice, when it came, was as cold and sharp as the blade itself. I stand with the one who showed me the difference between blind obedience and true strength. I stand with the one who protects, rather than purges. You call him a thing. He has shown more honor and mercy than the entire Seraphim Council. You left me for dead, Seraphiel. He gave me a choice. I made it. The finality in her voice broke something in the Archangel. His shoulders slumped, the last of his fight draining away. Izuku took a sip from his mug, letting the weight of Lute's words settle. I'm not going to kill you, Seraphiel. And I am not leading an army to the gates of heaven. As much as you may deserve it, I have no interest in ruling over a kingdom of ashes, be it yours or my own. This seemed to surprise the Archangel more than anything. He looked up, confusion warring with suspicion in his eyes. What do you want, then? Terms, Izuku said simply. You will be my messenger. You will return to the Seraphim Council, and you will deliver my decree. He stood up, his presence filling the room, the latent power of the Crimson will causing the very air to feel heavy. Term 1. The annual exterminations are over. Forever. They will never happen again. Term 2. Hell is hereby declared a sovereign and independent nation. Its borders are absolute. No angel shall cross into this realm without express permission from my council. Any unauthorized incursion will be considered an act of war. Term 3. This was your one and only chance to destroy us. You failed. Should heaven ever again attempt an act of mass aggression against my people, I will not wait for you to come to me. I will bring the full might of this unified kingdom to your golden gates, and I will tear them from their celestial hinges. I will not stop until the sanctum of absolute light is a ruin. Is that understood? The threat was delivered without shouting, without rage. It was a simple, undeniable statement of fact, and that made it all the more terrifying. The room was utterly still. Even Velvet had stopped scrolling. Seraphiel stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time. Not as an anathema, not as a demon, but as a rival power. A king. He slowly, stiffly, nodded. The terms will be delivered. Good, Izuku said. He gestured to Lute. Let him go. Lute hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded. With a wave of her hand, she deactivated the containment field. Seraphiel stumbled, catching himself on the table. He looked around at the faces staring back at him. The determined princess, the defiant ex-angel, the calculating Ove. RLORD, and he knew that the old order was well and truly dead. With a final, broken look at Lute, he summoned the last of his strength. A small, shimmering portal of golden light opened behind him. He limped through it without a backward glance, and the portal snapped shut, leaving behind only the scent of fading divinity. A collective breath was released in the room. Well, Velvet said, final. Lee breaking the silence as she began typing furiously on her phone. That was one hell of a press release. Crimson King issues ultimatum to heaven. The engagement on this is going to be insane. Carmilla gave a rare, small smile. It was a sound strategic move. You established dominance, set clear boundaries, and left them with no choice but to accept. A forced peace is better than a perpetual war. Charlie rushed to Izuku, her eyes shining with unshed tears of gratitude. Thank you, Izuku. You didn't seek revenge. You chose peace. Izuku placed a hand on her head, his expression softening. Peace has to be backed by the credible threat of overwhelming violence, Charlie. We have that now. The goal was always to protect this place, not to conquer another. Now, the real work begins. He looked out the reinforced window at the scarred but celebrating city. Now we have to build a hell worth protecting. The weeks that followed were a blur of frenetic, focused activity. The task of rebuilding an entire ring of hell was monumental, a logistical nightmare that would have crushed any lesser leadership. But Izuku's council was no ordinary governing body. It was a symphony of disparate, perfectly suited talents. And he was its conductor. The war room in Carmilla's factory became the permanent seat of the new government, a bustling hub of planning and reconstruction. Maps of Pentagram City, once showing battle lines and enemy territory, now displayed color-coded zones for debris removal, infrastructure repair, and housing redevelopment. Izuku found a new kind of rhythm in these meetings. A challenge that tested his mind rather than his power. He sat at the head of the grand table, flanked by Carmilla and Velvet, the three of them forming the core of Hell's new civil administration. The aqueducts in the southern districts are a complete loss, Carmilla reported, gesturing to a holographic map that glowed in the center of the table. Her sharp, black and white attire was as immaculate as ever. A stark contrast to the chaos they were managing. The celestial warship's impact shattered the primary conduits. We're running temporary pipelines, but to rebuild them properly, we'll need 5,000 tons of soul-forged steel and a workforce of at least 10,000. The narrative is already in place, Velvet chimed in, not looking up from the 3 tablets she was operating simultaneously. Her fashion was, as always, aggressively modern, a statement of intent for the new era she was branding. We're calling it the Crimson Renewal. I've got every media outlet from Vox Tech, which we now own. By the way, after a very hostile takeover, to the gutter press running stories on it. We're framing it as a chance for sinners to literally rebuild their world. A brick in your hand. A stake in your kingdom. It's poignant. It's powerful. The recruitment drives are already oversubscribed. Sinners are fighting for a chance to get on the construction crews. Izuku nodded, absorbing the information. Good. Carmilla, divert the steel from the secondary weapons foundries. Our priority is infrastructure, not arms, for now. Authorize hazard pay for the workers. And set up mobile canteens at every major site. They need to know their king appreciates their labor. Carmilla's lips quirked in approval. Consider it done. They'll see you as a provider, not just a protector. A wise move. On the PR front, Velvet continued, a sly grin playing on her lips. The Lilith problem has been handled. I've been running a very subtle, very cutting campaign framing her as yesterday's queen. A relic who abandoned her people and returned only to cling to a past that no longer exists. Meanwhile, you, she pointed a clawed finger at Izuku, are the future. The architect of the new age. The public is eating it up. Her approval rating is somewhere below sewer mold. Their dynamic was a fascinating dance of pragmatism and propaganda. Carmilla, the master of logistics and materiel, built the kingdom's bones. Velvet, the queen of influence and narrative, gave it a soul and a story. And Izuku, at the center, provided the vision and the unshakable moral compass that guided it all. He learned to lean on their expertise, to trust their instincts. During one late-night session, after hours of poring over schematics for a new power grid, Velvet stretched languidly, her joints popping. You know, she said, her voice dropping to a more intimate, purring register, for a primordial force of cosmic will, you're surprisingly good at urban planning. Izuku looked up from the blueprints. A tired but genuine smile on his face. I just want to build things that last. Things that help people. And here I thought you were all about breaking things, she teased. Walking around the table to stand behind him. She placed her hands on his shoulders, her touch surprisingly gentle. But I get it. The ultimate power isn't destruction. It's creation. And mocking an entire civilization not just adore you, but depend on you. Well, that's the ultimate trend. It never goes out of style. Carmilla watched them from her seat, a thoughtful expression on her face. She is right, she stated. Her tone factual. What you are building here, it is more than a city. It is a symbol, a testament that strength can be used to nurture, not just dominate. My daughters, they will grow up in a hell that you made safe. For a mother, there is no greater gift. The sincerity in her voice was humbling. Izuku reached up, placing a hand over Velvet's. He looked from the pragmatic weapons dealer to the flamboyant media queen, and felt a profound sense of gratitude. They were more than just allies. They were the pillars of his new world. I couldn't do it without either of you, he said. And he meant it with every fiber of his being. If the war room was the kingdom's mind, the citywide celebration was its wild, beating heart. A week after the victory, once the Ost's immediate dangers were cleared and the rebuilding was underway, Cherry Bomb came to him with a manic gleam in her single eye. The people need to blow off some steam, she declared, throwing an arm around his shoulders. We kicked heaven's ass. That's not something you just go back to work after. We need a party. A big, loud, messy, citywide banger that'll shake the foundations and remind everyone what we were fighting for. Izuku, ever the pragmatist, had been hesitant. There was so much work to do. But seeing the expectant look in Cherry's eye, and hearing the distant, determined sounds of construction, he realized she was right. A victory wasn't real until it was celebrated. He gave her his blessing and a near unlimited budget. The result was pure, glorious Cherry Bomb. Pentagram City transformed. The rubble-strewn streets became dance floors. Makeshift stages were erected in shattered plazas, featuring every kind of demonic band imaginable, from hell metal screamers to sultry jazz singers. The rivers, still running sluggishly, were dyed fluorescent colors and filled with sinners on makeshift floats. Fireworks, specially designed by Cherry herself, exploded in the sky, not with simple colors, but in the shapes of defeated angels and shattered holy symbols. It was irreverent, chaotic, and utterly joyful. Izuku found himself dragged into the heart of it by Cherry herself. He was awkward at first, a commander surveying a festival rather than a participant. He still felt the weight of his new responsibilities, the thousands of lives that now depended on him. Lighten up, boss, Cherry shouted over the pounding music, shoving a bottle of some violently purple liquor into his hand. Look around. This is for you. They're not scared anymore. You did that. He looked. And he saw it. He saw sinners who once would have been cowering in their homes during an extermination, now dancing on rooftops. He saw turf gangs who had been at each other's throats during the Unification War now sharing drinks and laughing together. He saw hope, raw and untamed, on a million faces. Cherry grabbed his hand, her grip surprisingly strong, and pulled him into the swirling mass of a mosh pit. He stumbled, caught off guard, but found himself laughing. The sheer, unadulterated energy was infectious. For a few hours, he wasn't the Crimson King, the anathema, the commander. He was just Izuku, surrounded by people he had saved, celebrating their shared survival. He and Cherry ended up on the roof of a tall building, overlooking the sprawling, luminous chaos of the party. The music was a distant, rhythmic pulse beneath them. See, Cherry said, taking a long swig from her bottle. Told ya this was a good idea. You were right, Izuku admitted, a genuine smile gracing his lips. I needed this, to see them happy. That's the whole point, ain't it? She mused, nudging him with her shoulder. Fighting's fun and all, especially when you're winning. But it's gotta be for something. Back in the day, I just fought for the thrill. For turf, for fun, whatever. Now, she looked out at the city, her expression uncharacteristically soft. Now it feels different. Ightting for a place where we can have a party like this without worrying about some winged prick dropping out of the sky to vaporize us, yeah. That's a cause I can get behind. She leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. It was a comfortable, easy gesture. Theirs was a bond forged in the explosive crucible of battle, a simple, powerful loyalty that needed no complex words. Thanks, she murmured, for giving us something to fight for. And something to party for. He put an arm around her, looking out at the city he now called home. The wild, chaotic, irrepressible heart of his kingdom was on full display. And it was beautiful. The party raged for 3 days before finally winding down. As the last of the music faded and an exhausted quiet settled over the city, Izuku found himself drawn back to the place where it all began, the Hazbin Hotel. It was no longer just a hotel. It was the heart of the new central citadel, the Crimson Citadel, as Velvet had branded it. The original structure had been preserved and reinforced, but now it was surrounded by soaring crimson towers and fortified walls, a palace befitting a king. But inside, the heart of the hotel remained the same. He found Charlie and Vaggie in the main lobby. The fire was crackling in the grand fireplace, casting a warm, gentle glow on the room. Angel dust was passed out on one of the plush couches, a piglet snuggled on his chest. Husk was methodically polishing glasses behind the bar, a rare, small smile on his face. Nifty was darting about, gleefully scrubbing away the last of the party grime. It was a scene of profound domestic peace. Charlie was looking into the flames, a soft, wistful expression on her face. Vaggie stood behind her, a hand on her shoulder, her posture relaxed for the first time in what felt like an eternity. "Hey," Izuku said softly, not wanting to break the spell. They both turned, their faces lighting up when they saw him. "Izuku," Charlie breathed, her smile radiant. "Come, sit." He sank into the armchair opposite her, the exhaustion of the past weeks finally catching up to him. For a long moment, they just sat in comfortable silence, listening to the crackle of the fire. "I still can't believe it," Charlie said finally, her voice barely a whisper. "Everything, all of it. It's real. My dream. Everyone thought it was a joke. A silly, naive little fantasy." She looked at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You made it real. You took my little hotel, my little hope, and you built a kingdom around it." "Your dream was the foundation, Charlie," Izuku replied gently. "It was the why. All I did was provide the how. You showed me that there was something here worth protecting. Something more than just a chaotic collection of lost souls. You saw potential. You believed in them. That's a power all its own. A power I didn't have." Vaggie moved to sit on the arm of his chair, her gaze soft and filled with a depth of emotion he had rarely seen from her. "I was so suspicious of you at first," she admitted, her voice low. "I've spent my life fighting. First for Heaven, then for Charlie. I thought you were just another Overlord, another power-hungry monster who would use her dream and discard it. I've never been so happy to be so wrong." She reached out, her hand tentatively finding his. Her touch was firm, calloused from years of wielding a spear. But her grip was gentle. "You fight like a demon, but you have the heart of a hero. You didn't just save us, Izuku. You showed us a better way to be strong. You showed me that strength without compassion is just brutality." The vulnerability in her confession was a powerful testament to the journey they had all been on. Izuku turned his hand over, lacing his fingers with hers. He looked at these two women, the dreamer and the warrior, the heart and the shield of this entire enterprise, and felt a wave of affection so powerful it almost stole his breath. "We did it together," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He reached out his other hand to Charlie, who took it without hesitation. "The three of us, the foundation of it all." Charlie's tears finally fell, but they were tears of pure joy. She squeezed his hand, her smile watery but brilliant. "The Hazbin Hotel is still open for business," she said, her voice filled with renewed determination. "The kingdom will protect their bodies. But we'll still be here to help save their souls. That dream is more important now than ever." They sat there for a long time, the three of them, hands linked, bathed in the warm light of the fire. The war was over. The peace was being built. And here, in the quiet heart of their new world, the dream that had started it all was safe, sound, and ready to truly begin. The highest tower of the Crimson Citadel offered a panoramic view of the entire Pride Ring. From this vantage point, Pentagram City was a sprawling constellation of lights, a testament to the life and energy that pulsed through it. The rebuilding efforts were visible even from here, cranes moving like great metal beasts, the bright lights of construction crews working through the perpetual night. It was a city healing. A city being reborn. Izuku stood on the private balcony attached to his new quarters, leaning against the balustrade, letting the cool night air wash over him. He had sought solitude, a moment to process the sheer, impossible reality of his new life. A soft footfall behind him made him turn. Lute stood in the doorway, clad not in her angelic armor, but in a simple, dark gray white tunic that softened her usually severe silhouette. Her expression was hesitant, vulnerable in a way he had never seen before. "May I join you?" she asked, her voice quiet. "Of course," he said, turning back to the view. She came to stand beside him, her hands gripping the railing. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The silence between them was different from the easy comfort he shared with the others. It was charged, filled with unspoken history, of violence, of mercy, of a world turned upside so down. "I used to look down on this city from Heaven's Gate," she said finally, her voice a low murmur. "I saw it as a stain, a pit of filth that needed to be scoured clean. I saw sinners as irredeemable monsters. It was all so simple, so black and white." She shook her head, a bitter, self-deprecating smile touching her lips. "I was a fool, a weapon that never questioned the hand that wielded it." She turned to face him, her silver eyes searching his. "When you captured me, I expected to die. I wanted to die. Death at the hands of a demon would have been an honorable end for a soldier of heaven. But you didn't give me a death to believe in. You gave me a life I couldn't understand." Her voice grew stronger, filled with the conviction she had found in her confusion. I watched you at the hotel. I saw the way Charlie never gave up on anyone. I saw Vaggie fight with a ferocity born of love, not hatred. I saw sinners finding purpose, working together, building something. And I saw you, at the center of it all, wielding a power that could shatter worlds, and using it only to protect. To build, to save. She took a hesitant step closer, her gaze unwavering. "During the Unification War, I fought beside Vaggie. I protected sinners from other sinners. And in the final battle, I struck down my own sisters to defend this place. Every action was a betrayal of my old life, of everything I was ever taught to be. And every action felt more right, more true, than any extermination I ever participated in." The words poured out of her, a confession that had been building since the day he spared her life. "You shattered my world, Izuku. You broke my faith, my purpose, my very identity. And then you gave me a new one. You showed me that honor is not about who you serve, but what you fight for. That strength is not in the ability to destroy, but in the will to protect." She was standing directly in front of him now, close enough that he could see the flicker of the city lights reflected in her intense eyes. She reached up, her hand hesitating for a moment before she gently touched the crimson sigil that sometimes faintly glowed over his heart. "My old life is over," she whispered, and the words were a vow. "My cause is gone. I have nothing left, except the path you've shown me." She dropped to one knee, bowing her head in the ultimate gesture of a holy warrior. "I, Lute, formerly of Heaven's host, renounce my old allegiances. I pledge my sword, my life, and my soul to you. Izuku Midoriya, the Crimson King of Hell. My will is yours to command. My heart." She looked up, and he saw tears tracing paths down her cheeks. "My heart is yours to keep." The sheer, unshakable sincerity of her oath struck him like a physical blow. This was the culmination of her entire journey. From zealous enemy to devoted protector. From a soldier of Avayan to the first knight of his new kingdom. He reached down, his hands gently taking hers, and drew her to her feet. "Get up, Lute," he said softly. "I don't want a soldier who follows my commands. I want a partner who stands by my side. I want you." He wiped the tears from her cheek with his thumb, his touch gentle. Her breath hitched. The last of her walls crumbled, the last of her defenses falling away. She surged forward, her lips meeting his in a kiss that was not soft or tentative, but fierce, desperate, and filled with the fire of a soul reborn. It was a kiss of surrender and of victory, of an ending and a new beginning. It was the sealing of her vow, a pledge given not in words, but in the silent, undeniable language of the heart. Dawn in Hell was not a gentle affair. It was a dramatic, bloody spectacle, as the perpetually twilight sky was painted with violent strokes of crimson and orange. It was a new day, a new age. Izuku stood on the grand balcony of his citadel, the cool morning air on his face. The kiss with Lute, the quiet moment with Charlie and Vaggie, the raucous party with Cherry, the strategic planning with Carmilla and Velvet, all of it swirled in his mind, settling not as a weight, but as a foundation. One by one, They joined him. Charlie came first, her bright, hopeful smile as radiant as the new dawn. Vaggie was at her side, a silent, steady presence. Cherry Bomb vaulted over the railing from a lower balcony, landing with a grin, ever the anarchist. Carmilla and Velvet walked out together, a portrait of elegant power and sharp style, Ulrea. Dai discussing the day's agenda in low tones. And finally, Lute, who came to stand at his right hand, her posture serene, her devotion a palpable aura around her. They stood together, the seven of them, a mismatched, chaotic, and utterly formidable family. They were not just his lovers, his harem. They were his council, his generals, his confidants. The pillars of his world. Hope, protection, chaos, strategy, influence, redemption. He looked out at Pentagram City, his kingdom. It was scarred and imperfect, filled with broken souls and jagged edges, much like the ones standing beside him. But it was alive, it was defiant, it was theirs, it was home. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the sad, quirkless boy who had dreamed of being a hero and died for it. That boy's heroic spirit had been the seed, but it had been forged in the fires of this impossible realm, reforged into something new. Something more. He was the Crimson King, and this was the dawn of his age.